やかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
rematch. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, DSI, Rakanuda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome everybody, the MPL MY Season 15 continues. Week 5 is coming to its very final day. The standings are about to be solidified, and after everything we've watched in day 1 and as well as day 2, day 3 is the one that matters the most. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky here at the desk as your commentators as we take you through the games. Husky, yesterday's games was something. It was a game. There were games there.
There were games.
Some were better than others.
For sure. And I think it might be the same for today, but the stakes are way much higher, right?
Yes.
Some certain teams are going to lock in playoff chance or at least keep their run alive, but some teams might lose it or might lose out from top 6 if they lose today.
I mean, no more win streak pleasures, new missions securing upper bracket slots. It's HomeBois up against OB is our very first matchup of today. Honestly, I don't think it's going to change the standings overall, right? I think we know that HomeBois are in a very comfortable position. At this point, OB has a lot to learn from coaching staff all the way up to the players individually. I think there is a lot to be taken away from the HomeBois, especially after the risk that Daddy Hood has taken on this squad.
Yeah, all things considered, right, HomeBois' journey is still one of the best comebacks, right? One of the best recoveries since they last won a trophy and then lost to SRG the season after that. Losing to SRG, I think, was sort of a given. I personally would have expected a 3-game slugfest, but SRG just outclassed them in the drafting, right? It was Coach Arcadia with his brains and the bronze of the players. But you look at the remaining matches of SRG, I think they are very much guaranteed first place. They still got Team Ray and Ocean Black to go through, and even if HomeBois wins Ocean Black and ties up with SRG, the remaining matches just don't favor them enough.
It's very, very difficult. Even if Ocean Black were to win 2-0 in both of their matches, it's not going to be enough to actually save them from their spot. Regardless, let's have a look at the current standings right now. If you guys just tuned into yesterday, great, you have a rough idea. But if you haven't watched any of the days, don't worry, we got you covered. Currently, from week 5, day number 3, Slimer Red Giants OG Esports currently in a comfortable 20 points sitting on top, with HomeBois 3 points behind at 17. Arrow Esports shockingly taking a 3rd place with 13 points, but that's where the big divide begins. From that point onwards, we have 12. Monster Vicious today looking to try and steal that 3rd place spot. DX Soul currently 11. Todak at 10. Team Vamos at 9. Team Ray at 8. JP Niners at 4. And Ocean Black at 1.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think only Monster Vicious and JP Niners have 3 more series to go, right? Every other team, DxO has 1 more, but aside from that, every other team has 2 more best of 3. So when we talk about chances, I think Monster Vicious have a very, very good chance of at least taking the 2nd spot away, depending on the rest of the series. But even for JP Niners, they have opportunities to make that deep run.
Oh yeah, no, it really is important that, at least for the JP Niners, that they win their next couple of matches. Right now, it's up against Team Vamos. We've already introduced HomeBois as well as OB. But in this case, if JP is able to 2-0 Vamos, that might really hurt the odds of Vamos to making it to playoffs. If Vamos is able to win against JP, maybe, I don't know, if it's 2-1, let's say, there's still hope for JP. However, on the other end, it really depends on Team Ray. If they're able to 2-0 MV, sure, they deny them that 3rd spot. Big whoop. But Team Ray might just reduce the odds of the JP Niners.
Yeah, and on top of that, if MV gets a clean win over Team Ray, it not only gives MV the chance to move up and guarantee playoff slot, but it locks Team Ray out of playoffs contention. So I think the last match is super, super important for both teams, but even for JP Niners, right, to keep themselves out of relegation, to keep themselves in top 8, they have to start by beating Vamos, because there is a word out there, we might get a 3-way tie between DXS, Vamos, and Todak, who both have beaten each other.
Yeah, now that's a bit of an awkward position to be in, considering after DXS's performance yesterday. I mean, to be fair, they've consistently hit 3 games every single time we've seen them touch on that stage. I don't know about you, but it's not exactly the best position to be in, and I think that if they're looking to go above and beyond, then maybe they want to consider the Infinix. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350, the ultimate 5.5G processor for smooth performance, equipped with 144 Hz refresh rates for buttery smooth gameplay, smooth gaming visuals, jeez. And also the FediWap special JBL tuned speakers for solid sound. Yeah, baby. Overall, this is a phone that you need. If you want to have a huge battery for less downtime and more playtime, the Infinix is the way to go.
Yeah, giving them the 1738 gameplay hours, right? DXS is the best team that has proven the capacity of this Infinix phone, because they go all 3 games, like you said. Aside from, I guess, SRG OG, where they dropped 0-2, all the other series have went all 3 games. They even took 1 game off of HomeBois, well, every other team that they've touched.
Every single that they made contact with has to go the full distance. Regardless, OB have a huge hurdle ahead of them, and HomeBois looking to get a comfortable 2nd place at this point. We're looking at their ping test right now, but geez, it is going to be a difficult battle for OB.
Yeah, they have tried everything, every single method, plenty of roster swaps, not just from the players substitution, role changes, coach and analysts, even that had to go through the gulag. But even until today, they haven't found a single solution. The only game win that they had was in the first week against DXS, the MAL rivalry, where DXS eventually came out on top. I don't know what OB has to do. I think, again, you just accept it as it is. They're going to MAL, going back to MAL for sure. Take it as a learning experience. Treat it like how HomeBois went up against SRG OG yesterday, right? You don't lose, you just learn.
Exactly. It's a difficult position to be in, but at the same time, it just goes to show the disparity in the levels of competitive play that we've seen here at the MPL MY. It's one of our biggest strengths and our biggest weaknesses, right? We see the most insane games, but at the same time, some of the worst games. It all comes hand in hand. The duality of man, some may even call it. Regardless, let's have a look at the HomeBois, because these guys have been doing so very good. HomeBois players Izanami, Vel, Amal, Ivan, and as well as Mel QT have had MPL performances throughout their careers, but this time, this particular combination seems to just work well.
Yeah, and Izanami obviously has the most record, right? He came in Season 7, became a champion, and afterwards went through a downtime. 7th, 8th place for 3 seasons. You know, they finished 4th for 2, and then RHMY was the closest he's ever been to getting back into that grand finals, dropping to SMG in a best of 5 in the lower bracket. But even for Val and Ivan, even though they didn't really have as much record as Izanami, when you see these 5 players come together, they just work so well. Again, the new era of HomeBois is looking much more solid than what we've seen last season.
I know. It's crazy, right? Because now when you're bringing in these MPL players, especially Velen as well as Ivan, the big issue that we have majority of the time is whether or not they can actually jive with the rest of the team. And we've seen that a lot of imports coming over to Malaysia have integrated extremely well, whether from the Philippines and in particular, especially the Indonesians, right? Usually you would have a side laner as your Filipino, but as Indonesians, doesn't matter what role, you can make it work.
Yeah, and we have also basically agreed that Val has cemented himself as at least the 2nd place in terms of XP laner, right? Obviously, Cram gapped him yesterday, but overall in the league, Val is still one of the most solid ones. Ivan has shown that with his roam, he's working insanely well with Amal and Izanami. MelQT, ordinary marksman, but he is constantly making highlight reels.
He is constantly making highlight reels. I mean, there was a couple of moments I was thinking, when he was playing that Moskov, I'm like, oh man, is he going to try and like outdo Innocent? Is he going to try to 1v5? A couple of moments got close, but SRG was on top. Generally, the defeat yesterday, not as heartbreaking. There was a lot to learn from those matchups, and more importantly so, it just goes to show what the international or the upper echelon is going to look like. Something that they will have to face during the playoffs, and if they qualify for MSC, the rest of the world.
Yeah, usually I would say, let's see how a team recovers from a tough loss like HomeBois against SRG OG yesterday, but I think this is a good way to reset, right? You're taking on the bottom feeders of the league, and a lot of people can just agree it's going to be a HomeBois 2-0 unless something unexpected happens. And it's good for the HomeBois player as well. You get this full reset. It's like going to a massage, you know, 90-minute spa treatment before you close out the regular season.
Hey, it's the confidence boost you need before you go into that very long break, which is something that we need to talk about here, because there's a lot of things that could happen in this long break. And what I'm most worried about is that a patch drops in between before we get into the playoffs. And that could change a lot of perspectives on what we know in the current meta.
Yeah, I think getting top seed is also very important because phase 1 of the playoffs starts right after the regular season.
Yes.
Right? You instantly play play-ins and the upper bracket semis, and if you win your upper bracket, sure, you get a 2-week break. But if you don't, you are at risk of elimination by the end of phase 1. I think that's something, at least for these teams that are not SRG OG, you want to get top 2 as possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is an advantage if you can watch what everybody else is going to be playing, and more time for you to actually prep for it. Something that unfortunately OB did not have the luxury of. I think unfortunately for our league, having 6 weeks may not necessarily be enough for teams like OB to actually, you know, integrate as well. If not, find the adjustments necessary to make it possible. Is it a testament to what the, you know, back-end management are trying to do? Because I mean, look at MV just behind them. You know, they have come into the MPL knowing what they want to do, but that's with the guidance of a coach who has been in the same position.
Yeah, I think it's you can also look at DXS, right? You have experienced coaches like Theo and Backdoor, but you also have ML players who have a very clear goal of wanting to make it to playoffs if possible. And they have good leadership from veterans like Storm and Rasi. I feel like, at least for a team like OB, you come into this big league and you start to face struggles of adapting to the league itself. I remember at the start of the regular season, we talked about some of the backroom talk, right, and how the coach is trying to get the team to get used to the routine, you know, wake up early, go for scrims and everything. It's hard for the player to adapt, but that's the harsh reality. If you cannot adapt, you get left behind.
I mean, that's with the introduction of the MAL, of course, right? We're seeing that a lot of veteran players either go down to the MAL or they decide to stick around the MPL to make a super team of their own, one of which is the HomeBois with MelQT, Ivan, Izanami, Amal, and as well as Vel. Izanami and Amal, they're looking at MelQT as like, hey, it's good to have you back in the MPL once again. You've had your ways, but it's time we look for a championship run.
Yeah, when MelQT was playing in MAL Season 1 in the affiliated conference, Barracuda Beta, he was killing it. He was destroying everyone.
It wasn't even close.
It legitimately did not look close. I feel like he was playing with one eye closed at some point, but it was also pretty funny because they did end up beating DXS in the promotionals. So they were the ones that, well, not them, but the MPL team was the one that beat DXS. So they stopped DXS for one season, So there was a long history behind all these teams as well. But you know, Mel and Amao playing in Red Esports way back then. It's a very sweet reunion.
It is. It's great to see that at least for some of these veterans, would they be the second generation? Because technically, when we look at Ocean Black, they are the third generation with Ranvade, Subsusu, Div, Shafin, as well as Muizi. I think that generally we are seeing this next generation having to go through that power struggle because technically the quote-unquote retired players don't want to bow out just yet. They still got years in them.
Yeah, the toughest thing is bouncing back from a loss, but even tougher than that is bouncing back from loss after losses, right? After taking one game off of DXS, Ocean Black has not found any success, and they look worse every single week, right? The teams that they are fighting kept on improving, but Ocean Black were just lagging behind.
I mean, it's sad to say, but it's not like this team isn't qualified, but more so they aren't given the guidance and direction needed to be able to make it into the upper echelon. I'm not expecting polish off of them. I'm expecting HomeBois to show them what it's like to, you know, have some varnish.
Yeah, it's like a mentor-mentee session, right?
Exactly,
It's like this is how you play the game. This is how you kind of play at the big league.
Yeah, unfortunately, it has to come with a bit of a spanking alongside of it rather than just the therapy session. It's like, sir, please, I just want to sit down. No. You have to physically feel it.
Eat the cane, the cloth hanger.
All right. With that being said, though, this match is going to be great for the HomeBois, Ocean Black. Let's see what they can do as they walk in. They've just tasted their first defeat of the season. Now they return, hungry to reclaim victory and defend their place in the upper bracket. Can they bring home all the points today and rise again? Please welcome HomeBois!
And though the playoff dream is out of reach, they hope to retain their league slot, and it still keeps on burning. Will they pull off a miracle in this match? It's time to set sail. Welcome, Ocean Black!
Introducing the coaching staffs of the two teams and the head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of the HomeBois, it's Erpang and Jesven. From the side of Ocean Black, it is Ryota, DD, and Jags. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship.
All right, we all know this is what the Filipinos call an intro, but of course, with that being said, we still need to keep on cheering for Ocean Black and see what they can bring out, right? This is a roster that I would say roughly put together a week ago. Even Ryota DD was a very late addition into the team. Jung's having a bit of fun, trying to take over Div's role. I wouldn't mind. I think they can try whatever they want. Still no DJY though, sadly. So DJY fans out there, he's probably restreaming.
Yeah, just the years of disappointment, unfortunately. Just months upon months upon months and weeks now that we don't get to see DJY. Overall, I think that Ocean Black was dealt a pretty tough hand, and especially with the environment that we have here at the MPL MY, it's either you kick off with your feet, running off the ground with a lot of gas, or you stumble and fall very quickly. Let's go to Ivan's quote here. I was expecting a more even fight, maybe a 2-1, but that early Xavier and Ling picks caught us off guard. I'm disappointed the match ended up being so one-sided. I want a rematch in the playoffs.
I think everyone wants this HomeBois SRG OG rematch. I don't think it did the whole rivalry justice considering how long we had to wait for that BO3 yesterday. But I gotta say, seeing how SRG OG dominate HomeBois, you really realize that the Red Giants, they're something else.
They really are. I mean, they had the sucker punch ready from the get-go. What a trap during that second phase. And honestly, making the blue side seem, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that was really good. Really put them in the corner.
Usually, it's insanely hard to pull off because you are not dealt with the best gotcha picks position like the red side does. But in that game one gave us a very good look into how it's done, right? The glimpse in the 4-5 glue Xavier, one of the few picks that SRG OG really hammered in against HomeBois. Let's see. I mean, I wonder if HomeBois are going to take this series and just expand on whatever they've been practicing on, you know, in the back rooms, or will they just go back to normal?
I mean, it's tough to say, right? Because I think overall, when we're talking about the previous loss from the side of the HomeBois, Amal seemed to be like out of place in a majority of those matches, right? Every single time he goes for a play, it's just not enough. It feels like he's missing his power spikes. However, when we look at the performance of when he was playing in Season 10 as well as Season 11, you can tell that, you know, he's always been in a team that's not out to play for him. But now that he's with the HomeBois, compared to Season 10 and as well as Season 11. His current KDA is 6.2, which is double both of those seasons. His damage per minute is 2,252. He's getting closer to the Season 10 compared to Season 11 because that's when we started to expect to see the years of Fredrin. And even the gold per minute is looking a lot better. Either way, Amal has improved statistic-wise and really has found a team that can work around him, but it really sucks to see sometimes when you're falling behind, you have to play that filler role.
Yeah, we've seen him been dubbed the Mr. Wrong team, and it's pretty evident, right? Missing playoffs for a season or two, so right now, he's sort of back in that position to guarantee playoffs. Let's see how this is going to turn out. We got Ocean Black on the blue side, so we got the Lucas and a Cho man straight. Hey, that's a lot of respect from HomeBois. Okay. Personally, I would open Cho.
just let him have it.
Just let him have it. But hey, good on you, Erpang.
Look, I'm curious to see what Erpang's willing to cook up here because I think there's a lot of leeway when you're up against Ocean Black. We see the Lucas ban. We see we're looking at Ivan just looking over his shoulder, and he's just like, okay, all right, get rid of the chip as well. We're not going to be playing the fun stuff this time.
And Erpang bans Kalea. And Ivan is like, now there's too much. There's 3 roamers, coach.
Coach, please give me something to play.
I don't want to play Boxia.
Don't put me on Boxia again. No. It's too soon. The wounds are fresh. Joy, the next ban from the side of Erpang. We go back to Ryota DD. Let's see what they're... Oh, what an interesting fun fact here.
All right, so Ocean Black got clean black and white fits and unpredictable games. Feels like a secret we've seen before. Oh, someone's reaching.
Hey, I don't see the savior on that side. I don't see our savior.
Look, at least they won 1 game.
Hey, that's true. They didn't go completely...
they didn't go like 0-18.
They didn't go 0-18. That's...
They had to go 0-30 in 2 seasons before they won their first series.
Oh!
Big bad buttons!
Oh boy, hey. You got to go through trials and tribulations before you can be dubbed the savior, man. HomeBois now looking on the opposite side. Ryota DD also getting rid of the Kimmy. These are pretty decent first picks that have been banned out from the side of not only the HomeBois but Ocean Black as well. This third ban basically could be anything. I mean, the bans have not really given us a direction.
Probably HomeBois will open Kalea. Yeah, they open Kalea. They ban Fanny. So now it's the usual Kalea Jusin trade. Most teams would just go Kalea since Kimmy is already banned out. I think Ocean Black should consider the same, unless you're TLPH. You just go for the JP Jawhead first pick.
The JP Jawhead first pick to be like, I don't care. Show me what you got. I can outplay this. Oh, 40% winning draft? No worries.
Hey, Coach RC is something else. It's the thing that he used to coach MPL MY, right? Goes back to Philippines and he is cooking something, like taking games off of 1PH, beating them in the first leg before losing in the second one.
Hey, at least TLPH were able to bring it back. Bring it back against Aurora. Got one back, boys. The current score is 1-1. Can't wait for that playoff.
Cersei hasn't won playoff, so we'll see. We'll see if 1PH can change that.
We'll see. Kalea first pick for the side of Ocean Black. HomeBois, Phovius as well as Harith going to be the follow-up pick. This one's looking a little rough. OB have a couple of options. Number one, they need to pair the Kalea up with some form of burst. When you're playing Kalea, you're looking for a pickoff composition. If not, you have a pickoff-esque characteristic, but has high sustain in the earlier stages of the game.
Yeah, most of the time, we would look into the mid and marksman and gold lane, right? Matrix, Farsa, a couple few, but we've seen Ling yesterday. Or the Suyo is not too bad of a pick, right? You have a very good combo into high burst at level 4. But if you are OB, I think you are looking for at least a jungle pick. You want to make sure that Shaft gets a decent matchup so that he has a better time dealing with Amal. So they do take the Farsa for Div.
All right, big burst. They're also pairing it up with the Hayabusa just in case Link gets off for the HomeBois.
That's what I'm afraid of. If they show the Farsa now, that Link is coming right at them.
Feels like HomeBois have definitely learned a little something from SRG's side. A good relationship between the jungle as well as an early pick of Farsa. This does mean that the second phase is going to be pretty dangerous, right? I'm expecting HomeBois to start betting things out like glue, some bad matchups for the Phobius. Yep, get rid of the glue. Don't need to deal with that. Both sides. I mean, technically, HomeBois could have held on to it, but they also have no use for it.
They don't need to consider it, right? Baxia ban from OB is a very good read. There's a high chance that Ivan gets his hands on the Baxia again, and it will pose a lot of problem for not just Div, but also Kalea. So a Hilda ban comes out, they want to protect Vel's lane. I think Vel has plenty of options. I think, well, he has the Phobius already.
Yeah.
They want to give him a good matchup.
Huh. Oh, what does Obi go for at this point?
They
They have no means to really stop the Harith at this point other than just long range from artillery, maybe even Hayabusa trying to go for the assassination. Even so, there is a lot of coverage, and I'm expecting HomeBois to eventually pick up the Badang. Something with some decent amount of peel, secondary engage to make contact. Finally, the Jushin gets banned out. Good shout from OB.
Could be a Valentina pick for HomeBois since there's a Farsa, Valentina, Faramis are decent picks, but usually Izanami defaults to the Valentina. I think OB, you need to look for a secondary front line, someone to match up with the Kalea, right? Gatot, Hylos, the Baxia ban has to mean something, has to translate into a pick that protects your backline.
Yeah, but I definitely think that wasn't really necessary from the side of OB. I think they could have picked it up for themselves. I'm expecting, yep, there we go. Gatot come out from the side of HomeBois. This is pretty good. I was hoping that Gatot was supposed to be the ban. Anyhow, we come back to OB. At this point, we need to figure out the EXP matchup. I think that probably Badang is kind of your best bet, something that has a decent amount of peel, good amount of engage in case Kalea can't find the initial pick and look for a re-engage.
And Badang, I think, yeah, I agree. I think either Badang or, unless they can flex the Kalea into XP, then sure.
Oh, here's the thing, right? You get the Kalea
to protect lives.
Oh, okay.
Okay, high loss.
They go for the high loss. Do they go for Beatrix as their marksman, or are they going to take the traditional Moskov? They can also take Harry, to be fair.
They can. I think the biggest problem now is the amount of dive that HomeBois have, right?
Exactly.
I think they will go for the Beatrix. It's the safest pick. It's a jack of all trades. There's no really losing with the Beatrix. It's just that she needs a lot of time. The items are so expensive.
Yeah.
Yep, and the Faramis comes out.
No surprises there. No surprises there. He likes going into the Faramis against the Farsa, likes to have that initial protection to survive the first couple of shots, and that's all. Honestly, all you really need if you time the Netherrealm very early on. You're not like taking, permanent damage. I say permanent damage, but like some actual life totals being lost before you get to the 10 HP. Regardless, I think HomeBois really good position with that link. Great amount of hero targets to dive upon. But at the same time, OB, let's see how they're gonna play this out.
The Faramis, I remember the game where Vamos took on HomeBois and HomeBois picked Faramis in game 1. I remember saying that Faramis is the sole reason that Vamos is going to lose the game. And I think this time, this Faramis is going to be the sole reason that OB cannot win, because there's so much denials, right? This looks like a very combo-based lineup from OB. We'll see how they circumvent the Faramis.
I was thinking that maybe Izanami wanted to be a little special here, go for a Kadita, something a little crazy like MV was trying to pull off the other day. Even so, we go over to our very first best of 3 here for day number 3, week number 5. It's Ocean Black on the blue side up against the HomeBois on red.
Even from the crafting aspect, OB has already kind of put themselves at a disadvantage, right? Well, not really put themselves at a disadvantage, but it's just the red side advantage that you get with that last pick. This Faramis, I think, is going to be a big problem from level 4 onwards. Every time he has another realm, Ocean Black will have to think twice before starting a fight.
Yeah, I think it just forces Ocean Black to execute a little bit harder. Here we go. Zuzu gets right on top of Izanami, forces out the flicker as well. Okay, really decent rotation coming in from Ocean Black to contest for the very first Litho Wanderer. Again, a good means to kind of slow down Izanami, but neither are we seeing Izanami go for that fast rotation on top of actually having the Wilderness Blessing.
And they understand that they won't have that priority anyways, right? Izanami wasn't able to push the wave out fast enough in against a Farsa. I think it's completely fine. But the main question is going to be that level 4 fight. I wonder what Ocean Black have in mind for level 4. Sharp just hit his 4 as well. Turtle, of course, still half a minute away. Ranvi being able to push MelQT back with the Bennett. Another attempt mid-side. The Shadow Kill is available, but they're not going to commit onto it. Ivan back to half health. Super Susu now will take the damage. Flickers the safe.
Okay, not bad of a trade. So no Revitalize for the upcoming Turtle fight. There's a good chance that Ocean Black might even have to kind of take their time with this Turtle so that Super Susu can get level 4. And even prior to that, as long as Div doesn't... Oh,
Speaking of Div, he's going to get pulled back. It's more than half his health bar. But he really wants a level 4, so Mzui will help him out, get that feather airstrike. But it puts him in a danger zone. He has to take that recall.
Yeah, it's a huge danger zone. However, Super Susu, hopefully he has enough minions left to hit level 4. Ivan has put himself pretty close to it. And now, HomeBois should be able to hit level 4 at the roughly the same time. The second minute, 22 seconds. Amal currently at level 5, but even so, as long as there's no solo kills, Ocean Black should be fine.
Super Susu is climbing up the passive tool. Here comes the title. Looking for a grab. Ivan misses his ultimate. The AOG goes completely wide. Super Susu isolates Amal from the objective. Tries to just man-fight him. Amal forced away. Mzui also doing a pretty good job splitting the front line and back line of HomeBois. The battle formation now needs to regroup Vel. Dealing with Super Susu, Shove comes in. Better airstrike committed by Div. Finally, the nether round comes over Izanami. Super Susu really in the red zone, and first one goes over to Amal. HomeBois gets a double kill for the Link at the beginning. MelQT shows up. Diamond Force gets the OG Shadow Kill out from Shav, but the rolls are just not good enough. Shav doesn't have the damage, and Mel finds the third for HomeBois.
Oh, that's the problem here. This is the level of execution we need to see from the side of HomeBois. However, it's easier to pull off because Ocean Black, they need to get maximum value from their ult because Izanami has a get out of jail free card. Every single time we see them, oh, Ogi Shadow Kill on top of the Feathered Airstrike. Guess who's going to save them? It's Izanami. So, it's about timings, right? I feel like Div at some point probably should have let loose the Feathered Airstrike a lot earlier in that battle. I think that Ocean Black need to focus on the positioning because Vel is such a big disruptor. If you accidentally Feathered Airstrike and Vel just walks out of the bush and knocks you out of it, that kind of defeats the purpose.
Izanami also does not have Purify. If they can somehow get on top of him, they can blow him up before the nether run comes out. Barb is not the beefiest of heroes, but that is a big if. Ocean Black, I think they had a good idea. They really want to bait out the nether realm, but it's just the patience from HomeBois to hold on to it until Ocean Black runs out of gas.
To be fair, Shop has been getting on top of Izanami in the earlier stages of the game. Let's see if it's going to continue out throughout this early stages, especially while we're still in the laning phase. Amal getting his first item priority. It's the Berserker's Fury, as Vel is now in a very good spot where he's got the EXP lead onto Mizu. And now, as he rotates continuously towards that mid lane, it gives HomeBois the confidence to start walking into enemy jungle. If not, make some aggressive plays against Div.
Despite that early loss, they're going to lose Div again. An attempted save into a Tsunami Slam. But Tempest of Blade gets Amal out of that immediately. Nether Realm as an insurance policy. Insurance agent Izanami does it again.
Really nicely done from Izanami. Knows the timing of Div and when he's going to have his flicker back up. Forces the play. Ron, still alive, thank goodness. Using those ults to clear those waves. As long as he's sandbagging the lane, it's totally fine.
Doesn't have to kill MelQT. Just stop him from putting pressure on your structures, right? Keep one lane at least in check. Shab is still keeping up in terms of at least items, right? We saw him get the Hunter Strike almost the same time as the Berserker's Fury. Div getting the Glowing One first item. Thank goodness he has learned after last time. That Glowing One is so important.
That Glowing One is extremely important, especially when you want to have some permanent damage, or at the very least, damage that's going to stick around. Oh!
An attempted kidnap. That AOG is going to cut off everyone. They still got the kill on the Vel, though, as Div is going to get jumped on by Amal. Wings by wings, flies away. Mzui takes out Izanami. Now, Glorious Pathway gets dropped. The healing is going to be there. Amal gets grabbed by the Tidal Strike and goes down. HomeBois losing control of the fight, and Ocean Black gets 3 kills.
Great execution for the side of Ocean Black. That's the revitalized difference there. Buying a couple more auto attacks for the side of the members of the Ocean Black, and even getting an early rotation towards that top side with Ron as well. Not a bad call.
Yeah, very great stuff. In fact, blowing up Vel, and they noticed that Izanami wasn't in position to save, right? He had to use the flicker early on to catch Div too. So HomeBois, the 2.4k goalie cut down to less than 1,000. Mel QT getting jumped up by Super Susu. Better airstrike. For the Purify. He dashes back into it!
No! Aw, that's on Mel QT. Those MAL habits are starting to come back.
You can see his smile there. He's like, he got me.
Yeah, he got me good. He got me good. He's not getting chunked to 50% as now we're seeing that OB wants to have more.
They paid out the Nether Realm, and now it's a full retreat. Nether Realm gets broken. The re-engage now comes in from Ocean Black. Figuring out the formula against HomeBois. Shaft able to shadow out of the way. Here comes Amao. Leaps into it, gets grabbed by the Tidal Strike. Amao again forced to retreat. And Ocean Black gets a full disengage.
Oh my goodness, Ocean Black might be able to take a lead against the HomeBois so far. They're not playing the cleanest, but not to mention that really disrespecting the space, thinking they can get away with it. Ocean Black, as long as they are focusing down the same targets, even if they're not completely winning the team fights, if they find a pick, that's more than enough. Vel took an unnecessary amount of damage. And I think that even for the side of Izanami, he's looking at this, my temp, I only have so much to work with my temp HP. Can we not just walk into ult at this point?
It's like, guys, you can't just keep withdrawing the policy.
Yeah.
I'm going to run out of cash. I'm going to go bankrupt. I don't want to liquidate my assets that quickly.
It's not going to be a fun time if that's the case. MelQT will be able to get another turret on that top side, but you can see how even this game is starting to pan out between Ocean Black and HomeBois. It's pretty good, because so far, Shaf has been getting to the right targets. He has been chunking them out, and even Diff is playing a pretty strong game. 2-1 and 2.
Super Suzu has been getting good targets, right? He's getting very decent engages. Another attempted kidnap AOG from Ivan as a response. MelQT gets the backline, forces out the shadow kill. Super Suzu drops low. Ivan trying to run away. They get the kill on the MelQT. They lose Super Suzu in the process, but Amao now comes in. Second layer of engage. Double kill for Ran, but Amao should be able to clean it up. Double kill for Izanami. HomeBois gets 4.
All right, this is what HomeBois was expecting. The template of you throw a bunch of ults, we cancel a couple, we win the fight. That's how easy this comp is to pull off. For Ocean Black, they really need to make sure that when they layer their ultimates, which one comes out first. Because this position is always going to be highly prioritized here. As we see that Amao is getting his 500th kill in his milestone. Well done to the side of the HomeBois. Now come back to the topic though. Feather Airstrike comes out of Diff, he needs to hold it. We need to see Ron actually launch the first initial amount of damage, whether it be the Bennett's Rage, whether it be Nibiru's Passion, either or, it's guaranteed damage. Ideally, Bennett's Rage, that way he can launch it, walk away from the fight, switch weapons, and maybe get that pick.
Can use it at the same time.
Yes.
That's the most important thing that Ocean Black, I mean, they have found the formula, right? They did it twice in the mid lane. There was this period of time where they really were stepping on the tempo, but HomeBois with that one fight turning it all around. Now they get a 3k gold lead. Izanami getting a triple kill off of that fight translates straight into a lightning truncheon.
It's going to be a really big purchase here. Boys, now taking the lead back to 2.8. So far, I think they understand that they can't necessarily stick super close together. If they're too close, they're all going to die to the AoE, even after the temp HP. So therefore, it's about layering. It's about making sure that we can cover and get MelQT in a position where he doesn't even need to be in the fight, but has 3 items. So once those ults are down, he can just start jumping on in and fighting for free.
The longer the fight goes on, the better it is for HomeBois to a certain degree. We saw that second, third layer of re-engage from HomeBois, right? First it was NetherRealm, and then we see Amao show up, and then Izanami joins the fight. So even without MelQT, they still have a lot of damage to work with. Ocean Black once that's been tier 1, but HomeBois will deny them.
Gold is looking pretty good. MelQT, a bit more gold to get that third wand. Not yet to a Holy Crystal. Overall, even Ivan going for a Thunderbelt at this stage of the game is pretty bold of him. Izanami, 2 items already secured. I think that Ocean Black at this point should be a little careful, right? This Lord is important, of course, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the end of the world. They've got some superb wave clear.
Mzui, he is just trying to eat up as much damage as possible. Run straight in. Super Susu now joins the fight. We get the flicker. There is the grab. Izanami forced away. The banner space completely misses. And Rampage is forced away from the fight. Shadow kill comes out from Shao. The Lord very, very low, but it's Amao. It gets the objective. Now Ivan re-engages with AOG. They punch Mzui to the grave. Super Susu goes in with the Tidal Strike. They get a kill for the Ran, but the backline once more assassinated by Amao. as HomeBois walks away with 3.
MelQT walks away with the Holy Crystal, but Rame got so much damage down. Now we see that the front line is going to get melted here off of that power spike. As expected on time, MelQT does not hold back on his punches.
Very unfortunate that the Banner's Rage hit an airborne. No one was threatened by it. The majority of the damage right now comes out from the Beatrix, right? Diff only has so much juice before Amao gets on top of him.
He's got to have the right weapons out, right? Unfortunately, he's got a sniper rifle, and I'm like, yes, I mean, I guess, but you would much rather the AoE. You need to have Bennett's Rage ready to go. You need to have Nibiru's Passion in this particular matchup. There's definitely a use case for the sniper rifles, but not when you're playing a comp like this.
Not when your enemy is right in your face, right? I would rather MelQT dash into me, and then I have my SMG out. But this Lord shouldn't be a big issue. They got the Holy Defense to take care of it. Plenty of AoE. HomeBois, though, still able to do a lot of damage. And attempted kidnap onto Ivan. They try to blow him up. Good nether round from Izanami to save Ivan. They still want to continue the chase, though. Rambi doing decent damage as Amao hops to the backline. Tempest Ablaze avoids the title try by MelQT. From the flank, he goes straight to the back and finds the 1-for-1 trade. Ocean Black. They do lose Diff, but HomeBois get a lot more. Yep,
Ran is holding this team together. His damage is relevant. However, 3 inhibitors get broken off of the aggression that we have seen from Super Susu's engagements. Ocean Black, they could have just waited it out. They could have waited for the punishment after they've dealt with the waves. Unfortunately, a preemptive strike has cost them a couple of fingers.
And not aware, not taking into account that nether realm, right? The idea was good, but just if Izanami is nearby, you cannot keep forcing these fights. It's eventually going to cost you. Izanami is going to do the same thing again. Into an AoV from Ivan. Amao finds the backline and Ram is gone. This fight basically done and dusted as Amao is going to freestyle onto Mzui, Super Susu, just man-fighting everyone from HomeBois, but only for a brief moment. Ivan finds a taunt onto Mzui, Izanami shows up, flickers forward, Shadow Stampede, 2-man pull, unstoppable for the Faramith, and HomeBois, despite a slow start, have secured themselves a win angle. MelQT dropped the Zaman Force, and they have a minion wave to work with, and HomeBois will take game number 1.
Oh, attention to detail really is what Obi is lacking here. They actually had a pretty good chance. Like, their composition can actually drag this game out longer than what HomeBois would have been comfortable with, and that's what we were waiting for. Unfortunately, they kept on tunnel visioning of, hey, Super Susu, make an engagement, we try to blow them up. Saved every single time by the Netherrealm. Something had to change there.
Yeah, something really had to change. They had to make adjustments, but they just couldn't find the right openings to do so, right? Maybe they felt like it worked, we've done it before, let's keep doing it again. The repetition can only take them so far. I was starting to see some glimpses of the OB that almost took out Todak, but faded away pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Ron, he played a strong game. Don't get me wrong. His Beatrix was keeping this team alive and actually securing picks for the team when you saw Diff not be able to commit fully to every single shot of the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, just Amao being a pain in the butt. Every single time Diff unleashes his artillery, Amao shows up and be like, hey, how many shots you got left?
Not enough.
I got 4 blades.
4 blades.
1 for each pop of your ult.
Goodness. I think the worst part about playing Hayabusa is when you start falling behind and you want to go for that split push, it's really difficult to win out against the Ling. Again, everybody has all their cooldowns. Ling's most likely going to get away with it.
Yeah. And Ling is going to be faster than you.
So much faster, right? You quad shadow, it's like, oh no, I'm going to get run down, aren't I?
Yeah. Really rough game. Some good fundamental ideas from Ocean Black, just not able to carry it forward, right? Once that mid-game phase passes, HomeBois were in control.
I think the early game was actually played decently well for OB. I think they had really good ideas of how they wanted to try and get resources out of Izanami, which it ended up forcing Ivan to actually hover around his side of the lane, being like, okay, we can't let you keep losing out your flicker. Who's going to save me when I go too far?
Yeah, and every single time I have to commit AOG, I need someone to back me up. There were a couple of times OB took advantage of that, right? Like for Susu, and Mzui, pretty good job zoning out the backline, but no one was defending their own.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. Let's have a look at the MVP. In our backstage, give it up for our MVP, Izanami, the savior, and more importantly, just making sure that everybody has a much better KDA with the help of that Netherrealm. His Faramis continues to live on. So aggressive. Has Flicker? Don't worry. I'm a Shadow Stampede somebody back to us.
Such a great hero to play. You go down, hey, he's back in 3 seconds.
Yep.
like he never left. Comes running back in with your policy. He's like, hey, this is we can withdraw 20,000.
Hey, you owe me money. You owe me money, good sir.
Pay up.
Pay up. 5, 1, and 8. 644 GPM. Once he got, as soon as he got 3 items, especially with that lightning truncheon, I think that at this point every other item is a bonus. I'm pretty sure that he could have gotten the Winter Crown just for funsies.
You could go fleeting time, you know.
He could go actually, he probably could have gone fleeting time if he wanted to. He might have thought about it. To be fair, he was our MVP, and more importantly, his KDA also goes to show that it's not like he's really abusing that passive as much.
Yeah, he didn't really need it, right? The one time they died was at the turtle fight, and then the rest was history. He got a triple kill a few minutes after that. His lightning truncheon. No one could touch him.
Yep. Let's have a look at the items. I'm curious to see how far Obi actually got in the progression, because we did see that that HomeBois was taking advantage off of the 3rd item power spike from a lot of their carries. Well, in Amal's case, his 4th item power spike. Even so, once Mel QT was in a position to get his 4th item as well, it was really difficult for Ocean Black to actually survive up until the next Lord. They probably would have had to sacrifice one more Lord. If not, Ocean Black just has to play for those picks. That's what their comp wants to do. I think the Ling has really shut out the possibilities of looking for those side lane split pushes, but more importantly, Ocean Black needs to ensure, if they want to have a level of polish, or at the very least, a playable composition, it's attention to details, right? They can't just be mindlessly popping their ults at the same time. Put a delay between each one, focus more on positioning than it is about the raw execution, because it's clear that they can execute.
Yeah, and at some point, they also need to understand that someone has to start sacrificing their damage output, right? Get the nether realm out of the way. And at one point, I feel like maybe Shav will be the one that does the job, right? You use the shadow kill, or become the cleanup crew. In this case, he did end the game with 0 kills, but it's definitely not on him. It's so hard to take out anyone from HomeBois.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I think there probably was an argument for Shav to try and catch Izanami alone. Again, it's not like their game plan was wrong. It's just when it comes down to the team fights is where Ocean Black needed to actually adapt after getting a couple of kills back to even out the score coming into the 6th minute of the game. Looking in terms of the raw damage, Ran doing a very good job. 46,000, actually out-damaging Mel QT in this game. And then we cut back down to Shav. Again, 33,000 in comparison to the 39,000. Still not too bad.
They're actually keeping up in damage numbers. It's just level of execution. At one point, when HomeBois started hitting their power spike, Ocean Black still was sort of playing as if HomeBois didn't have those items. And I think that it was kind of the tunnel vision that led Ocean Black down this unfortunate rabbit hole. So hopefully, coming into Game 2, they just polish on that a little bit, right?
Yeah.
They have very good ideas. Just need to see them execute it better.
I mean, well, we're looking at the neutral objective as well. The fact that they were able to get 1 turtle, okay, not too bad. The opponent gets 2 turtles, all right, sure. But they are getting a good amount of picks during that time. 2 turrets in the early stages of the game compared to 9. Obviously, HomeBois was looking to completely sweep the map. But even in terms of buffs, it's not like Shav was falling too far behind in terms of farm in comparison to Amal. Obviously, it's Ling, so he's going to be a little bit quicker on the draw after his 2nd item. But up until then, Shav had opportunities.
Yeah, despite going down early, he still kept up with the farm, right? He kept up at least in item progression. Hall of Famous, of course, Amal, his GPM, Sky High, 886, Izanami the carry, Sandbag for Mzui as the high loss, and Best Wingman for Vel.
It's not bad. I think that, again, I'm not too concerned about their overall stats at this point. I think Ocean Black, in terms of what they have to learn in terms of high-level play against an opponent who, to be fair, is 2nd in the league. So you can see that even Izanami is aware, oh, they've done this 2 times in a row. 3rd time, that's on me. If I die, that's on me, team. We need to start adjusting properly. Ivan, come on over. Help me out with this lane a little bit. Make sure that we're covering the left side so that I can lean closer to the right, knowing where the jungle path of Hayabusa is going to be once Amal looks for the initial invade.
Yeah, the adaptation from HomeBois was really apparent, right? They lose a few fights, they immediately adjust to it. And that's how they kind of took games off of HomeBois, Vamos and Todak, right? It's just the raw adaptation that HomeBois brought into the battlefield.
All right, let's see if we can find a couple of examples. This one, that's on Mel. He messed up. He messed up, and it's funny because Diff was like, wait, he's on the edge of that Zaman Force. Let's see if we can punish. The first initial fight here, not too bad, right? Because you can see that the fight was split up. They held out inside of the Tribe Rush, and Ranvei was able to get a lot of value despite losing 4 of their members. However, the process did continue to repeat itself. I think that Mizui had a good idea about initially looking for Izanami. However, he still had his flicker available and then was able to get the temp HP, the Nether Realm, to actually pull through.
Yeah, the one time where they got to kidnap Izanami, Ran was too far away. That Banner's Rage, the timing wasn't on point. I think if they were a bit more in position, they would have blown out Izanami right at the start. Probably won that Lord fight. Again, idea was there. It just needed a bit of polish, right? In that case, just the timing was a bit off.
I think there needs to be just a little bit of trust, right? Because when Super Susu makes a call of I caught somebody, it's already too late, right? You're already in the middle of the Tsunami Slam animation. Ranvei had to throw the Bennett's Rage early on and then the Tsunami Slam to pull them into its direction. Either or, Ocean Black. These are very small things, but the ideas are there, and that's the level of polish which sets the top tier competitors from the middle.
Yeah, we see the theoretical part from Ocean Black. Honestly, pretty impressed with this game one, at least better than a lot of the previous matches that we've seen, right?
I agree, yes.
This version of roster, it's pretty fresh out the oven.
Oh yeah.
We need to see a few more games. They have like HomeBois, I think they have SRG OG left. Not really easy opponents to go up against, but hey, right, if they can show that some of their fundamentals, I think there's some good takeaways.
Very, very good takeaways. And honestly, if you guys are looking to take away a statement piece to kind of finish the rest of your ensemble, maybe you should consider Fairy. Guys, the official Mobile Legends Esports Watch, they've sponsored us since M6, and now as a, well, I want to say international brand, but we've got some locals working in there as well. So go off and support them because it's made in Switzerland. This particular watch here that you see up on your screen is made with genuine dragon leather. Where do they find the dragons? We don't know. Go check out them at Fairy World on TikTok. Follow their page. Check out what else they've got because if I remember correctly, it comes in 3 different colors: green, black, and blue. But they also have a Mia and Jushin jewelry collaboration.
Yes, they do. Yeah, and Jushin. I remember like our championship ring was also like Fairy was a part of it.
Oh yes, they were.
The MPL season 14. Was that a championship?
Yes. Season 14. Season 14. They worked on the ring. They also worked on the ring for M6.
M6, yes.
The M6 one was kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. That had a lot, because we got a little preview of what it could do. You know what? Check them out. Check it out. I'm pretty sure they have it on their TikTok. I don't need to explain further about this. Let's come back into this game because HomeBois so far, again, obviously feeling very confident. And I think that Obi coming in with a rough game plan. I want to see HomeBois start to kind of burst out of that bubble, right? Sure, they can get away with Ling this time round, but can they start playing other things in the Gold Lane? Can they start playing other things in the EXP, right? We've seen Vel have a wide hero pool, but neither have we seen Izanami really stray away from his own. It's been what? Farsa, Faramis, Kimmy.
Valentina.
Yeah. I haven't really seen him play anything else other than that. Whip out a Kagura or something.
Yeah, but it's Izanami, right? It's Izanami we're talking about. He has like this small pool that he sticks with, and he's really good at it.
Put him on a Selena. I want to see them play a Selena.
Has he not played Selena?
I feel like he hasn't. No. Wait. I gotta double check the stats on this one. I'm pretty sure he played it within the first 2 weeks.
Probably like once, like at least once.
Yes.
I would assume at least once.
At least once for sure, right? It's somewhere in the memory banks. I gotta dig it out just a little bit. Overall, OB, again, they shouldn't feel too bad about that loss. Honestly, it really just boiled down to execution and decision making, the timings of their decision making, because in terms of like, oh, when's our next item? Power Spike. When Farsa gets that 3rd item, right?
They were getting some decent reads in the draft as well, right? There were some risky maneuvers, Farsa instantly in the 2nd pick, and then it gets answered by a Ling. Sure, no problem. But in the bans, right, you look at who they're banning. They're banning out Baksa to protect themselves, the Hylos in the XP to match up against the Phobius, and then to support Super Susu's Kalea. Decent ideas, just caught off by a red side Faramis. Let's see if they go onto the red side, because I think if they can do something like that on the red side, then maybe we can say that OB has really been learning slowly.
Yeah, I think that in terms of what they could potentially learn, the drafting side of things is going to be a little bit harder. I think the only thing that they could have done is either make a hard read that the Farmist was going to come out, which again, it's really tough to say when you're on that second phase, especially when your opponent's on the red side. But that Gator was very clear that it was going to be that red 4. So I think that's the only adjustment they possibly could have made. Let's see whether they're going to risk it for the biscuit again, and it looks like they are, as OB is on blue side facing up against HomeBois once again on the red side.
I'll assume the bans are going to almost be the same, except that this time they banned the Kalea, so the chip gets open. HomeBois did ban Fan Eater Pick. Let's see if they would ban it again.
How much do they respect Shop? How much do they respect them? They're like, it's either we give up the chip, based off of their execution, yes, it's a little annoying, but we can out-macro them, right?
Well, I mean, last time HomeBois fought a chip, they just brought AoE. They just brought Fire Mist. they just brought, you know, Edith, Sandbag. Vamos tried 2 games in a row, didn't work.
Did not work. But hey, again, Chip is just one of those heroes that are it's just good. It's just good, and it forces you to think about the map a little bit differently, especially if you're a solo laner, right? If you're a gold laner or if you're an EXP, you're sitting there and you're like, is he trying to cheese me at level 1?
Yeah, level 1.
Show up?
You walk into lane, he shows up from the bush.
Exactly. Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst. It's like, oh, it blows my regenerate like less than a minute into the game. Such a bummer. Such a bummer. Now, chip is open. Fanny is the go-to ban. HomeBois more than comfortable to deal with the chip. Let's see how OB responds.
Drink it, drink it. Okay. Done. Sponsorship quota. we fulfilled our deliverables.
We fulfilled our deliverables. Guaranteed win for OB at this point. They're like, HomeBois, we gotta follow the script, guys.
Yeah, sugar-free, dude.
Sugar-free, they have 0 calories. This guy's looking, he's a real sportsman. What have you guys been doing? Playing video games all day?
I'm more like, why would you ban Kalea on blue side?
Huh?
And they badang?
Is this the answer? I mean, sure, I guess. But will HomeBois... Is HomeBois gonna hold them hostage? They're like, one of us is going to have to pick Chip.
They pick Jusin.
I think Jushin is a very safe pick.
I think we just third pick Jusin, you know, like...
Nah, you know what? No. Take it early. Take it early.
Jusin Hayabusa?
Yeah, Jushin Hayabusa. I mean, you can just like Jushin.
Jusin Chip?
Yeah, the Haya is still a bit of an issue.
I mean, if OB takes Chip, then we know Badang is going XP, and that's super early. Or they just go for the Harriet Phobias again.
Super safe opening. They don't mind it.
Doesn't break, why change it?
Are we not going? Are we going to completely avoid Chip? We're not, right?
They banned Chip game 1 and they realized that, man, maybe we should have banned something else. So, why ban a Kalea? It didn't work. They lost with Kalea and they were like, nah, this is not the right pick.
More so, I think there are more direct answers to the Kalea than the Chip, right? Because again, it's about like how fast can you respond, and Kalea, you kind of see it happening. There's even the animation of you getting pulled similarly to the Divine Judgment from Kaja. So there's like time to actually do something. Chip, however, there's not much time to do something.
You know, they say stop global banning yourself.
Stop global banning yourself. Suyeon as well as Granger. Is this a gentleman's agreement now? We'll find out right here, right now.
We'll find out.
Erpang, are you gonna do the thing? Are you gonna do the thing?
Are you gonna chip now?
Who said there are no shorts?
Ah,
there
yes.
We go. He's not holding his punches. He's like,
look,
right.
2 total picks, 0 win rate. Guess who didn't win with Chip? I'll give you the answer. They don't like HomeBois.
All right, HomeBois logged in the Chip. The second phase now starts coming through. I want to see what OB's plan is, right? A lot of the way you deal with Chip is either A, you have global map presence. B, you have a lot of AoE. C, which is most of the time it's a little unreliable and requires a high level of awareness as well as execution. Just have a disengage mechanic. A lot of it is going to boil down to whether or not you get Gator.
Yeah, Gatot, NetherRealm is a good way, right? You stall out the chip.
Yeah.
AoE, I mean, Tigro is there.
Tigro's also great.
You want a good Tigro, I wouldn't mind.
Get rid
Yeah,
of Loi.
Loi, yeah.
That's the global presence.
They could have went Loi, Chip, you know?
I was thinking that as well.
They're like, we don't want to overthink it, you know?
Which makes you wonder, right? Whether or not Izanami has that in his arsenal. Does he think about it? Does he not have the Emperor's Eye, or is he only like, I'm hands only, bro? I don't want to think too hard about this game.
I think he's just like, yeah, I don't want to think too much. Just give me something normal, like Valentina, you know?
Give me something normal like Valentina. All right, we see the Frendrin get banned out for the side of OB. Now they're looking to pinch on the junglers. Joy, Fanny is gone. I'm
There's-
assuming the Hayabusa is going to get banned here.
I feel like did they open Hayabusa? Probably.
I wouldn't suggest it. What would you rather deal with? Would you rather deal with the Hayabusa or would you rather deal with the Hanzo? Either or, your backline is kind of shafted. Ooh, a glue ban here. Nicely done by Earthbomb.
Would you rather deal with? I feel like Hanzo is probably slightly easier to deal with.
Right? You know, it's not the worst. It's not that great, but eventually it will come to a point where your backline doesn't have fun.
It's like, how hard can I win early? I think that's the question they need to ask themselves. They ban Baxia again.
What? Why?
At least if they want Gatot, their HomeBois can't pick it, right? They've already had Chip and Phoveus.
Why? But they already have it supported as well as EXP. What are you talking about?
Wait,
Jushin gets...
are they worried about what? What? But Baxia jungle?
Oh, dude, that's so weird. Why?
MPL ID did it once, and they're like, eh.
I mean, sure, you're up against a Suyo.
Was it by
but, like,
Susujin?
Yes.
Right. Was it Susujin or Kyrie? I don't remember. Not Kyrie. Definitely not Kyrie.
Kyrie played Lance.
I know he
Got
came out like
dunked on.
once.
He got dunked on with Lance.
Koshi thought too far.
No. You can't blame Koji M for everything. He's VP.
Because you blame Adi.
Either way, we're in too deep with this. In too deep. Let's see how Obi is going to fix her entire composition. Okay, Franco. Sure.
Well, that's a lot of single target damage. Oh, what? Why?
You're like, we don't have global presence, but we will open the map.
But why?
We will know where this chip is coming from before he TPs in.
Hey, at least Rota DD has plenty of confidence. He's like, guys, you got this. Diff, there's no way they catch you.
I don't think, dude, they don't have enough damage to get through though. Like, at all.
I don't know how they... So you have, I mean, okay, Badang, decent AoE. But this Franco? Who are you ever gonna catch the Harry?
Look, you're trying to instigate.
All right.
I mean, the link pick is kind of like whatever at this point, you know? Like, it could have been Hayabusa, it could have been literally anything. Novaria is going to try and have a good time, but like every single one of these misses is going to hurt so much. I think that at least for Obi, they're like, okay, guys, early game is where we had a pretty decent advantage. If we add some chaos still into the mix, right? You're trying to order a Maggi goreng, you know, some fried Maggi, and they're like, okay, usually you put that curry powder in, usually you either put that Indonesian spicing, they're like, nah, we're gonna be putting in some chicken powder in there. We're gonna put some tom yum in that.
You know, like the soup, the Maggi curry soup?
Yeah.
Instead of putting water, you fry it.
You fry, yeah, you dry fry the technically already fried.
It tastes nice though. I've tried it.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Don't get me wrong. But I think this is a little much, especially when you're already struggling on the execution side of things. Let's jump into this game and find out, right? I could be entirely wrong. Super Susu could be an absolute monster.
Is he Matt Dins?
Is he
hard?
Yeah, we're bringing out the references on this one.
But this is like the benchmark.
He's the benchmark. Oh man, we need to see him do the Nova X Kobar.
Hey, Rota looks at Super Susu and he's like, listen, all it takes is one.
What are you doing?
You just lost the lane. Oh my god.
Wait, did he buy the boots late? No, he can't have lost the minion off of that, right?
He bought the. Yes, he started with the boots. Wait,
He started with the boots, right? He started with the boots.
Okay.
How did he miss out the minion? What do you mean? What do you mean? Did Izanami pull him away right at when the minion was about to die and he just happened to be out of range?
Hey, Franco, 0 lane priority. And what do you do against Juicing Chim? Nothing.
You just pray.
The fact that, so like at level 1 right now, Juicing can only lift you once if you play correctly. He got lifted twice. That's already not a good start.
Which begs the question, how did that happen? Did Ivan, like, it's not like he flickered on him or anything.
He walked out too far, I think.
Yeah, maybe he walked up too far. Right now, as we see Badang getting pummeled by Vel. Yes, freeze the lane right in front of your tower. Perfect. That's exactly what you want to do, especially in a lane-dominant matchup like this. Because Badang only starts getting good once he starts to get his items. So far, Ivan, very bold, because now Emal getting into the fight.
That was a blaze, shove, laser shot to safety, and the victim is gonna be Super Susu. First blood for Izanami.
Dude, I wasn't even expecting a fight like that to break out. I thought like at some point they have to call this off, right? I'm like, what are you expecting here?
We need a counter. How many skill shots does Ocean Black not hit or hit collectively, right? Brand has skill shots, Super Susu has skill shots, Div has skill shots, Shaft has skill shots.
Oh,
hey,
no.
you hit your shots, you win.
You hit your shots, you win.
Oh, they hit that one.
Yes!
No bloody hunt though.
Worth it, worth it. You're trading Flicker for Flicker, especially when you're up against Vel. Vel can't just like force himself onto Div.
Oh, thanks for the leash. Saves that retribution.
Oh, okay, all right. I think that in Ocean Black's position, it's okay. It's not the biggest deal.
Can you punish Vel? Okay, he's slow.
Okay.
All right, that's
Yes!
the kill. Very good punish. Here comes the shortcut. Ivan opens the portal. Good extra echo. And a pushback from Mzui. So no one's going to come through there.
Oh, that was close. Amal comes in and is like, all right, quick steal, and then I might be able to...
Oh, Val is back.
Beautiful, beautiful. Just a quick recall. It was not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it. HomeBois still holding on to the lead, but I think that Ocean Black... All right, every single one of these wins actually matter. These interactions against the HomeBois, because they're playing a composition that doesn't really want to interact the HomeBois unless they hit a hook.
Yeah. Then, well, good thing that they have. They clear ways pretty fast. Dirty Hunt. They need
Blow 'em up.
damage.
Blow 'em
Whoa.
up. That's what I'm talking about. You know, this is the fried curry powder you're adding to your fried Maggie, man.
It works.
Maybe maybe it works. Let's see. If Ocean Black can achieve a 5K gold lead against the HomeBois, I'll be generous. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. You know, because usually you would expect the 4 to 5K leads start to happen around the 6 minutes to really make the HomeBois sweat. But if we can put it at the 8-minute mark, HomeBois are not like sweating profusely, but they're like, okay, we have to adjust. If not, we're just gonna die.
So from this point onwards, they need to get 1,000 goal advantage per minute.
Yes.
Starts now, and they're lagging behind 1,000.
It's okay. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Just wait for the big hooks. We just need to wait for the big hooks coming in from Super Susu. And it's not like HomeBois are taking like a whole bunch of Purifies. Only Mel QT has taken Purify. Ivan has no Purify. He needs to take Flicker, so too bad for him. Izanami, also punishable. Mel, also punishable.
Yeah. Amao is the only one that is very far ahead. Oh, I think 1.5 levels ahead of Shaft. Every single lane is essentially dead lane, right? They can't push.
Yeah, they can't push at all.
No one can push.
Oh, wait, hold on. Does Mel QT have a freeze on Ron? No, he doesn't have a freeze. He can technically set it up now, but he doesn't want to, right? He wants to hard push this and start getting involved.
Yeah, the wave died.
It's totally fine. Because again, these neutral objectives technically don't really mean anything to Ocean Black. They want just pickoffs.
Whoa, first item lightning function. Full damage. Ivan flickers in, brings in a shortcut. They get the turtle for themselves. Shove. Blaze saved by Amao. Chases him down. The bloody hand not out just yet. Super Susu couldn't get the control. And he ends up going down. Run flickers too late. Triple kill for Mel QT.
They didn't even want to go for the split push route. Rand's lane is basically done for at this point. Super Susu, he was close, but not close enough to land the bloody hunt. Loses out on the purple buff as well. Not that big of a deal for Suyo, but man, Amal, he's too big right now. These neutral objectives are like impossible to contest.
Super Susu was just running around like a headless chicken. He's like, I need to grab Amal, but he just couldn't find him.
It's like, where'd he go? Wait, he disappeared, and then he showed up, and then he took the turtle, and then he killed my backline.
And then he flies.
And then he flies. This guy, there's no stopping him. There's no stopping him right now. Ocean Black at this point need to be proactive on the map. If Ivan is going to continuously be in the face of Ocean Black, and especially in front of Super Susu, that's who you look to punish. But right now,
that's what they need. They need to kill him straight. Yes.
Perfect chain CC. That's what we want to see. Keep it clean. Keep it simple.
Better get glowing one next div. I swear. Oh, he's going for a talisman. Oh boy, that glowing one is going to be so late.
Wait, let's just look at the comp. So Mel QT creates shields. Bell creates shields.
Izanami braced my... Ama's gonna have life steal with
yeah, when he gets a Haas Claw. Okay, he eventually needs to get it. At some point.
Okay, I think he's going for glowing one. Thank God.
Okay. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Because Div, it's all about landing these shots. You may not have as many shots until you get the talisman. But until then, at least you'll hurt.
Yeah. Also, Astral Spear, if it channels fully and it drops on you, max HP damage.
Yes.
It actually hurts tanks.
It really melts targets. At this point, 6 more seconds until we see the next turtle. At this point, we also see a lane swap between the gold laners. Exactly what Ocean Black wants to play for. Do they still have enough to... No. Roundwayne is nowhere close to scaling strong enough to go for a one-shot just yet.
Oh, Super Suzu, I thought he would go for pull yourself together, but he didn't. So that flicker is going to be at a constant 2-minute cooldown. You could reduce it to 1.5 minutes.
Could have.
Yeah. This is not an easy contest. Both junglers are at the same level. Whoa, Winter Crown. I think it's a good idea, right? You can't cancel the Bloody Hunt. But that means they need to be even more proactive. Ivan from the back, flickers forward, couldn't find the drop. But Izanami can though. Ran will be forced to flicker away. They still manage to drag him back into the jaws of Amao, who gets the skill again. Mzui trying to hold HomeBois back. The hook. Amao is dragged back, but no Bloody Hunt. Amao now gets a free kill. Melq team, mega kill.
Where did Mizui go? What was he... I mean, they got Izanami at the very least, don't get me wrong, but they still miss out the mid-tier one. They still lose out the neutral objective. Wasn't Mizui... I think they need to keep Ivan in check. Ivan and especially Vel, right? You're less concerned about the backline because Melq has pretty short range and will have to get involved at some point. Ocean Black need to be really quick. Guerrilla warfare, right? Go in, find that initial pick, walk away. They need to kite in the same direction. Oh!
Grab Vel, but they don't have the damage. Ran is still pretty far away. Vel, in fact, goes in the wall in the wrong direction, so Vel walks out.
Okay, that's still fine. A 5.1k lead for the side of the HomeBois. This is exactly how they want to play the game. If they're going to fight, make it a team fight.
And the backline of Ocean Black got caught by Izanami. So that was pretty unfortunate. It's crazy if he Crimson Beacons and his Lantern Flare, you're right in the center of his Lantern Flare, your Rondo doesn't get you far enough.
Oh yeah. Just wow.
Whoa. Flicker from Vel. They get on top, run again. He's gonna disappear right now. Amao gets the kill, Shaft disappears, and Melq will just clean up the rest. They find a kill in the Vel, sure, but it's a small price to pay for HomeBois.
What is the position that they're looking for right now? Ocean Black. After game number 1, oh, and even the auto attack triple for Melq. That's a holy crystal. 8 minutes 51 seconds into this game. HomeBois gonna be closing it out on this next Lord. I think that Ocean Black, this game is very different from game number 1, right? The initial mistake really just boils down to how do we execute with this comp. They've got the right ideas of looking for initial picks, but they're not. It shows how inflexible they are depending on their targets. Previously, it's like, okay, we gotta find Ivan. Don't find Ivan anymore. All right, who do we go for? I guess we go for Vel, right? I guess we gotta make sure that we stop Amal's Bladed Tempest. I think that Ocean Black needs to calm it down. If they're going for front lines, just stick to the front lines. It's totally fine if the opponents look for the initial engage afterwards, but if you're going for neutral objectives, then Ivan becomes more of a priority than Vel. If not, you're back on the split push.
On top of that, it's also the level of execution. This draft is so much harder to pull off. It's already hard to pull off when you are on a neutral state, but even more so when they are behind. 8.4k deficit for Lord marching down mid. HomeBois immortality for Ivan, so he's no longer a viable target anymore. This Winter Crown first purchase has not paid off.
It really hasn't paid off, and so far with the purple buff being stolen away, HomeBois will be walking, having some synced waves. Ooh, actually a delayed one. Gonna get rid of the blessing to get the inhibitors.
Should be able to do it with this and engage onto Mzui, a snappy one. So they force out resources from HomeBois, dealt with the Lord. They just need to deal with the oncoming waves on the bottom side, which is pretty darn big. And now Izanami finds the engage. And for Flicker, Dark Wave from Vel. HomeBois pulled the trigger too fast, and Ocean Black had no time to respond. HomeBois now will just go for the cleanup. Melq finds his ninth kill of the game, and HomeBois have essentially secured the series.
Yep, decisive play from the side of the HomeBois. Thought that they could do anything that they want to because the Salmon Force was currently on cooldown, but Vel, great Dark Wave here, catching all 4 of those members. It's about distraction, right? Izanami goes in for saying, hey, look at me, Crimson Beacon. Next thing you know, you're already knocked up in the air. It's over.
Perfect level of execution from HomeBois against a draft from Ocean Black that just felt way too complicated for what they want to accomplish. The attempt was there. They've shown some good theories, but this is just not the stage to pull it off.
No.
Not at this level.
Yeah, not at this level. I think if they wanted to refine the strategy, they have to be ultra aggressive. Even when you're on the losing end, as soon as you have that bloody hunt ready to go, you have to find something on the map. If not, you are just wasting time, and more importantly so, your comp doesn't scale as hard in comparison to what HomeBois had on the table.
Yeah, they had a comp that can fight at the drop of a dime, right? Astro Echo into a fight. Never really got that rolling. But overall, this is what we expected. Good fight from Ocean Black. We're gonna throw it to Rose.
Let's throw it to Rose! Rose! How's the HomeBois?
Dua pebalas 0-3 mata penuh yang sangat-sangat mudah untuk pasukan HomeBois. Masih lagi tengah kejar upper brackets untuk playoffs kali ini and masih lagi ada harapan. So sekarang, Rose bersama dengan Ivan dan juga Izanami. Hello boys, how are you guys doing? Baik ke?
Baik.
Baik. Okay, mungkin kita boleh throwback sikit kepada semalam dulu. Okay, now we know that goal mereka adalah untuk mendapatkan upper bracket untuk playoffs kali ini. Tapi selepas kekalahan semalam and kemenangan hari ini, dia ada lagi peluang but other teams boleh cut the queue lah kan? Ada MV dan juga Aero. In your opinion, orang lain boleh tak nak dapat nombor 2 regular season tu daripada HomeBois?
Aku rasa ya semoga kita lah rezekinya yang dapat upper bracket.
Okay, between Monster Vicious dan juga Aero Esports, dua-dua tengah kejar upper bracket. Siapa yang you rasa boleh challenge HomeBois punya slot?
Aku rasa...
Ke tak ada?
Mungkin MV.
Monster Vicious.
MV mas can lah.
Which is kind of true because MV masih lagi ada 3 perlawanan. Okay, now since you said MV and HomeBois punya last match of the season lawan MV, you rasa perlawanan tu akan jadi mudah ke? Susah. Kalau susah maksud tu 2-1. Kalau susah sangat, kalah.
Aku rasa karena aku tak tahu mereka untuk line up yang baru, contoh ada Roundel kan, kayak new inilah dari mid. Aku rasa pasti matchnya seru sih, cuma aku tak expect apa-apa. Aku tak tahu either kita win 2-0 or 2-1, I don't know. But aku rasa bakal interesting lah matchnya lawan MV.
You rasa confident tak dengan tim sendiri?
Confident.
So, you mentioned Roundel. You nak jumpa Roundel?
Ya.
Izanami, dia nak jumpa Roundel. Macam mana tu? You rasa akan jadi interesting ke? You boleh menang lane lawan Roundel?
Kalau bagi saya, menang lane tu saya tak pasti lah. Sebab game ni pun 5 versus 5 kan. So menang lane atau tak tu tak penting sangat lah. Sebab ya kalau menang lane pun game kalah sama aja kan.
Tak guna juga.
Ya.
Kita play safe hari ni. Now, pada semalam, Rose dengar mic check mana for your mic check up against Selangor Red Giants, actually HomeBois tenang. Super duper tenang, super duper chill. Maybe you can share with us macam mana mentality korang selepas kalah after 5 weeks berturut-turut menang. Korang okay ke semalam?
Kalau pendapat saya, match semalam kami semua tenang. Tapi saya tak pasti sangat lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain. Kalau macam bagi saya sendiri, saya tenang sebab semua match MPL season ni saya tak expect apa-apa. Dia just tiba-tiba menang je. So, kalau kalah pun apa boleh buat lah.
Okay. And semalam I dengar mic check pun Mel Cutie cakap terlalu gegasi, cok. So, adakah itu satu, perlawanan dengan result yang actually korang expect? Ataupun it's, whatever happens.
Untuk match semalam menentang SRG, sejujurnya kami expect yang at least kami bagi saingan lah. Tapi malangnya kami dibantai kan. Ya. So sebab itulah Mel mungkin cakap terlalu gegasi. Ya.
Tapi I really like the mentality that you guys have this season. Nampaknya selepas kalah tu, korang nampak stable lagi. Emotion semua, it was okay. It was, you guys accepted the defeat with grace. And I think ini adalah satu mindset yang kita perlu ada untuk kalau kita nak pergi jauh dalam playoffs. Betul. So, good job guys. I really, really like that. So guys, untuk perlawanan ini, siapakah player yang paling shine? So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Siapa? Oh. Izanami, the Prince of Mage. Okay, now, tadi dia cakap in his opinion, it's gonna be a roundel that's giving you guys a good match for the side of MV. Tapi korang dah secure playoffs. Team lain tak secure lagi. Kalau you nak, bolehlah bagi match yang paling seru di mid lane. Kalau bila team lain dah layak, siapakah yang akan bagi you match up yang seru? Playoffs.
Di playoff, bagi saya mungkin siapa ya? Mungkin Roundel loh, sebab dia pun saya tengok gameplay dia pun gameplay yang jenis suka ke depan-depan lah. So aggressive lah ya. So mungkin best lah lawan dia.
Okay, dekat playoffs.
Yeah.
Now, one last question. Bila orang tanya korang pasal kekalahan semalam, satu benda je Izanami selalu cakap. Oh, kita dapat belajar something, dapat belajar ni. Sebenarnya apa yang korang belajar? Like, share with us. Is it pasal winning mentality SRG ke, playstyle dorang ke, strat dorang ke, tiba-tiba Link juga keluar hari ni? Maybe you guys can share with us?
Saya rasa soalan ni mungkin sesuai bagi dekat Ivan. Sebab dia captain.
Boleh, Captain? Apa yang you guys belajar daripada Selangor Red Giants? Because korang selalu cakap, oh kita kalah, kita belajar something, belajar ni, belajar tu. Tapi orang nak tahu, korang belajar apa?
Kalau dari aku mungkin after match lawan SRG itu mungkin kita inilah kayak gue lebih tahu banyak lah tentang tim gue maupun dari gue pun juga kita masih banyak job desk yang agak agak miss sedikit, cuma lumayan berpengaruh lah, efek sangat lah.
And I think one thing that kita boleh nampak daripada semalam is that, you know, SRG's winning mentality is kind of rubbing off on you guys, you know. You guys accepted, kalah, tapi kita akan cuba yang lebih baik di playoffs. Betul? Okay, so I think we learned quite a few things pasal perlawanan semalam. And you know what? I hope your matchup against Monster Vicious akan jadi seru macam Ivan kata, ya?
Yeah.
Alright, is there anything yang nak cakap kepada fans yang datang?
Untuk fans HomeBois, Flame Boys, thank you udah datang. Tetap support kita, tetap percaya kita ya guys. Sama doakan yang terbaik lah.
Alright, terima kasih Ivan dan juga Izanami. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's join back to the casters to break down what happened in this clean sweep match. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. That's our MVP of the game, Izanami from the HomeBois. Game 1 coming up with a near-perfect record. Same goes for game number 2, but mistakes are always going to be made, especially when HomeBois have to deal with the chaotic Ocean Black.
Overall, still able to control the situation when push comes to shove, and just superior execution. Right? Superior execution and fundamentals, no way around it. They outclass Ocean Black at every single turn.
It's tough, but hey, it's a tough lesson that Ocean Black needs to learn. HomeBois are very happy with the position they're in, with a 2-0 victory that's going to set them apart and at least put them at a comfortable second place. A huge gap that a lot of teams will not be able to catch up to.
Yeah, the only team that could challenge them right now, I think, is Monster Vicious, but Monster Vicious still has games to play before they even get to HomeBois. So overall, HomeBois might have just secured themselves the upper bracket, and not only the bye, but also to dodge SRG OG before Phase 2, which in of itself is already a blessing.
It's a huge blessing. Either way, it's really difficult to see Ocean Black have to struggle against HomeBois of this caliber. They're really well connected with each other. A lot more flexible than the previous iterations of the HomeBois. Let's look at their items, right? Because again, I don't think it's going to be comparable this time around. Another 10-minute game, 10-minute 54-second game actually from the side of the HomeBois. A lot of it just comes down to Ocean Black not taking full advantage of the first 6 minutes of the game. We saw the initial picks coming out from Super Susu. He was landing them. First item, Winter Crown. All right. After seeing how many times he's been cancelled out of his bloody hunt, either from Izanami, either from Amal, either from Bell, even from Ivan, there's just a lot of disruption happening.
Yeah, that and also diff. First item, Lightning Truncheon. We kind of see the Hunter Strike from Suyo and Granger into a Sky Piercer. The idea is there, right? Play fast, get ahead as fast as possible, but they just couldn't pull it off. When HomeBois started getting their items, those team fight went completely lopsided in favor of the HomeBois, and it nullifies whatever aggressive item purchases that Ocean Black has.
Yeah, I think that Ocean Black really, again, when you are playing a composition of this sort that wants to snowball, yes, it's nice to have neutral objectives, but you don't always have to take them, right? We've seen HomeBois time and time again having 5 of their members ready to go from first turtle. This is even an argument that even MelQT is like, okay, I've kind of cleared up my wave. This fight's taking a while. I'm going to go mid to double wave. If there happens to be a couple of extra kills there, I'll take it.
Yeah, he just starts walking and he joins in the fight, right? A lot of early fights you will see MelQT in it, especially when he's on the Harif. That's sort of what happened as well when in I think the earlier parts of the season when he gets Harif and he joins like 5-6 minute fights.
Yeah, honestly, some people wouldn't even want to do so. But hey, man, MelQT, he's just all right. He's just okay. He's okay with it. He's okay with everything.
He's okay. He's just a normal guy, right? Nothing special about him.
Nothing special. Biasa Ja, they like to call him here in MY. I wonder how long this moniker is going to last for him, right? It'd be so funny he does well in EWC. Oh, that'd be great.
He does well, and then he's still normal.
He's like, oh, this is our FMVP, the ordinary, the average marksman.
The average Joe MelQT.
Average Joe MelQT.
He's never going to live that down.
He's never going to live that down, but he's also going to, honestly, knowing MelQT and his character, he's probably going to be pretty chill about it. He's like, that's actually hilarious. I love that.
Thank you, Feeks. And then we have another internet meltdown. It's a full cycle.
Hey, that's why Feeks is going to still be on the top of the leaderboards.
That's why. It's not me.
It's not
but
me.
thank you.
So far, Ocean Black, a lot to learn, unfortunately. So what actually coming out with the most, second most amount of damage next to Diff. Again, that Lightning Truncheon doing a lot of favors for him in the earlier stages of the game, but Ron could not play this game at all. He kept getting flickered on.
This game is a very rough game for Ron. Like earlier on, did well in lane, but once those 5v5 started, man cannot do anything. He gets dove on by Amal, gets the lantern on top of him. Val was looking for him the whole time. His flicker felt like it meant nothing.
Yeah, it's really, really tough to play the game. And I don't think it would have changed even if he had the Purify. Just more opportunities to get traded out in battle spells. Now, as we look at the Hall of Famers here, it's going to be Rich Guy as well as the carry for Amal. These are one as Sandbag and Ivan as our wingman. Looking at the highlights here, this is where, again, this very first interaction, just a pretty big mistake for the side of Ocean Black. As much as you want to be like, oh, I want to trade against my opponent. Phoveus is level 3. This should be possible. You don't want prolonged fights, especially with the Ling. It's like, you have to imagine there's a Fanny on the map, right? No matter where you are, you're probably not safe.
That and with the Zusin, right? Just waiting for the perfect moment. Once Suyo runs out of his combo, his skill goes on cooldown, he essentially loses majority of his damage, and this is where things start to get really bad for Ocean Black. Ron not being able to dish out any damage at all. There is no safe distance. The only saving grace is Div getting a couple of snipes, but even then he was traded out.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not much you can do without a huge snowball. This composition is really difficult to pull off if you're not like heavily proactive on the map, basically hitting every single skill shot. Because when we talk about lack of damage, we're talking about the lack of DPS over a span of 30 seconds or let's say 20 seconds within the fight. There's just not enough sustain, and also not enough just raw damage for the side of Ocean Black to make it work, because Ranvain unfortunately did not have as good of a game in game number 2 compared to game number 1 on that Beatrix.
So congratulations to HomeBois, another 2-0. That's gonna again solidify, almost 100% solidify their position as the second seed of the regular season, just like what a lot of us expected from the beginning. But for Ocean Black, I think this confirms that they are not gonna get out of 10th place. Most likely, they're not going to get out 10th place, yeah.
Most likely. Either way, HomeBois needs one more win to secure the upper bracket slot. I mean, the odds really depend on how the MV match later down the line is going to be. But I'm just happy to see maybe HomeBois between MV. That could be something that people can get excited for.
Yeah, like we've seen, maybe it'll be closer than what we saw between them and SRG OG.
Hey, who knows? They both have sucker punches, and they're just like, who's going to go for it first?
Hey, Haru Sora also wants some revenge, you know?
That's true. That's true. They do want some revenge. Overall, congratulations to HomeBois for that 2-0 victory. Let's go and jump into the mic check to see what the comms were like for the champions of this game. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action. Till then, this is the mic check.
Ya. Lihat kesioning guys. Paksanya guys, teman-temannya.
Kau aman, Amel?
Aman. Taman. Ayo ulti, ayo ulti.
Nih, Patrick guys.
Ayo ulti ya.
Rata tuh sama Emal. Safek. Nah.
Saya back up.
Start lah. Tak ada trio.
Ada ya.
Ir yang Safek guys. Gak ada. Haya gak ada. Fight lu. Tuh Haya di belakang guys. Di gua.
Patrick gak nge-damage.
Udah ulti ya.
Parja di gua.
Si Haya dulu kah?
Ada ulti. Tarik.
Ya, guys.
Aman. Nice.
Ayo.
Nice, bro.
Aku boleh teruskan.
Rata nih. Rata.
Kabar malah ada Haya malah. Masih ada situ malah Haya malah.
Depan dulu.
Bloknya Haya yuk.
Depan dulu.
Lihat nih gua pegang belakangnya.
Nice. Dah aja.
Oh, ini enggak Elos enggak?
Oke, ya, Van.
Kata nih.
Bisain ya.
Bisa.
Yang ada aja ya.
Nice. Ini Varsnya kalau ulti.
Dah.
Saya sih.
Udah NG. Nice.
Ulti ya. It's okay guys. We can fight this.
Ya, fight.
Tengok daling.
Aku lu.
Low. Ling low guys.
Ya nak boleh lagi ya?
Simi.
Boleh lagi ya? Tak boleh.
Tak boleh.
Dia tutup damage dia kita.
Aku tutup bawah base kan.
Ya, tak. Ayo. Nice.
Aku tak ada ulti dok.
Boleh lagi ke guys?
Ulti kau berapa second?
Tak ada ulti dok. 10.
Oh, tak boleh dok.
Lu maju tak?
Tak boleh dari skill aku. Udah mau low guys.
Ayo guys, perangin guys.
Ayo, maju nih. Gua maju nih. Jom, aku datang kak. Bisa taruhnya? Malah. Nice.
Mana nih, suyo.
Oke. Dia gigit aku. Kabar rata dia.
Nanti guys.
Badang.
Tuh anjing mati cok. Ayo. Keren.
Aduh, aku tuh beli kasut sih.
Gas.
Granger mal.
Aku turun dulu.
Nice.
Udah enak.
Nen.
Ini seorang bawain apa ya?
Respect Enzo. Oh, wave dulu ya, jangan lupa wave atas guys, bisa N guys, wave atas guys. Pakai wave atas aja guys, N guys.
Talen.
N.
Tak boleh.
Last one.
Nice.
Nice try.
NT.
Oh, ya.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Fight
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
は俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Team Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Team Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada Pabz Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trofi baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
HomeBois tries to catch up to the target. Zorn not able to find the toss, but Move will with the knockout. Gets terrified, crowd controls. Move will go down AOG. Uses the Winter Truncheon, Winter Crown very early, gets taunted out. That was supposed to be safe for SkyZ, but he doesn't have the option. And now Nesfresco goes in.
SkyZ, dealt damage, though everyone else dealt damage, but Siska, man.
Yeah, the punish Zorn. Winter Crown, delay it. Menace raised. Blows up Keeman. SkyZ gotta make it fast. Storm is gonna sacrifice his life. Rossi back in the base. Storm will buy time with the Winter Crown. Lord over the DXO. Storm will eventually go down. Iden Storm into Immortality just to delay his death. The Eternal God blocks the shot as Storm gets away, and they will find Zorn. Under control. EV, he's gone. Right, Winter Crown even used EV guaranteed death. Ivan, Winter Crown again, bakes out the aggro from Team Rain. But MV have successfely defended the base.
Roundel
still once more, but he has to be very careful.
Oh!
Crown fade, Zidane, spin it into a rough spot. Shadows for the Red Giants, 2-0 over Toda.
All right, everyone's gonna freeze. 1, 2, 3, freeze! Yeah. Now everyone follow the timing. I like that I call 1, 2, 3.
Ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur? Masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan Pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Team Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Team Mas.
きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada Pabz Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
は俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Aku hembus kata rematch. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
hembus kata si match. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rafamuda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome everybody from watching around the world or on your TVs or locally here. It's MPL MY Season 15. My name is Gideon, this is Husky. We're going to be your casters for our upcoming second best of 3 before we end up concluding day number 3 of week number 5. It is an important game. Vamos versus JP Niners. The odds are not really against them, but at the very least, it's going to predetermine whether or not they make it into the playoffs.
One of them is trying to fight against the relegation current, and one of them is just trying to stay in the running for playoffs. And honestly, at the start of the season, I don't think anyone would have expected this stake to be a possibility for Vamos to have a chance of not making top 6.
I mean, the middle of the pack is extremely tight when it comes down to points. A lot of teams are either tied up or maybe 1 or 2 points off from actually overtaking their opponents. However, JP Niners, a lot of promise, a lot of hope with this new revamp of a roster, yet it has not found success. With the addition of our savior Max to try and bring them back from, well, at least not from relegation, maybe even qualify for playoffs. Who knows, right? They gotta roll the dice on this one. It really depends who wins. If Vamos is able to get a 2-0 victory, it slims down the chances of Todak actually making it to the playoffs while putting themselves in a position where they say goodbye to JP Niners and might even secure a spot themselves.
Yeah, JP Niners needs a perfect game. Only 2-0s are allowed.
There is no in-between, unfortunately. There's no leeway for that, but it doesn't mean that it's over if they get a 2-1. It's just not perfect. It's just not 100% like the 100% protection you get from Head and Shoulders. Dandruff-free plus itch protection, dermatologically tested, and it goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. So get yours now, and hey, guys, keep in mind, we got to go Head and Shoulders and beyond in this game. 2-0 is the only way that this team can move forward.
Yeah, and for Vamos, a win is all they need. Chances, again, we talk about there's a possibility if we get a 3-way tie between Vamos, DXS, and Todak, and they don't want that to happen, right? This could end up to be Vamos most underwhelming season. It currently already is. You know, they've talked about their struggles ever since losing to SRG OG. Haven't been able to recover it. Going full series against teams like Team Ray, against DXS, which most fans would have expected a 2-0 from the beginning. So against JP9ers, they need to get a 2-0 to restore that faith.
I mean, a lot of high expectations was put on Vamos, especially after last year's performance, right? Coming into MSC, trying to qualify for those spots, and not even to forgetting about M5, M6. They tried constantly. These players have had international experience, but not enough to go the full distance. The fight for survival, playoff spots, or next season slot. It's one or the other.
Yeah, I think for Niners, they've been in this spot before. Last season, they were on the brink, and then boom, with a snap of a finger, magic happened. They made playoffs only to get completely crushed by Red Esports in a very, very shocking fashion. But now, it's all about if Max can save them again.
It's put onto his shoulders, I'm not going to lie. It's not going to be easy, but let's have a look at Vamos here because, again, they have been struggling generally. I mean, their losses have been pretty devastating.
Yeah, I think this is one of the tougher losses that I think Vamos had to go through, right? You can say the same for the Niners, where they came into this entire league. We had good expectations, reunion between Pabz and antagonists, you know, Lolial, Zidane. We finally get to see him on the main stage in the main 5. They have not been able to deliver, right? Like we were expecting a lot of brilliant drafting for Pabz and antagonists. That didn't really work out in game as well. A lot of disconnection, even though there were so many veterans like Warlord, Loliao. Mao was playing at the first leg of the league. None of it fell into place.
Yeah, no, it really didn't. I think overall, we were just hoping that at least for, in Zidane's perspective, it is a lot of stage fright for him. I think he's an extremely young player, and I think JP9ers took a risk, unfortunately unable to really capitalize on the benefits of having a young gun. That's why they're bringing in some of the other veterans and the Savior Max once again to try and kind of bring it all together. I'm not going to lie, there is an argument that Hazelnut definitely has kind of bolstered the roster on top of it now that Mal is out. It's not only just about vision, but the raw execution level we've seen from him. It allows players like Sabat and even Loliels to kind of make these team fights more manageable.
And today is going to be a true test because Sabat, he has been with the Vamos boys before. They have won Season 12 before, but this meta feels very uncomfortable for him, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't really been able to kind of show that Season 12 prime form.
Well, here's the thing. On the opposite end, Vamos, this is where it gets a little interesting because Smooth has been in that exact same position when the meta moves away from him, but since the loss against SRG and the following 2-1 score against Team Ray, the team's confidence dropped. Even though we had to reset our mindsets for the following week, the same mental issue came back again. It was like a domino effect.
It's pretty rare to see a team with so much experience and veterancy, from the coaching staff to the management to the players, fall into this pit. Usually teams are able to bounce back after a tough loss, but for it to happen to Vamos and not only cascade from losing the SRG OG, where they would expect to at least take a game, but also losing the going full series to Team Ray, then losing the HomeBois, and then losing to Todang. I think it's just so hard to come back from. They gotta bounce back, because if they don't, they might not have a chance to.
I mean, this is an inevitable problem for teams who play with players with high momentum, very emotionally charged. They have some of the highest heights, but some of the lowest lows as well. You kind of want to find a nice in-between, if not the latter half of it on the high end of the spectrum. But overall, Smooth has been a consistent player. When it comes down to mentality, he's been in really rough spots before. I don't think it's going to be a general problem for him. Speaking of which, actually, Smooth, generally as a player, I think one of the best EXP laners that MPL MY has produced in a while, and he's adjusted to a lot of metas, whether it's pure utility or damage.
And there's a point in time where he was also the finals MVP, right, as an XP laner. And not only that, he's been around for, like, what, Season 3?
Yep, Season 3. A crazy long history. And it shocks me because he hasn't looked like he's aged at all. From Season 3, he debuted with X-Pac Assassins. He played for Team SMG from Season 5 all the way to Season 12. He dedicated to that team and winning the Season 8 championship title and finishing second.
Yeah, I think the past few seasons have been the closest one that Smooth has ever come to winning and not, right? First of all, Season 12 losing the HomeBois, Season 13 falling further away from that. Season 14, Season 13 with KGE, falling away from that. Season 14 joins Vamos, finishes second again with the team that took the trophy from him a year ago. But right now, playoffs on the line, and Smooth, I think, as much as he is Mr. Consistent, the rest of Vamos are, they are sort of like the weakest link, right? You're only as good as your weakest link.
But that's the thing, right? He has been a dedicated player. He has stuck around with some of these teams for a very long time, even from the transition of X-Pac Assassins all the way to Team SMG. And I mean, KJE was just a derivation of that, finally breaking away from the pack to join a team that is looking for championship runs. I don't deny him the fact that Vamos was a pretty good prospect, considering the number of times that these Vamos players have actually made it to the grand finals and got very close to winning championships. However, this does bring the big issue, the meta. The meta has said, hey, you're a secondary roamer. If you make plays, that's good for you, but you're not the main guy to carry the game.
Yeah, you're no longer the guy that is going to be doing split pushing. You're no longer the guy that's going to be doing big damage in the backline. You have to keep everyone else alive.
Here, his performances from Team SMG from Season 10 onwards, all the way to KGE Season 13, and finally with Vamos for the past 2 seasons. His M6 international run was probably one of his best. M5, that's where it got... Oh boy, that's where it got a little sad. You're just like, he could have been there, but no. It's going to be a different representative, and even so, he's been wanting to get back on that international stage.
Yeah, Season 11, right, dropping the Toad 0-4 in the grand finals. Wasn't even close. Season 12, 7 games against HomeBois, lost 3-4. And then Season 13, with KG, finished 4th. Season 14, again, fell 2-4 to SRG OG. But right now, Season 15, they got to get through this hurdle first, right? There's no doubt that a lot of people can agree Vamos should be able to beat JP9ers, but I think after recent performances, it's more up in the air.
Yeah, no, it's more of a coin toss here because, again, mentality is a difficult problem to solve because is it the question of like, oh, I have no faith in my teammates, or do I not have faith in myself, or do I just believe that this game is against me at this point of time? With the success that Vamos has found, it feels like they're getting a little comfortable and they really have to push themselves. With that being said, here is the Vamos lineup, the 5 men that will be standing up on stage. We are going to have Nexpresso, Zorn, Klawkun, Error 404, and Smooth.
One of the most important games for this young prospect. He's only played 1 series, but at the start of the league, had a fantastic debut. Afterwards, benched for Chibi. But right now, coming in a series that could decide Team Vamos' playoff chances. I think it's a decent change. I think Chibi, this past few series that he's played has been pretty shaky, right? Very minor mistakes that started accumulating that cost him games against Todak as well. I think he definitely had some moments where you felt like he wasn't himself. Maybe Arrow 4-4 is the reset button that they need.
At least it's going to make the blue side a little bit easier to draft for, right? Don't have to ban out that family when you're on that blue side anymore, but their competitors are desperate. JP9ers, they're 5, consisting of L'Oreal, Hazelnut, Zach QT, Max, and as well as Subbot. Very interesting that they're deciding to play Zach QT this time. It's been a while.
It's been way too long. Finally get him off the bench, right? He's been with the with SRG for I think what, a full year?
Technically
2 years, right? He's been with them for the longest of times. Didn't really get much play time, of course. We've understandable, but I thought that when he joined JP9ers, he's gonna get more of that opportunity. Better late than never. We've seen what Zach QT can do, even from the OG days of SRG. I think if there's any time to prove himself, this is it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to provide, though. It's been a very long time. We don't know whether his hero pool is expanded. We know that he's very good at specific heroes. With that being said, that just makes this battle even more intense. It's time for the walk-ins. They walked away empty-handed from every match during Kingmaker Week. And now they place themselves deep in the danger zone. Can the coaching staff craft the perfect game plan to bring home all the points? Please welcome Team Vamos!
With 3 matches left, their playoffs hopes are still alive. Every match is a must-win. There are no rooms for mistakes now. Will the arrival of Zach QT make the difference the team needs today? Please welcome and hit Gear 5 with the Warriors from Negeri Sembilan, JP Niners!
Introducing the coaching staff of the two teams and the head of League Ops Franklin that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of Vamos, it is Zaya and Paui Burn. From the side of JP Niners, it is Pabz and Antagonist looking to outdraft each other this time round. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. The armbands will be worn by both team captains who will always lead the team's movements and strategies in the game. Good luck to both squads as they arm themselves with the best of the best. Last physical contact they will have before we head on into the land of Dawn, and things are shaking up here. In terms of armbands, Max going to be leading the squad this time round.
Yeah, Max as the shot caller. I previously, if I remember correctly, it was Warlord. They have kind of changed that around a little bit. Now Warlord out, Zakuti in, Max to lead the team. Some people could say he's picking up pretty fast, right? He comes in with minimal practice, and he wins the first series for JP Niners in a long, long time. And if anything, Max, you know, he has proven that his leadership can pull through. But this, again, the head-to-head, it is so jarring.
It is very jarring. 7 matches played for the side of Vamos, 6 matches played for JP Niners, 17 games played for the side of Vamos, 13 games played by JP Niners. And on every single aspect, Vamos has the better stats.
Even when you look at total kills, Vamos has played 4 more games than JP Niners, but every single game is an average of 30 extra kills. Last time we checked this was against Todak, and they had the exact same stat, right? 30 average kills more than Todak. Obviously, Todak took the dub, but it doesn't mean that Vamos' game aren't bloody. They always like to fight.
That's why they have some of the highest first blood rates in the league so far. Currently at 53%. Win rates, however, slightly below average. 47 compared to 23. Those should at least give the Vamos fans a little bit of confidence coming into this game, but things could change for all intents and purposes.
I think for JP Niners, if anything, obviously we want to explore what Zakuti has to provide, right, against Clarkwood, who also, I think, hopefully he has gotten out of that depth of that mental blockade. I think him and Chibi has ran into the same issue, right? And it was all a domino effect from against Todak. Let's hear what Sepat has to say.
Untuk semua yang ada dekat Vamos, semuanya kawan-kawan saya, players ataupun management, semuanya rapat dengan saya dan saya pun rapat dengan dorang. Saya harap bagilah poin sikit. Gila sikit. 1 ke 2 pun okey. Kalau 3 lagi okey. So do your best lah. Kalau saya pun memang dah bahaya. Diorang masih okey. Baru nak pergi ke zone bahaya. Saya dah memang kat zone bahaya. Saya pun nak pergi playoff juga. Kalau tak pergi playoff pun takkanlah saya nak main
What an ender there. That's our MPL Insider. Guys, for a quick translation, we were asking, hey, what do you have to say to Team Vamos? He knows, Sapat said, he knows the Team Vamos players. He's got a lot of friends there. They're close. Give some points, man. 1 point is pretty good. 2 points, 3 points would be amazing. He doesn't want to go to the MAL, dude.
Yeah, and then we were like, well, they can't give any points because then they'll be in danger. And Sepat was like, but I'm already in danger. They just started to be in danger. They could risk some points.
They could, yeah. It's a very tight rope that they have to walk. I mean, Team Vamos, after their placements after 7 matches is pretty abysmal, right? 7th place compared to season 14, where they were at 14 points, 7 matches played, and 5 match wins. At 2nd place, they were winning 2-0 so easily against many other teams, but this season they've truly struggled.
It's a 1 match difference, but the points give you tells you everything you need to know, right? A lot of 2-1 victories against teams that should have been 2-0. Against JP Niners, 2-0 is a must. Obviously, for the Niners, dropping even a single game, let alone the series, would lock them out of playoffs contention. But for them, it's about just surviving the season, right? Not being relegated.
Yeah, talking about survival from season 14 to season 15. It's not looking, well, it's getting a little worse, I'm not going to lie. 4 match wins compared to 1, 6 matches played, which is even on both ends, 9 points to 4. 5th placement compared to 9th placement. Survival instincts are kicking in. The adrenaline needs to be pumping for the JP Niners. We'll see how they handle this type of pressure.
They have had some games where we see pretty interesting picks, like Loliao with the Yishushin goal lane almost worked out against MV, but too many components that they needed to take care of. So we know that they can put on a good fight. We know that the creativity of Pabz and antagonists are still there. I heard today they feel very fired up to go up against Vamos. Let's see if that translates, right? Are we going to see some crazy picks? Is this JP Niners on form?
I hope they are. I hope that JP Niners can bring the fight to a Vamos at least coming back into form, coming back into their peak as well. Seeing Zoran, he's got his glasses on. He's all serious. I'm pretty sure he was still wearing the exact same pair of jeans that he brings to stage every single time. It is time for the drafting phase between Vamos and JP Niners. Let's jump right into it. Let's see who's going to be that first pick. And it looks like it's going to be JP.
Okay, so remember we say that Vamos doesn't have to worry about a blue side Fanny man? Well, apparently Max doesn't like it either.
Yeah, Arrow 44 is like, no! Who does this, man? Come on! Let me play Fanny! Pabz is not going to let that through. Not at all.
Oh, this is pretty hilarious, considering the history of both teams, but it's okay. Go for the Kalea, banned by Vamos. I wonder if JP will look at the chip as an option ban, right? Because the Vamos is the only team, aside from HomeBois, that has pulled out the chip, even though they didn't win any games with it. But it's a hero that Vamos has shown to be effective. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
That's the ban.
At least JP answers the questions, right? They're like, all right, let's not think about this too hard. Let's get rid of the chip. We want potentially a Kimmy first pick here. I'm not sure, because again, we haven't seen ZQT play in such a long time. It's either he gets his hands on the Kimmy, he might even get his hands on the Loi, either of which I've never really seen him play.
Or they could just default back to the usual, right? The usual artillery, Farsa.
Oh, Sicilion.
Sicilion.
Good one.
Which is a hero we haven't seen in a long time, now that I think about it.
Yeah, very, very long time. But it's a ZQT special. That's what he again, has built his name upon.
I mean, Vamos can also play it. Though I'm not sure if Kwakun plays that Sicilion. We haven't seen much of it, but I know we've seen the Sicilian Carmilla combo, right? We showed up last season in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Kwakun has played plenty of Sicilion in this time in MPL ID. We see the Kimmy ban comes through. In terms of power picks, Zushin is already gone as well. You would have, I mean, the two major jungle problems are kind of out of the way. They could go with a standard opening. Are there any chips also on? Yeah, Harith.
If not, you could go for... You probably won't go for Suyo now.
I think Harith is fine, I guess. I mean, it's an ultra safe option. Can't go too wrong for Lolios. I say that with a pinch of salt.
His win rate has been abysmal this season.
Hey,
like,
man.
Across the board.
I mean, Nexpresso hasn't been winning the lane that often too.
Yeah, we might get a classic Harith into Granger. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, that's the Harith side. I'm getting flashbacks, man. Are we back in season 14?
Like, do we get the Granger, right? Like, does Vamos want to just give Nexpresso the Granger? And, you know, don't think about it too much. Give him the classic matchup and see what happens.
I am curious to see whether or not Kwakun is going to get his hands on the Loi. It doesn't sound too bad here. Generally, it is just a great pick for macro-oriented teams. The early game is good. It helps you kind of reach further whenever you are winning a trade. There's just too many good things about Loi, especially if the user is hyper-efficient at looking at the minimap.
Very deep conversations between Zaya, Nets, and Zoran. So they do take the Phobias, which is a pretty decent opening, especially on red side. You get the pair with +1. Is it going to be a Nets hero, or do they want to get Arrow 404? That lead, the Hayabusa. Yep. There you go.
Yep, Hayabusa, a great way to deal with the Harith. You can dash as many times as you want, but unless you've got a target, you're not going to deal with my raw burst. However, the Fulvia's blind pick is something that I feel this happens every single time to Smooth, where it's just like, we can't show any other lane. Smooth, you're our most stable laner, even in the worst matchups.
Yeah.
You got to make this work. And he's like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lord Smooth, at your service.
Which is a big contrast from Sabat, where they usually keep Sabat to pick for last, right? At least that was before the meta shift. Right now, I think if you are JP, you could look at I was thinking something like a glue as a possibility. So Vamos better think about a glue ban because now we got a Fredrin Matilda to deal with.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine until we see the mid lane matchups, and I think this is where it gets a little dangerous. I think for Xayah, it can be very clear to him, I can lock in the low Yi right now and then ban glue later down the line, but then I also have to think about the CC. So far, if JP has already locked in the Fredrin on top of the Matilda, it makes sense if Subbot wants to get a lane-winning matchup. Either way, unless Xayah wants to dedicate 2 bans just for that, I think that JP, their options is start to pinch down on the marksmans.
And we still don't know if this is going to be a Fredrin jungle, right? I mean, Max can play Fredrin jungle, but hey, what if Subbot plays a Fredrin? We don't know. But this Franco pick is very, very directed.
That's a little...
It's very straightforward. Wow.
It's straightforward. I guess they want to lean into an early game strategy. No, what? Why are they banning out?
This is a glue indicator. Wait, no. What?
But why is Vamos doing it?
If they ban the Faramis,
they could go... I mean, technically, JP could go for an ultra-sustainable comp.
Yeah, I think it could be Vamos saying that we want to... They looked at the game just now between OB and HomeBois and they're like, okay, Faramis was a big problem. We faced it before against HomeBois, where we are a very high committal team. Faramis stops that. This could give us a sign that those last 2 picks are also very high committal, right? Like maybe a Farsa for Clockwood, something like that. Maybe a Novaria in the mid lane, which does pair decent with the Hayabusa and the Franco. But that means Nets Hero has to hit incredibly hard.
Yeah, and JP, they're already onto it. They're like, we could have banned Granger, we could have banned Moskov. We're gonna start with carry first. We already have shown that we want to play a jungle tank. Technically, you can pick this off, so it's better that we take away some of that bursting potential from your side, especially for mid to late game. I'm expecting a Moskov ban after, and that might just put him onto Claude, I suppose. Because again, it's really down to which marksman can use the Trinity build, and that's the best way to deal with the enemy tanks.
That's true. Because if they take the Claude, then it puts a lot of that burden onto Arrow 4 and Clockwood, right? To work with Zorn. So it's going to be a Masha ban by Vamos. I think it's to protect Nets. They feel like they don't really have much of a choice left. This is between Moskov, Granger, Claude. I think Moskov ban, like you said, makes the most sense. But I don't feel like we've seen much of Moskov picked by Nets.
Dude, this is such a weird... this is such a weird series. It's an interesting perspective. I don't... You know what? Like, whatever. You can play whatever you want. Ultra kiting, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. We're just going to take what we need and then leave you with the scraps. They get rid of the Lo Yi.
Wait,
now...
Doesn't this give JP a glue pick?
Yeah. So unless Vamos is like, oh, we can get glue for ourselves this time around.
No, wait, they get glue here. There's no spot for glue. Oh boy. Seeing a bit of a problem.
I don't know, dude. This was a weird second phase. I don't know what's up with today. Let's see what Xayah's gonna go for, unless he's got like a dedicated plan.
Like who do you want to show first, right? Do you protect Clockwood? Do you protect Nets? I think you show Nets first?
I think that would be the safest, right?
Your team is
Oh, okay.
Farsa, all right.
Just show Farsa, JP. Pretty straightforward. Get the glue for yourself. Would you have enough damage if you take the glue? No, you probably need a scaling mid laner as well.
Glue Valentina?
Glue Valent.
Or Novaria?
I don't. Novaria's okay. I guess it's okay. I think Denial coming in from that Farsa is pretty good. Especially against JP
or the Xavier.
it could be another Xavier if they want to play like pure poke, but it's heavily punishable. Yeah. That laning phase is not going to be as fun, especially when you got Matilda on your side. So what does that kind of leave you with? If they want burst, they go for Vexana. If they want like raw scaling, it's Sicilion. They're going to go with Vexana, Hilda.
Okay, so more upfront lineup, more direct. I was thinking if I want to throw a curveball, they could go for something like an Export, Beatrix last pick by Vamos. Again, very high committal, right? Big AoE damage, very, very cooldown reliant.
Extremely cooldown reliant. We'll see how this early game actually goes, because now that JP says, you know what? We're not going to be playing for a multi-angled attack on you. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to be playing around max. We're going to make sure that we have enough peel from our side to be able to scale. And we also have the Harith, which is an ultra scaler, so that guarantees us the late game. At the same time, I'm thinking about that Vamos lineup, and I'm like, is that going to be enough? They really have to get this early game down.
You did say that Smooth is going to be the one that gets sort of shafted to the side. now with this Hilda picks up, but just tells me I'm not going to interact with you.
Yep.
Do what you want. I'm heading into your jungle.
I'm heading into your jungle. I'm going to make Arrow 404's life difficult. I'm going to slow down this game. Completely opposite ends of the spectrum, but only one of these teams can score the points. This is for playoff odds. This is to keep them out of relegations. Who wants it more as we get into this best of 3 between the JP Niners up against Vamos? Let's jump right into it.
Right, let's get it going. So JP blue side, Vamos red. Start with a pause, just
okay.
Let it simmer a little bit.
I've noticed that all the highlight matches go for an early pause at least right at the beginning before we miss any of the action.
Bit of jitters. Let's see who's the one calling. I think it's from JP's side.
Oh, it's Max.
Max like, oh, my brethren.
Why don't I have an extra ability here? What's going on? Sir, somebody, explain to me what is happening.
It's a type 1 pause, so it shouldn't take too long. I was looking at the Vamos players. I think it's been a very long time since I see the players as, what way to put it, as stressed out as they've looked. I think like previously saw jolly or smiles. It feels the atmosphere feels a lot more dense this time.
It really does. I don't know. It's interesting because again, after departing from Warlord and then picking up Klokun afterwards, right? Another Indonesian mid laner. What we saw from Warlord very much to his IGN. He gave the directions. He told everybody exactly what they needed to do. Now I think they're starting to shift their ideology. I'm not sure because again, team captain here, Zorn, going to try and lead the rest of the squad. Even Smooth is able to kind of point out things in the middle of those team fights. Klokun previously in MPL ID was also contributing to those shot calls. Even so, this early game overall play style is something that you have to be extremely prepared for. You cannot just be thinking 1 or 2 steps behind your opponents. It's live in the moment, immediately start thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead.
They've talked about how there were a lot of voices and sometimes it drowns out the actual comp that matters. A lot of chaos in between. And Zorn is starting to also pick up a lot of these minor errors for him with himself and his teammates along the way. I mean, it's a conscious thing to do, but so far they haven't been able to overcome that hurdle.
Yeah, it has been a tough battle. Let's look at the emblem sets. Ooh, we're gonna get Weapon Master coming in from Nexpress, he wants to scale decently well. Tenacity, Wilderness Blessing, History Shop coming in from Exana, wants to get the items as soon as possible. Generally speaking, at least with the support emblems coming in from Hazelnut and the focusing mark, we'll see whether or not these pickoffs from the side of the JP Niners when Max goes for the initial engagement, as well as the just raw stuns, just the mini stuns upon mini stuns upon mini stuns. We'll see whether it's going to be enough damage.
Mid-lane priorities given over the JP Niners. There's a lot more wave clear. Not to mention that the Matilda can always give a free ride to whoever needs to go around the map faster. Max gonna head onto bot side. We'll get this XP crab, no problem. Arrow 404 tries to get a bit of a kill, but denied by ZQT.
Smooth going for that early rotation to help catch that mid wave. Zorn probably wants to hit that level 4 himself, but I think he is going to need some help. We're trying to speed things up. And even Sapat hitting 4 on time. Klokun a little late, but it's okay. Same goes for ZQT.
Yeah, this Franco third pick early really, gives a good idea of what Vamos wants to accomplish, right? So the game plan is very obvious, while Arrow 404 is getting just sandbagged by Sapat, so no chance to contest this turtle. In fact, Arrow 404 forced to use the shadow kill into a fatter airstrike from Klokun. They will get first blood for himself. Max tries to catch Klokun who flickers to safety. But JP Niners, they got what they came for.
Really nicely done by Arrow 404, making sure that he at least tags the Hilda to be able to pick up the kill later down the line. Since Klokun is ready with the feathered airstrike, he did end up losing his flicker once the JP Niners started to walk into their jungle, but now Max is going to start living in your jungle, rent-free.
5 more seconds until his retribution comes back up, but Vamos very cooldown reliant. They have no way to check the bush unless with Zorn flickers forward, gets a bloody hunt. They need to burst down ZQT, and they will do just that. Klokun finds the kill, but now Max turns onto them with the help of Lowly up, and his rage not doing enough. Zorn gets traded.
Even Smooth rotating pretty early on into this matchup. Sapat as well. I think that Max, again, this is the playstyle that you expect from Fredrin. He's so tanky, he's so sustainable, he doesn't need a lot, but with the help of that Matilda, it's going to allow him to live rent-free in Vamos' side despite all the damage he absorbs. He's coming back, but we do see the adjustment from Team Vamos, right? Now they're trying to speed Arrow 404 up. He has found an assist as well as a kill. but he's going to be able to trade camps, green camps in a matter of fact, against Max.
Smooth and Arrow 404. Smooth starting the leash on the golems and also the Beetle, giving Arrow 404 a bit of a cushion to lay back on, but still Smax has that XP lead. He's gonna get his orange buff as Arrow 404 goes for his own purple. Loliao is spotted, instant flicker.
Yep, good call coming in from Loliao. It's better not to risk it.
Oh, he got the purple buff! With the help of Hazelnut, it's just a 5-star ride.
This is not looking good. The early game is not going the way that Team Vamos would hope for. They wanted to snowball off of Error 404, but now he's down 2 levels. That's 2 buffs already stolen away by JP Niners. Smooth's gonna have to try and scale. I'll see whether or not he gets that Thunderbelt first. But regardless, as we saw the emblems, JP Niners, all of them have Impure Rage. So these pickoffs from JP Niners is something that Vamos is aware of.
Not to mention focusing Mark, giving teammates extra movement speed, right? So once Max sticks onto you, and Hazelnut deals damage, you are not getting away no matter what you do. And they are not the most mobile heroes in the game, right? You got a, yeah, sure, tactical role from Nespresso, but most of the time you got to start sacrificing your flicker. The most mobile hero in this game is Arrow 404 with the quad shadows.
Yep. You can see the rotations from the side of Team Vamos here as Loliao completely eliminates his presence from the top side, even losing a couple of minions just to make sure he doesn't get doved upon. Max is ahead, and now they jump.
They got the ton of Arrow 404, so he gets staggered a little bit, but a hook from Zorn brings Max underneath the turret. Good response from Team Vamos. The Nimbus Passion, not enough though, as Loliao and ZaQT shows up with too much magic damage. Hazelnut goes down, but the main targets of Vamos eliminated.
2 for 2 trade, technically more valuable for the JP Niners. Oh, hold on. Okay, ZaQT should be able to get out of this, no problem. Regardless, that is going to be a support and a jungler in trade for a gold laner and a jungler. It's technically good for Error 404 because it's an even trade when he's behind. It kind of sucks for Nespresso because Loliao does have the initial push.
Max also forgetting that there is a hook that he needed to worry about, because that was looking good, right? Pulling Arrow 404 back, staggering the timing of his quad shadows. But still, JP Niners managing to make sure that they go even against Vamos. Every single hook from Dawn is going to matter so much more. Could be a game-winning hook, or could be a missed hook that leads JP Niner to a bigger lead. Orange buff that comes up for Arrow 404. Max invades the jungle.
Yeah, and as you can see, based on everything that's been happening, even Smooth is sacrificing farm. It looks like they've given up on the top side of the map and now are looking to take pressure down on the opposite end. The T1 on bot side will be traded tower for tower, but that buff falling into the hands of a JP Niners is going to cost them a lot because Arrow 404 is currently visible. At the same time, Max, he's just getting stronger and stronger.
It's also charged up by the Flags of the Oasis that Hazelnut just got there. Turtle should go to Niners unless Vamos somehow makes a miraculous steal. Sapat goes on roaming duty, sees Arrow 404. There's a full squad of Vamos though, but Sapat flickers away. So no cigar there for Vamos. JP Niners will be blocked up by Smooth, but they're going to jump on the Smooth instead. Circling Eagle, not followed up by Hazelnut. Both teams disengaged.
Really good formation coming in from Team Vamos. You have Zorn walking into the front, especially from the direction you want to invade. Smooth is watching their flank just in case JP Niners use the extra movement speed from the river.
Respect has to be given to Vamos if you are the Niners. Banner's Rage did get used to get clear out the wave. So overall, Niners, if they want this mid-tier one, if they get it, it's going to be a disaster for Team Vamos. And that's why Vamos are playing together to make sure that doesn't happen. Somebody jumps on the Arrow 404. He really wants the purple buff, and he will be not able to get it. Max once more steals it.
Yep, he's just too far ahead. 2 levels ahead. It's really hard to win these retry battles. Retry is just too big on the opposite end, and Arrow 404 is not finding much impact. JP Niners are just, again, playing as a squadron of a 1 and 4. Sapat, he doesn't mind dying, but as long as he buys time and relays information back to the JP Niners, it's totally okay because the kill squad of 4 on the opposite end are rotating extremely fast with the help of this Matilda. And not to mention that Loliel's, he may be slowing down on his goal, but look at how strong Max is.
Smooth spotted them, but they might have to give him away. Smooth just has no way out. The formation broken because they were too far away from one another.
Can't do anything about that. JP Niners playing it really, really well. Max, a nice, slow and steady pace.
And then the Banner's Rage, Arrow 404 helps out. Minion Wave once more cleaned out by Vamos. But it doesn't solve the main problem, right? Niners got both side lane tier 1s. Vamos are always one step behind because they don't have someone like a Matilda.
As we see that Zorn Not many these hooks have landed just yet. Not even a flicker play as well. I'm looking at JP Niners and I don't see a lot of Purify. So again, it's not really necessary. You just have to dodge the hook or remove presence. Oh, but again, another delay here by Zorn to try and get Netspresso ahead. They've shifted their focus to make sure that Nets is in a better position.
And Nets needs plenty of go for his items. They do find Supai trying to blow him up. Hazelnut comes in. Supai will be saved. And that's most of the combos of Arrow 404 and the rest of his teammates. Half from Hazelnut almost takes him out. But with Arrow 404 out of the picture, JP Niners will get the Lord.
This is a free Lord for them. Mid lane gets initially pushed. Nets tries to go for the big burst, but Subpot, he hasn't died enough, and Nets isn't strong enough to take him out just yet. Oh!
He's gonna try, goes in, doesn't get it. In fact, Hazelnut secures the Lord. Vamos lucky to not lose anyone.
Yep, I mean, lucky that JP Niners didn't accidentally lose the Lord there. Both Retributions coming out roughly at the same time. Even so, Feathered Airstrike going to come out from Clawkun's side. I think that's a very early Wishing Lantern. They just know that Max is just so tanky right now.
Need to somehow get rid of Max. Well, JP Niners, let's see how much damage they can deal with this Lord. Arrow 404 still in recovery mode, but has caught up in experience, right? He's just half a level in experience behind Max. All things considered, not too bad. Nespresso gets some farm in the bottom lane. Zorn and Smooth will just have to keep on protecting their teammates, but Clawkun just walks too far up.
Didn't even have the time to flicker, right? Nothing you can do about that. Oh!
They're gonna try and jump into Arrow 404. Circling Eagle. Here comes the chop from Subpat who flickers to safety. Realizes he couldn't get the kill, but the hook was there from Zorn into a bloody hand. Subpat does end up going down.
Really good play here. Clawkun, unfortunately, just caught out of position. Nothing he can really do about that. Arrow 404, luckily he is caught up in this game. Yes, he's going to fall behind by... Oh! Another hook lands!
No bloody hunt. Max uses the Retribution to gain movement speed. Finally, JP Niners will get the mid-tier one.
Max is just zoning them off. He can eat as many shots as they want to. Look at him. Takes negative damage here. Not even enough gray health. He's going to heal it back up after stealing this purple buff, but Arrow 404 has been on a pushing mission. This is bot time for Vamos to at least save their T2s on all lanes.
Look at this instant replay right there. It's an attempt onto Arrow 404, but Zorn very, very patient. This hook though, just intercepting Subpat mid-flight.
Not have happened, but hey, that's just some Zorn things, right? He may not throw as many hooks as Super Susu, but his hooks at least are connecting. This time around, oh, hold on.
Wow, Max goes in all alone. He's a majority of the damage. Max, if he survives, this is going to be bad news. Winter Crown used by Zorn. Max finally goes down. Full commitment from Vamos that paid off. Subbat jumps to the Clawkun, but the follow-up too far away.
Nespresso in position. More importantly, the fact that they've shut down Max again. This is going to allow Arrow 404 to get the lead back because he is just power farming. He is trying to split the JP Niners to force them to be a little more isolated, force Subbat out of the way, and maybe gain access to that backline for once. Because Vamos, as soon as we see that initial pick, everybody's unleashing everything. Nespresso and even Clawkun, they need to guarantee these kills while Max doesn't have any magic resist.
Just got the Guardian Helmet, so Guardian Helmet, Oracle, and I believe it's the Antique Cuirass. So still no raw magic resist. But I think it's an error, right, from Max, just too far ahead. Teammates weren't really there to support him on time. Not to mention the Winter Crown first item from Zorn will guarantee a full duration Bloody Hunt. In fact, despite the deficit that Arrow 404 was put behind, that shutdown gave him a 700 goal advantage over Max.
They continue to play here. Oh, even a Athena Shield already done by Subbat. Like, Subbat is a tough cookie to crack with these two items alone. This next one's going to be a little difficult. I think that Vamos need to kind of... they shouldn't play it risky, but it's very easy for them to get lane priority. JP Niners, on the other hand, don't mind sacrificing a couple of structures if it guarantees them the lore, but really... Oh!
And they find a hook on the Hazelnut. Flickers away. That's two big ultimates out from Team Vamos. No Feather Airstrike, no Bloody Hunt. And even no Banner's Rage, in fact. Hazelnut goes in for the re-engage, brings up out with him, and it's just the Zona Team Vamos as they let Max get the Lord for themselves. Very well executed.
Not bad, not bad. See the Radiant Armor purchase from a Smooth side, knowing that if the Circling Eagle does end up being upon him, he'll have plenty of MR to start cutting through. ZachQT, as much as I believe that he is getting some work done, right? His Eternal Guard has done a lot of work in bursting down some of the members of Team Vamos, especially cutting off zones and being an extra body to actually block these hooks. Other than that, I think that right now, Team Vamos, we've seen Arrow 404 try to get on top of ZQT, instantly feared when it happens.
The first lore for JP9ers didn't amount to much aside from a mid-tier 1, and even then, JP9ers had to pay quite a hefty price. First, Max is going to be the one that leads the charge, open up the map alongside Supat. Top tier 2 of Vamos goes down. If they can get this lore to crash into the inhibitor, it's a bonus. If they cannot, then at least they want to secure the tier 2s on the side lane.
Now, this next lord is going to push in. Oh!
There's a flicker from Zorn. Turtle got dropped, cancels out the feathered airstrike. They want the inhibitor, but Nats is going to clear out the lord.
Actually, that was actually pretty nice from the side of Team Vamos. Good defense. They might still lose their inhibitor, though.
Dennis Rage now fully unleashed. Again, the defense worked out best. I mean, in the best case scenario for Vamos.
Yeah, Vamos keep an inhibitor. They're protecting the T2 on a bot as well as mid. They only lose one T2 on top side. Like, this has been a very uneventful Lord for the JP9ers. They just know that they can't walk up too far.
2 lords in a row that Vamos has been able to hold back. The hook almost connecting onto Max. That would have translated into a kill for sure. But with the mid-tier 2 going down, JP9ers, they're going to start roaming the map even more. Take up space. Make sure that Arrow 404 can walk around. Make sure that they take territory away from Zorn. Play that long lane and set up for the next Lord.
So they take their time. Still playing their 4-in-1 strat. Make sure that Supat is able to open up the map and explore angles when the call is given. Max is doing the exact same thing, but Zorn has been extremely conservative on these hooks. He is waiting for key dashes from JP9ers before he even thinks about throwing.
Not only that, again, you did mention we haven't seen a flicker Bloody Hunt, and I think for good reasons, right? The whole team needs to be there, and there's still the risk of, if they use everything, they don't get their target, what next? I think there's no plan B for Team Vamos until Nespresso hits that big idle spikes, which he's already getting to that point. Top wave pushing in favor of Team Vamos, but they might have to give up this purple buff to JP9ers. Max steals it again.
They pull back with another stolen purple buff. Arrow 404 is going to slow down significantly. We're coming into the 15-minute mark, and the gold is dead even. 60 gold advantage for the side of JP9ers, but really doesn't matter because, again, they've hit the item power spikes that they were looking for. Immortality are coming through for both Max and as well as Supat. They know as long as I front line, our back line is going to be safe. If I buy time, we win games.
Now use the Bloody Hunt on me, and they're actually going to do it! Flicker Bloody Hunt, Max gladly is it up. Supat flickers to the back line, and suddenly Vamos lost that fight. Supat and Max both still alive. Lo Liao is the shadow kill. Arrow 404, where you going? Into the grasp of Lo Liao. Double kill for the Harif. JP9ers have won that fight, and Lord.
Oh, a brutal fight, but JP9ers come up big time.
Oh man, that
was it the right target, especially when you knew they had immortality to go for the flicker play?
I don't think it's the right target. I don't think it's the right time to do so. And I think the timing was just the worst possible timing for Vamos, right?
Like, I get it if you do it while you're trying to contest Lord, you're doing that dance. He's like, okay, I want to use my retribution. I lock him down, we go for the steal, and then we try to blow them up with the extra bit of burst that we have. Like, they can technically do the math to make that work, right?
Imagine the smile on Max's face. It's like, value for money.
Value for money?
Instantly.
And I don't even lose out on my immortality. He still has it up and healed all the way to full thanks to that Guardian health.
Let's see how Vamos defends this. They should be able to clear out the Lord. I think this game would still go on. It's not the end just yet, but Niners are hitting big power spikes. We saw 2 immortalities on the front line, and now Divine Glaive is out for Lo Liao.
Oh,
well, at least Niners didn't really sync up the wave that much, so Vamos keep 2 inhibitors up.
Okay. This is dragging on longer than I'm comfortable with, right? Because every single time these inhibitors eventually go down, super minions will start to walk in. They've got the long lane, which is great, I suppose, but the raw wave clear from Clawhood as well as Nespresso alone is doing enough to make sure that it stays clean all the time, right? Yeah. Clawhood just got a Divine Glaive on top of everything else. So they gotta be... Oh!
It's Max again. Another attempt to clear him out. Lo Liao loses half his health bar. This time Immortality will be blown up. Nespresso gets jumped on, circling Ego will secure the kill onto Zorn. JP9ers once more wins out that trade.
Okay. The trades are getting tighter and tighter. Max finally losing his immortality. Smooth purchasing an immortality for himself, but it's a really dead even game. I feel like as much as JP Niners aren't getting too creative with how they approach it with that Fredrin, I feel like right now, Loliel's is a really difficult cookie to break. And Team Vamos, either they have to keep dedicating their resources towards Max, which I don't think is entirely wrong. However, there's not a lot of resources after you've executed the combo. Oh!
What's the Pabz just gonna jump onto Arrow 404, trying to force out his Ogi Shadow Kill, and he eventually does it. Loliel gets blown up by the rocket. Bit of a disaster for the Niners. Now they have to fall back. Smooth follows Niners to their own back line. And Niners desperately trying to get away. A flicker from Smooth to keep up with Zac and Hazelnut. Max getting pulled away by the guiding wind. Vamos have found their way back into the game, but Clockwood isn't done just yet. Zac QT is next on the docket. Goes into the Winter Crown. Hook doesn't connect. Feather airstrike out of range. But Vamos, they got 20 seconds on the timer before Loliel comes back.
Oh, they should be back in time. I think that JP Niners should be back in time. 13 more seconds, another hook that doesn't connect so far. And JP, that's the worst possible scenario. 8-8, 19 minutes into this game. The Team Vamos has connected. Oh, a flicker from Zorn.
Okay, they really want the inhibitor. They should get it. The minion is held back by the Eternal Guard. They cannot get it.
No, they don't. They don't find anything. They don't find anything back. Zorn is missing a flicker, and Smooth has to deal with that top wave, allowing JP Niners to walk his 5 to start taking position on this Lord.
If anything, Zac's Eternal Guard, member number 6, just saved their structure. But Loliel have to be incredibly careful. You can't just walk into the balance range like that. And Max is going to start running at Vamos. The hook this time connects. There's no immortality. Max way out of position. And JP9 is getting super sloppy.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little rough here. Vamos, despite the abysmal early game, has been able to recover up until this point. Arrow 404 is decently strong, but it's really hard to one-shot the targets from the side of JP9, especially when Hazelnut just keeps on topping them up with these shields. Either way, they have to go back to the laning side of things. They do notice at least that Qualcomm is on the top side, but without Max, there's no way to steal this at all.
Can't believe that Vamos found a way back. Let's see if they can get a couple of kills on the side of JP9 as Zac QT gets jumped on. The roll good enough for Arrow 404. Zac ends up going down. Subbat also falls. And it's now Loliel and Hazelnut. Flicker 4 from Nespresso. Loliel gets away, but not Hazelnut. Double kill for Nespresso. Lord showing up mid-side. And it's Max and Loliel to try to keep this intact.
4 down. Max finally back up. Now it's a 2v4. Right now I'm looking at the ult. Feathered airstrike is available. Oh my god!
Loliel wants the outplay. Tries to look for Arrow 404. He has the shadow kill. Max trying to delay it, but there's a lot they got to deal with though. Loliel now in danger. Smooth will just chase him down. This game pretty much done. I don't know how Vamos did it, but the decisions on JP9 has led them down this path, and Vamos gets game 1.
I can't believe it. Despite such a good early game, they had such a great early game, but they couldn't capitalize on every single scenario. Vamos, they played it slow and steady. They wanted to be aggressive early, but unfortunately that just didn't happen. Goes to show, at least for Vamos, mentality is one thing, but flexibility is another.
Unbelievable. I don't think anyone would be stoked about how this game ended. All started with a minor error. Loliel walking into a rocket barrage, and it just cascaded more and more poor decisions from the Niners. We know that both teams struggle when we get to late game, but I didn't expect it to be a competition between who has the more underwhelming late game.
Yeah, I think at the very least it goes to show that Vamos can play the later stages of the game, right? If a mistake happens, that's when you can start making these flips around. But playing from behind after having so many match losses, this is one of the few times where it makes a lot of sense. Last time we checked the gold, 2 levels up. What are you really going to do about it? Almost manages to steal the turtle, but all of them fell into the hands of JP. And then finally, once we start getting to the level 12 and Max gets punished for the first time, wow, things started to get a lot easier.
Yeah, I think they started just autopiloting, right?
Yeah, probably.
Even the last fight, I didn't think that they would go for it. I feel like you just wait for the Lord, right? You take that dice roll with the roll, not trying to fight Vamos. I don't know, Niners again making very, very crucial mistakes. They could have won that game, but Vamos walked away. So Vamos fans are going to be very happy.
Let's see who's our MVP of this game. Give it up for Nets. MVP of the game up against Harith, nonetheless. Was able to turn things around very nicely. Again, he is playing a Beatrix. It's all about working together with your team to get effective ults down. And if the lane does badly, too bad. I'm just going to clear it instantaneously. 7-1-4 as his final KDA, 838 GPM with a 79% kill participation.
You know what they say, we might lose the early game, we might lose the mid game, but if the enemy cannot break our crystal, we are still winning. And I think that's the playbook of Team Vamos, right? They can't break our base, they can't have minion waves because we clear them out that fast. We just need to turtle and wait.
Yeah, they clear them out really, really fast as well. They stagger the waves on top of it, utilizing Hayabusa's mobility to kind of like, catch it past the river line. And I think that's a good move coming in from Vamos that teams need to get a little bit more effective with. Unfortunately for the JP9ers, right, they didn't really stop the rotations. They didn't really kind of lock them into the basics. They wanted to make sure that all the waves were crashing roughly in the same time, if not one after the other, knowing that they have Max as their thick boy.
I think they didn't utilize Max and Sapat enough. Right? They were doing their job, especially Sapat, right? Doing a great job. He was looking for Hayabusa. He was able to jump onto the Claw Kun and Nespresso. But sometimes it's just Max walking up, getting hooked, and it was a conscious decision. He knew he had no immortality, but he was willing to eat everything from Vamos. And again, I think JP9 has grossly underestimated what Vamos could do and the situation that he put himself in. If anything, I think Vamos needs a reset. Well, Niners need a reset after this.
Yeah, they do. They definitely need a reset after this. Because again, the composition in terms of the diversity of damage made it very easy for Vamos to kind of tank through it. Because again, just get an Athena shield, get some Radiant Armors if necessary. Just double down on making sure that you have what it takes to survive the initial burst. Because the clapback is so much harder. We saw the Claw Kun even opting to go for a Lightning Truncheon to make sure that whoever gets hit will get an extra bit of damage. Not to mention that he went full, just everything magic. He had to have that Divine Glaive. He had to be sure that he could scale alongside Nespresso.
Yeah, and I think Max didn't even bother to go for Athena, right? It was
Twilight Armor,
Twilight, Guardian Oracle. Yeah, so no Athena, only a top boost and Oracle and Twilight, which at the end of the day doesn't do enough to keep him alive. Even through, I think, Splash of the Oasis, still wasn't enough.
Yeah, just too much to handle here. I think that Hazelnut was leading the charge, you know, being the e-hailing service we've all dreamt about, keeping you together as four, but it's just not fast enough. And I think that Team Vamos, the macro was good to alleviate the pressure on certain sides of the map. However, it's strange to see Lolios coming up with 62,000 damage in this game itself. It's not like he lost lane against Nespresso as well. Technically, he walked out of the laning phase with more money in comparison to Nespresso. Why weren't they able to capitalize on this one?
He had a dream Harif game.
Yeah, he did.
It all just went down the drain. Oh man, I think, you know, it's hard even for Matilda if your passenger jumps out the car. It's just halfway
roll down the windows and it's just like, I'm out of here.
Max is like, I'm going first.
Oh no, not through the windshield, sir. Get back in. Ah man, the early game was played so well from the JP9ers that it's really hard for me to accept that they were allowed, like Team Vamos was allowed to get away with so much. Where were the tower dives? Where was the punish towards Claw Kun? I mean, ZQT obviously can't reach him, but when we look at our key players, it starts to make sense. 838 GPM coming in from our rich guy as well as the carry Nespresso. Sandbag, no surprises, is going to be Max, but Arrow 404 as the best wingman, he was supposed to be the guy that gets the initial snowball to get things running. Instead, he played a completely different role coming into mid and late.
Yeah, just focusing on the macro game, clearing side waves, invading jungles, making sure that he gets his resources, and when they finally find the opportunity, Arrow 404, he's going to the backline. He finally gets to do his job.
Oh man, it took him so... took him so long. I mean, I'm looking at the items so far. It's pretty decent scaling, but Arrow 404, oh my goodness. The timings. By 6 minutes, he gets the War Axe first. You can see that he built into the Fury Hammer, realizes, okay, this is kind of impossible, right? If I'm going to get chunked out here, there's no reason for me to keep doing this. So he forces the War Axe after getting invaded multiple times by the 6th minute, and then finally finishing the Hunter Strike by the 8th minute. That took a while.
Look at Max, he went first item Oracle because they were so far ahead, right? First item Oracle, greedy little guy, goes into Antique, into Garden Helmet, into Immortality. I don't know. I feel like Thunderbelt into Brute Force would have sped up the momentum a bit more. It's one of the other variations.
I suppose. I think that Athena Shield was eventually necessary in this match. I don't disagree with the Twilight armor. The way that man, Thunderbell Oracle, not too bad of an idea. I think Brute Force Breastplate and then maybe straight into the Twilight armor might have been a little bit more optional into the Guardian Helm, and then you get Oracle. But they were very far ahead. I don't necessarily blame him for this option. Yeah. It's not bad.
I think it's just if you want to snowball, you need to really make sure that you don't make these minor mistakes, right? They start adding up, right? A top lane dive, Max goes down, and then it becomes an even trade. This one you can't even blame support, right? It was just a nasty hook from Zorn.
It's like, oh, he got me midair. What do you want me to do? He's fishing me out of the barrel straight away. But this one is where I was confused. We both saw them, right? Both frontliners getting immortality, and Zorn's like, now is the time I flicker on him.
And this also, you have to give credit to Sabbat, right? He instantly jumped the Claw Cone, cancelled Feather Airstrike. That was the reason that Max didn't go down. But Sabbat didn't have the luxury this game. Look at where the rest of Niners were. They were even close to Max. And then they fight here. Why?
It's just so many awkward decisions. So many awkward decisions. I think they were confident that MelQT is going to be strong enough, but like Smooth, he doesn't mind. They're a little too close together, and he's getting so much value from the Infernal Pursuit.
And Luliao can only be a hero for so long, and this is just not the time to do so. I feel like they have a way better chance fighting 5v5 in the base, right? You sacrifice the whole base, but you hold. Oh boy, Niners, I think, if anything, Vamos playoff chances now, reignited just by a little bit. They're still not out of the red zone just yet, but for the Niners, I think it's safe to say that there's no more playoff chance for them. They can still fight to stay in the league.
No, they can still fight to stay in the league, and I think that alone, saving the slot is going to be important as well. I mean, it's not like JP Niners haven't been in this position before, but still, that was a really hard game to lose.
Yeah, I feel like it's impossible to lose.
I mean, I gotta give it props to where props is due. The fact that Arrow 404 wasn't like 4 levels behind, 3 levels behind, it is great to see, because he's chugging down that 100+ right now, chugging down and making sure that he's refreshed with 0 sugar, 0 calories, and the same great taste, that 100+ that you've always loved. No matter the occasion, sugar-free and calorie-free, 100+ 0 is here to keep you replenished, so you can get the most out of every single moment. We've got the bottles here. I've been plowing through this, honestly. I'm probably going to get a complaint why there's so little bottles of 100+.
Yeah, I haven't had so many 100+. This is the most 100+ I've had in the span of 1 month.
Hey man, I've been telling everyone, I was like, we gotta get a 100+ sponsor at some point, right? We were chugging down like so many waters. We could cut down our water usage by having 100+, by like 50%.
Now everyone is, but it's just 0 sugar, right? So no complaints.
No complaints at all. Hey, we're staying hydrated. That's the way to go. This next game, what can you even say for adjustments, right? It's like, okay, let's just do it again, right? It's just about execution. It's about our decisions in the game.
Yeah, go with how SRG approached Aero, right? Almost the same archetype of draft. We go with the same playbook, but we make sure that we stop making these minor mistakes, right? Be more aware of what is happening, because I think a lot of times JP Niners, they get into this mode and they're like, guys, we're ahead. Let's push the lead. They start forgetting about the factors that could stop them in the tracks. And I honestly, I was doubting that a Franco pick. I was like, what can this Franco pick do?
Yeah.
How, like, is he gonna get run down? I hope he gets run down. But he became the X factor because JP Niners got a bit sloppy.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is how do you juggle that front line, right? Yeah. Because it became very obvious that like both Subbot and as well as Max kind of forgot who needed to be in front, who needed to be where. Because if you're in Subbot's position, do you want to be in front of the Franco to block those hooks, or do you want to be right on top of the Hayabusa to ensure that, hey, we're covering your flanks? But it's a game of musical chairs, right?
Yeah.
You gotta kind of ring around and rosy it. You kind of have to continuously shift that roles between the two frontliners because you can't cover every single angle. But the one thing that is consistent, you see Feather Airstrike, whoever's closest must cancel it.
And I think it's definitely a better task for Sabbat because he runs the flicker. Again, they just gotta get the timings a bit more straight, right? Like even Warlord chipping in as well, you know, in the backstage. I think for Niners, the idea was there. Great ideas. I think they played a better early game than Vamos, just off of the draft itself. But Vamos definitely feels a lot more relief after that game 1 comeback.
Yeah. That was such an unlosable position. It was such an unlosable position.
MPL MY! MPL MY!
Oh,
man.
We can't be throwing these kinds of leads. That's the unfortunate part. It sucks because even what do you call them? Clutch factors? I mean, I guess the X factors in this game, which I think that Hazelnut would have loved to become on that Matilda, unfortunately just was not the case. There's even an argument that he could have put himself in the line of fire, get a circling eagle to cancel out feathered airstrikes if necessary.
Hey, but he wasn't running the Purifier, so he becomes so much more dangerous.
That's the thing! That's the thing! What's up with this?
If you want to run like 4 flickers, you better be precise with your execution. I think that's the best way to put it.
It's frustrating, but it's up to the JP Niners at this point.
Oh,
Let's get into the drafting phase. Let's see them recover from this, because I'm seeing smiles from Zorn's side. It looks like Nets is pretty chilled about the situation overall. One more time, JP is going to be on that blue side, Vamos on the red. And after Coach Zaya saw what happened in game number 1, let's see if he alleviates the pressure with that second phase.
I feel like with they do ban the Matilda, so great respect shown to Hazelnut, right? They really felt like that early game was hard to play, but I think after game 1, Zaya probably looked at Smooth and be like, hey, want to do it again?
Yeah, do it again, right?
He did well, right?
He did really well. He eventually was going to be an absolute brick wall because Max was never going to get in front of him anyways. Follow-up Joy Ban, Chip. Oh wow, the supers are already in, finally.
Yeah, finally. I've been hearing the drums, right? Game 1 was pretty quiet, you know, everyone's clenching their teeth. So Joy Ban... Now, do you ban the Fredrin here?
I think he's thinking about it. For sure, Zaya's thinking about it. It's like, okay, there could be a potential Loyi later down the line. We could bring it into that second phase one more time.
But that,
or
yeah,
play it for ourselves.
What if you open a Fredrin and we do it all over again?
It doesn't sound too bad of an idea.
Okay, so they ban Kalea.
All right, here we go.
Kimmy's open.
Kimmy is open. Do they take it?
I know Lolia has been practicing a lot of Kimmy Go. It really comes up to... Yeah, like
himself.
Can they flex it?
That's on a. I think that's what Lolios is asking right now. He's looking over at Zach. It's like, you play Kimmy? You play Kimmy? You do? Okay, good. Let's flex it.
And then in the fourth play, you're like, actually, I don't play Kimmy.
It's just like, I was just fucking around, you know?
Lolia was like, God damn it! Now I have to play into a Harith. Like, what have you done?
It's still very winnable. Kimmy does pretty well into the lane against Harith. Probably not so much once Harith hits level 4, but until that point, it is a winning lane.
So Harith Phobias, aim opener.
Are they going to lock in the Fredrin here and now? Show it early? Now that the Matilda is gone, does that mean it's unaccessible? Or is JP going to be like, I'm going to show you my Hayabusa?
Not too bad of a pick, I think, to get to the Harith. Not the best pick, but very viable pick. Max is like, I see lots of prey.
We'll see. We'll see, JP. They still have 18 seconds left on the clock. Antagonist still thinking about it.
No juice in either. Probably want to keep this Kimmy as a mystery. You could take the Gatot. Hilo is one of them.
Power of Pegasus.
Badang works too.
One chose me to vanquish the
Yo.
All right, this is pretty safe. This is a very safe start from JP. They needed a Badang, something that actually peels for that Kimmy, so that Kimmy can actually have the, space and time to build up that Star Liam and eventually get the empowered auto attacks. Regardless, there is some long-range engage. Do they really have an answer to this, Phobius? Are they just going to let Badang deal with it, or are they considering playing the CC here? Farsa once again locked in for the side of Vamos. I'm pretty sure that it's a Loyi ban coming up from Zaya in phase 2.
See, kind of pinched out on ZachQT's hero pool. I mean, the Vexana in game 1 was very much expected, right? It's one of the few comfort heroes that he has. They also did ban the Faramis in phase 2 for Vamos.
I don't think they'll do it
But I don't think they'll do it again.
Yeah, there's
probably not here.
There's no reason to. I mean, the Farsa is going to blow through the temp HP pretty quick, and it's not like Vamos is playing a Clawhood-centered lineup anyways. The last we saw, the Arrow 404 was supposed to be the main focus. But he banned out the Ranger this time. So now, back on the pinch onto Loliels.
I think they probably ban Granger and a mid laner here. They could still ban the Loyi. out. Not really much good matchups left.
Okay.
So Hayabusa.
Get rid of the Hayabusa. Probably gonna get rid of another jungle pick on top of that. Does Hero 4 play the Fredrin?
I don't know. Haven't seen enough. This is like his 4th game.
I think, let's see whether Zaya bans on the carry. If he bans on carry, that's a signal for it.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you still ban? Okay, maybe not the Luoyi here, right? They could consider, or they could just lock down Loliao's hero.
Lock down a Loliao's hero?
Carry? Not too bad of a ban.
If they ban out carry, they're signaling for Fredrin. If they get rid of the Moskov, they're signaling for an assassin. If they ban out the Luoyi, they're like, okay, all hands on deck, right? Let's see what this is going to be. Red 4 from the side of Vamos. Let's see whether it's a jungler or not. And there's still potential counter picks on top of that. Although carry does pretty well into Harith in the laning phase, on top of dealing with the Fredrin, I feel like that's not what they're going to lead to. This could potentially be a Hanzo for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Are there any other... Oh, wait, no. There's still another ban coming in from JP.
Honestly, I don't mind if Loliao goes on to the Beatrix as well. Because you take the carry, Vamos have very long hands.
Yeah.
They could blow you up before you do anything.
Really good call by Pabz to make sure they get rid of that link to ensure that Kimmy is going to be okay. Now that Link is out of the way, does that mean that they want to give Arrow for Hanzo at this point, now that Suyo has already been taken up? Or they could go straight into Lucas.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen Lucas time.
But then they would have banned out the Valentina.
Yeah, if they pick the Lucas here,
actually it's not that bad.
They
could leave it until the very end.
Yeah.
So they lock in. Oh, okay, never mind. They just go straight into the Hanzo. They're like, okay, good luck.
Yeah, farm well. We've already laid out the foundations. I think the Hilda still works here.
Hilda is kind of okay, but it's only good for the earlier stages of the game. Later on, man, Hanzo just munches right through you. Trinity build, ugh, it's disgusting. It's not fun.
Who do you go for as Niners? CC doesn't look too appetizing anymore.
You need something to cancel out the far side anyways. They could go for like a Cho pick here, another meat peel on top of the Badang.
Oh, they just go... Oh, I want to say Tigreal, but no.
Yeah, there's just too many people who's gonna get like munched on by
Jawhead?
Jawhead's okay, actually.
My mission is
Let's see, so they take the high loss, they take the safe route.
Okay.
What does L'Oreal get?
Another gold medal in my pocket.
Moskov, alright. I was thinking of other gold laners that could potentially turn this around and keep it a little spicy against the Hanzo. Arguably even the Klopp, and then I realized there was Lolios on the other side, so Moskov is going to be the go-to. Again, this composition is very centered around both Lolios and more importantly Zach QT on this Kimmy. Baxia gets locked in to try and deal with Hazelnut. Alright.
Not just Hazelnut, it deals with both Loliao and Zach QT. He buys that blade armor. I think it's lights out. I don't know how you're gonna kill him.
I don't know. I think everybody should be taking blade armor at this point, right? Even Fovius as well. Just double up on it. Oh, you're hitting 2 people with blade armor at once!
Oh, I heard you both have piercing damage. Pierce this!
That'd be so funny if they both can't kill them, if they both have blade armor. Let's see how this is going to play out, right? Because again, interesting draft this time round. A little niche here on the Hanzo. It's going to be a little difficult, but we'll see because it really depends on the performance of both Hazelnut and Sapat. Less on Zach QT, but definitely on Lolios. He cannot make a mistake in this game.
And this doesn't feel too good. Hazelnut on the high loss into the Baxia. I mean, good luck to both teams, JP Niners and Vamos. Niners again remains on the blue side, Vamos on the red side. We're in game 2.
Jump right into it. JP on the blue side once again. No surprises here. An early retry. It looks like Max does not want to fight for the Litho Wanderer, knowing that Arrow 404 could potentially just run on over and just steal a buff if he wanted to. Either way, if we don't see that start on the side of Team Vamos, in terms of the laning phase, we're seeing that Sapat getting harassed early on by Smooth. He's just making sure that he keeps his distance so he doesn't continuously get auto-attacked.
Just have to let Smooth shove in the lane. Smooth is holding the lane very well. Like the management from Team Vamos. The Wanderer goes to Arrow 4-4, turns around, Hazelnut. Very low. One more kill. And that will be Clarkwood getting first blood.
They forgot how Boxia works. Revitalize, nice going, but you didn't get a majority of that healing. It was short. It was shortened, not only shortened, but not getting the max amount of value because of Boxia's passive. Now Zorn on top of Max.
Gonna roll right onto the Suyo. He hit level 4, no cooldowns, gets jumped on, popped by Clarkwood. Second kill for Farsa.
I think Vamos are doing a really good job right now. Zach QT is like, guys, we have to calm down here. This Boxia is going to be a bit of a problem for the earlier stages of the game. We wanted to play around the marksmans of our compositions. Let's stick to it. If we have to give up Max's jungle farm, you might have to just give it up.
And we have a double marksman comp, right? Execution is even more important. We can't have our front lines going down like this.
Help!
It seems like Hazel Knight is gonna go down. Boom, boom. Munched on.
Just a quick snack. Snack for Era 404. Funny enough, he's not the one actually getting the kills. It's actually Clarkwood has been taking it away, which is actually great for Clarkwood, right? Because if he scales really fast into this composition, look at that feathered airstrike. Zach QT and Subpot just getting chunked out pre-level 4.
And Zach QT misses out level 4 because of that. Subpot had to help his teammate. Max is gonna get the orange buff. Comes into the smooth.
Oh my god, he nearly.
Wow.
Clarkwood, he shows presence, and Zorn walks right back in. This is not a fun time. Not a fun time at all for the Niners.
It's the Wheel of Destiny just rolling in. See that the recall habit has started. Zorn has regained his confidence. And then Espresco gets the crab. Everything going well for Team Vamos. Another feather airstrike.
Yep.
Hazelnut out of the lane. Smooth shows up. And this lane is now sandbagged.
Oh my god, they're just holding them hostage! They're like, nah, you don't get EXP, Zach QT, you're gonna miss out a minion for this. Just hold the artillery. Team Vamos literally freezing the mid-wave whenever they can.
Oh, the traction post misses, and Zach QT is gonna get chased down. Runs away, but Hazelnut can't do the same. No luxury to run.
This game is already done.
Yeah, I think so too.
This game is done. Vamos, they're just too far ahead, and even on the solo lane, Loliels is losing against that Espresso, and he's not going to let this lead go to waste. He doesn't even mind taking a bit of damage just to get some free gold plate. He's already taken nearly a third of it, and that's without any help.
Yeah, for the unbelievers, I think if Vamos wins one more team fight, or even just a skirmish, we can just call it.
Yeah.
Area 4-4 just got corrosion sight. 3.5 minutes in. He is... I don't know how you're going to stop him. If Hazelnut is dying in that manner, no chance.
Okay, good movement from Hazelnut and Zach QT, but right now, they just need Zach QT, please. Dear God. Oh, well, okay, all right. SOD going wide. Whoa.
We hit a collective groan of the fans. Like,
oh!
An attempt on the Zorn. They box him in, fist crack, fist break, everything used, but the only thing breaking is JP9's front line. Hazelnut getting chunked away. Arrow 4 wasn't able to collect any kill, but here comes Zorn, rolls on the Subpot, who now wants to disengage. Flicker 4 from Smooth, drags him back with a Dark Wave, and Smooth is going to Ascension mode. Vamos again win.
It's just too much damage here. Oh, burn him down! Zach QT with 10% of his HP, they all get zoned away. Zorn, honestly, he could have died there, but that Revitalize is keeping him alive until we see some anti-heal. This is going to be Vamos' game. Oh my god. First item, Blade Armor from Smooth. Dude, Zach QT finally gets the glowing wand, but he sure as hell needs either a Feather of Heaven or a Concentrated Energy if he's going to survive.
Wait until they start attacking Smooth. Let's see what happens.
Oh,
it's bad enough with your auto attacks. It's even worse when it's enhanced. Now you do double damage to yourself.
And so he gets one as well.
Hazelnut blows up. Here comes Smooth. Boom. Zach QT is gone. Squished by the totem. Yeah, I think we can call it.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. This should be a 2-0 for Vamos. Whoa! Already with the party tricks. Just got to show us like, hey, I'm part of the screen, guys. Don't worry.
What's the intention?
He's trying to tell the observer, look here.
Does he want to swap lane?
You're getting more exciting gameplay from my gold lane laning phase than anything else. You got to look on my side.
It's the...
Beat him up. Beat him up.
Oh, okay. He got the buff. Thank God.
God, the oppression.
I mean, if Niners could even get a single turret, that would be great.
Look at them, just raw, like, aura farming. Just like, hey, you want to go up against this right now? You think you can deal with this right now? It's just too much.
MVP of the game is Blade Armor for sure. Okay, second attempt onto Zorn, who just uses Revitalize. And this fight is over, right? I don't really know what's the plan, but sure, they can try. Zorn finally will go down, but it takes pretty long for that to happen. Arrow 4 shows up. Loliao actually got the kill. Nespresso chases him down. One more Chrono Dash will do the job, but Loliao flickers to safety. And Niner somehow gets a better trade.
Hey, see now Vamos is getting a little too cocky. They're sacrificing both of their players. So, funny enough, ZachQT lost 15% of his HP just by auto-attacking. Clockwood just like, hey, he's a little bit into 1/5 of his HP, and that was it. Either way, Team Vamos, I sure as hell hope that you don't throw this lead, right?
What?
JP Niners gave you a gift in game number 1 by throwing their lead, but if Team Vamos does it, this is going to be ridiculous.
Is that the blade armor for Zorn also?
Yes, they both have
right, they both have blade armor, right?
Those were their first item priorities.
Ah, smart. Smart boys. All right. Vamos still has a close to 4K goal lead. Let's see if Niners can even get this. Of course not. Arrow 4 gets the objective, and Smooth is going to chase all of them away. But the airstrike used, Max gets jumped on, flicking forward from Clockwood to secure the mega kill.
Keep it clean, keep it honest, zone them away, take neutral objectives, start working on structures. That's how you want to play as Vamos.
How is Zach going to play this game? Attack?
Beat him up!
No, you can't attack? Of course you cannot. They get the top tier 1, but they lose Hazelnut. And there's ZachQT jumped on by Arrow 404 and sliced the ribbons.
Nicely done by Arrow 404. Again, honestly, Arrow 404 is the more consistent player, just in general, based on what we've seen so far, right?
Statistically, yeah.
Statistically?
I mean, you can't make much errors if you don't get to play much, but the games that he played have been great.
Yeah, Clockwood is also trying to keep a clean game. He's letting his front lines do whatever they want, but he's got to be able to support them whenever he can. Until we see Vamos get the MR, which, again, exact same build coming up from Zorn and as well. Wait, how much money does Zorn have in comparison to... Okay, there we go.
He has 1,000 more.
Yeah, just 1,000 more. I thought he would have had a couple more components by now, but Smooth ends up buying it towards the end there. They're moving to those Radiant Armors. Once they get the Radiant Armors, ZachQT is kind of out of it.
He deals 0 damage. He deals more damage to himself.
He hurts himself way more. Way more.
Zach is so poor. He is 2,000 behind Clockwood.
He's been zoned out of the mid lane.
He
Fed an
wants
airstrike on contact. Like, what is he supposed to do?
I don't think even a concentrated energy can save him.
No.
There's no coming back from this, right?
Truly isn't. Truly isn't.
Hey, Smooth can even offer. You know what? I don't trust Zorn. I'll go Dom-Ice.
Eventually somebody else has to get the oh wait, actually technically Arrow 404 can just go for the Sea Halberd if necessary, right? Skip the golden staff. Actually no, golden staff's a little too good. He's already got the VHS, to be fair.
It's a wow idea.
Yeah.
What if Hanzo, you buy Dom-Ice, every time you ult in, they're gonna be forced to attack you, right? And you apply the Dom-Ice debuff.
You know what? He needs a blade armor too! If you have 3 blade armors, how much damage could you possibly do with 2 heroes that has piercing autos?
Alright, let's get 1 too.
Everybody, blade armor.
Everybody, blade armor.
On me.
If only there was an Eden. That blade armor becomes damage. Alright, this one connects, no steal.
Can't do much about this. 2-level difference between Arrow 404 and as well as Max. Traction does land, but it just does so little.
Wow, confidence restored. The fans have been waiting 5 weeks for this.
They waited 5 weeks. Clockwood, a little out of position. He's just like, come on, guys. And he's like, no, we got to do this. And he's like, all right.
And we better not lose this game.
Sure hope that they don't throw this one. It's 6.8k lead. About to be 10 minutes. Like, the checkmate angle isn't entirely complete, but we're again, it's check already. If they get 2 inhibitors off of this, next press. Oh, wow, that's a holy crystal. 10 minutes into the game. Not as early as how Loliel's got it, 8 minutes, but even so, that could seal the deal.
And Max doesn't get to play the game. Loliel saves his jungler. But I think if you're Hazelnut, just give your life away. Maybe not. Okay. Barely gets out.
Not bad, not bad. Keep in mind, the Arrow 404, he gets his ult very, very quickly. He's level 5, he's got the items as well. Like, the cooldown is not that long.
And Loliel really wants to play the wave, but just couldn't do anything about it with Vamos members right in front of his face. Holy defense. Mid and bottom goes down. Arrow 404 looks for Loliel. Gonna try to munch onto him. Good control by the team to save the marksman.
Okay, they can still go for the inhibitors at this point. You need to start phasing them out, yeah?
Okay.
Good angle to go in there, but no. Don't want to make any mistakes right now. They'll just take check. They've already got an 8.1k lead. They can find mate on the next Lord.
was very dangerous. Ooh, awkward. Could have been a one-shot.
Oh, Zorn baiting.
No, don't go for them. Don't go for it. Move comes in. They ate the bait. Espresso now has space to do damage. Zorn sticks on the spot, but the airstrike doesn't take him out, but enough to give Vamos chance to go to the bottom inhibitor. Arrow 404 as a distraction. Doesn't get any kill. Traction pulse moves back. There's a shutdown for Lodiel.
Okay. All right. Maybe not as close as I thought it was going to be. Bait missed. But Team Vamos didn't get that inhibitor turret, especially on the long lane, right? If they got that turret, that would have been a death sentence for JP Niners. They were able to get one back on this. Oh my goodness. Suppot does not even have a second item. He doesn't have the Oracle just yet. 10 to 11 against him. And Smooth is already working on that Dom Ice.
Yes. So how do you... I mean, I wanted to ask, how do you take on Smooth? Obviously, they've shown that they can, but it took a lot out of them. Distraction pulse actually pushed Falcon over the wall.
Gets pulled, and now here we go. Again, looking for initiation.
Hey, nice buff, Max. Oh my goodness! Wow, the crowd control was longer than I thought.
I mean, the shield unity did connect. I wasn't expecting it to be that long as well, but Clawhood following up very, very fast. Again, if everything fails, at least they've got Clawhood's damage to guarantee some kills.
Lightning Truncheon on top of whatever damage he already has. Second Lord will go over the Vamos. No contest. Lodiel did push out the bottom wave early, but that turret should go down.
Yeah, it should eventually break. Yeah, there we go. Finally breaks at the very end. Now, good timing here. Vamos wanted to make sure that the Lord spawns exactly when the waves were going to walk out at the same time. Now, forcing JP Niners back into that corner. They've achieved check. No mate just yet. They could try and defend this. That QT technically has enough to deal with the waves. Same goes for Loliel's. They should be the main targets for the side of Team Vamos. So the longer they live, the higher chance they have to survive this attack.
And Vamos, they just have longer reach, right? Arrow 4-4, once more control. No kills for him, but they did get the first hit at the top. Loliel's dealing with the Lord alone in the bottom lane. The Lord very low, dealt with in a very timely fashion.
What is going on here?
Man, I thought Vamos would have at least gotten the side wave one.
I mean, they wanted to stagger the waves so they focus one at a time.
Okay, on a Hazelnut, pinned to the wall. Arrow 4-4 should get nothing out of this. Suppot, good control on Espresso, but no follow-up there. Bottom inhibitor finally goes down. We've seen this story before last time when they played up against Toda. They got side inhibitors, but the game went downhill. Let's see if JP Niners can also repeat history.
Oh, haven't seen this item in a very long time. GDS purchase for Arrow 404. Great Dragon Spear, or what we call as GDS.
Next wants to run away. Here comes Arrow 404 on the Zakio. They control Zorn, but Zorn still survives. Revitalized keeps him up. And then, that was almost a highlight play.
Oh boy, and you can hear the Vamos fans. They were cheering for that one. It's not jeering this time. They're genuinely excited had that SOD landed. Regardless, 75 more seconds until Team Vamos tries to put JP Niners in that checkmate position once more. It's going to take some time, and so far the scaling is going pretty well for Loliel's. He's found 2 kills in the past couple of 14 minutes, but overall, Suppot has been sacrificing everything, literally everything, all the gold, all the EXP to both the jungler as well as their mid laner, as well as their gold lane.
Haven't seen a game where one team has a 10k goldie and it still felt so close.
It honestly shouldn't be.
We caught it like 3 minutes in, but apparently Niners is not backing down. Better airstrike used, but this wave is going to clear out again. Vamos still have the advantage, obviously. This next Lord should give them the game-winning moment. I say should.
We say should, but well, we'll just have to wait and see on this one, because in terms of scaling, JP Niners, it looks like they're getting close to the 42k mark. Oh wait, hold on.
So Loliel, he wants the buff. It could be his undoing. Actually, flicker to safety.
Oh.
Whoa, Loliel.
Very close margins here. He's not going to have flicker for the upcoming fight, but this Lord should fall into the hands of Team Vamos. No problem. This should be a no contest for JP Niners. Now even stealing the buffs as well, trying to starve them out. JP9ers should be able to get to the 42k mark on the time as the Lord walks in. Oh, we're still walking up though. This is dangerous. No,
very dangerous.
Shouldn't be doing this.
Smooth's gonna sandbag them. Here comes Zorn and Arrow 404.
Yep.
Falcon with better airstrike. Arrow 404 did get control, but still found a kill on the Hazelnut. ZaQT is kidding himself. SOD connects, Loliao shows up, but finds nothing.
Close, very, very close. They almost got Zorn. They almost got Smooth as well. Arrow 404. Ooh,
Loliao. Oh, Loliao. Oh my goodness, the timing.
Oh, you can see him right in the base get knocked back as well. Ah, the despair.
Oh, man.
The despair. Slow-moving projectile. What can you do about it? But this does end up denying Team Vamos from actually pushing forward. They have to go for the full reset and get back onto this Lord. And JP9ers, they're about to hit their next item power spike.
Damn, they swung the goal deficit by 1.5k. Smooth. It's caught, but the airstrike used again. ZaQT will have to take a recall for sure.
No, don't go back. Don't go back. Just go to the wave.
This fight is over. This fight is so over. Loliao, don't do it. Don't do it. Just wait for Supa to come back, play against the Lord, and pray.
I was ready to go. I was ready to say it. I was ready to wait for that moment where Lolios jumps in 1v5. Innocent!
Kora!
Just praying that he makes it happen.
In recent times, it's Eman.
Yes.
It's Eman.
It is Eman. Now, Team Vamos, put them in check once again. Unless we see that mate actually come through, they need to take out Lolios as well as ZaQT. They are the two major problems that Team Vamos has been struggling to deal with. Supa has found some pretty good peels and honestly some counter engages against Team Vamos despite not having a lot of gold to work with. Hazelnut is kind of just there, right? He's just waiting for the moment that they're strong enough to chase them down.
Unless you're a PoE main character, you're not escaping the gallows. If you are JP9ers, here goes Hazelnut. Revitalize long enough. Zorn actually gets blown up. Arrow 404, not getting much done. Max gets a Blazer stun. Zorn still survives, but they gotta deal with the Lord first. Loliao and ZaQT, plenty of damage. So Vamos can't end the game just yet, but they've gotten every single structure.
Yeah, this is very difficult for them. The piercing, even though they've got the blade armors, with those max items, and especially with that build, it's not even close!
Piercing damage, ZaQT able to get back to base. Arrow 404, not able to do too much. Max will survive also. No endgame angle for Team Vamos. JP9ers once more survives. Another SOD goes wide. Gives Nespresso a haircut on the way.
Oh my goodness, he's got the...
All these SODs have been so close.
They're close, they're like inches away. But his fade, let me tell you, is a little too clean.
Fade and a buzz cut.
Oh boy.
All right.
We're still going.
Still going.
We're still going. 9.4k lead. Honestly, doesn't really matter at this point. JP9ers are in a position where they have full items. Yes, they won't be able to do item swaps at this point of time. Maybe if you're Max, maybe if you're Loliels, but even so, is that going to make the difference against Team Vamos? If they're on top of you, there's no saving yourself from it. There's no peel even. ZaQT can only do so much to keep you alive. And Supa, I gotta give credit to Supa, right? His engages haven't been good. His fist breaks are great, but he holds on.
Oh, speaking of Supa, can he get out of this? No chance this time. Zorn once more survives. Move a bit far forward. Has to make bit of safety. Max couldn't find the kill. Here comes Nespresso. It's gonna be rooted down. ZaQT barely gets away. Arrow 404 now goes on a Hazelnut, but Loliao will clear out the wave again.
All right. They trade Supa. Smooth loses his flicker. I was about, I'll give him praise where praise is due, right? He's holding on to that ultimate very, very often here. He's waiting for the right time to utilize it. Nespresso, he had to use Purify in the earlier fight as well. But I think that Team Vamos, just stick to your guns, right? Stick to your guns. Look to hit from multiple angles. Take out that front line first. You have a composition that's really good at actually chunking them out. Let Zorn and Smooth, especially Smooth, eventually get into that back line. Nets needs a point of entry.
Hazelnut, he just got the immortality. He's gonna come back. Those pathways can get laid up. They look for Zach and finally they get it. 2 dead for JP9ers. This fight has concluded. Took him long enough, but Team Vamos, with patience comes success. Supa will be next on the gallows. And only Loliao left. This SOD doesn't really do much. It connects, but Vamos, they can just stand and wait. Loliao! He's going for the wave!
He wants to protect his family, everything under the sun!
He's gonna try! Gets Rando! But the wheel of Zorn comes back immortality. And finally goes down. Winter Crown will only buy that much time. A heroic attempt But there's only so much a hero can do in dire times. Team Vamos just too strong as the villains. This time the story doesn't end with the hero winning out. And here's the V formation. Vamos will just let it play out. 2-0 over Niners.
Oh, they had to do the Winter Crown on them as well. You saw the item swaps happening through. Zach QT finally makes a mistake and walks up too far for comfort as Vamos takes a 2-0 victory against the JP Niners.
Hey, Arrow 4-4, 100% win rate with Vamos. Never dropped a single game, and in the pivotal series, came through with the Hanzo and the Hayabusa.
What a game. What a game. This could have been all 3 series here. This could have gone the whole distance. You can see that even Hazelnut with his friend Arrow 404. A good time, a good match amongst friends.
Could have gone 3 games, I agree. Game 1 was the start of some brooding hope for Niners. Didn't get it through. Game 2 had to play from behind. But one mistake costed everything. And just like game 1, but different parallels. Couldn't win when ahead, couldn't win when behind. Vamos just better this series.
Yeah, they capitalized on the mistakes just better. There's nothing much they could have done. But with that being said, Vamos fans are cheering. Let's give it up for Rose with the interview on stage.
Dua berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh untuk Team Vamos. Guys, a round of applause. Congratulations. And of course, hello Arrow 404. Ini kali pertama Rose akan interview awak.
Hai.
Happy tak?
Happy.
Nak tadi I nampak you tengah main-main dengan cepat, apa benda semua. Okay, first of all, you know what? Clean game and selepas beberapa kekalahan yang berlaku pada beberapa minggu lepas ni, Arrow 404 dapat bantu abang-abang untuk menang hari ini. Rasa proud of yourself tak? Rasa bangga diri tak?
Bangga.
Bangga.
Kita main as a team.
Main as a team. Okay, no, actually Rose ada soalan untuk adik baru MPL kita lah kan. We all know he's still a kid and dia pun masih lagi tengah belajar. And I saw on social media a few days ago, siap tidur dalam kereta. He laughs a lot. So, siap tidur dalam kereta. As a pro player and a student, macam mana awak balance your time? Lagi-lagi, musim exam kan?
Musim exam kurang main lah. Kalau biasa, saya belajar kat sekolah je.
Oh.
Balik rest kejap, dah scrim.
I see. Biasanya berapa jam sehari you buat scrim dengan, belajar, review apa benda untuk exam?
Scrim normally sampai pukul 9, 10. Lepas tu saya belajar.
Oh, memang ada curfew lah. So, abang-abang you memang sayang lah? Belajar? You rasa, Rose ada soalan, you rasa berapa A boleh dapat? Berapa A? 10. 10 A? Yakin ke Zorn? Boleh. Talented. Okay, now Rose pun ada satu soalan. Setiap kali Vamos 404 turun kan, menang 2-0. Betul kan? 2-0 kan? Adakah awak ni lucky charm Vamos untuk musim ini?
Maybe.
Ada apa-apa tak yang you nak cakap kepada Abang Chibi dalam bilik tu?
Thank you sebab ajar saya.
Dan bagi peluang main hari ini. Okay. And I dengar cerita you memang close dengan Nets
Close.
I nampak selalu beli aiskrim sama-sama, makan sama-sama. Siapa paling baik?
Paling baik? Saya lah.
Hah? Bukan. Abang-abang.
Oh,
Nets. Zon tak baik? Kurang?
Baik.
Kurang. Chibi?
Baik. Semua baik.
Semua treat you as a little brother.
Yeah.
Okay, we like that now, Zorn.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a tough few weeks.
Betul.
Okay. Banyak kekalahan, banyak benda yang berlaku. And now, korang punya harapan untuk playoffs masih lagi cerah. Okay, selepas menang 3 mata hari ini, Zorn as a player yang main in every line up, macam mana you guys punya mental sekarang? Macam mana korang bounce back?
Kalau ikutkan sekarang kita orang punya mental lega lah. Boleh dikatakan kita orang dah finally dapat apa yang kita orang nak. Tapi sebelum lawan Diners pun betul-betul kita orang punya pressure tinggi juga sebab since kita orang ada peluang untuk tak lepas playoff. And then for now boleh cakap alhamdulillah kita orang dapat kembalikan kita orang punya orang kata confident untuk bermain lawan tim-tim yang seterusnya.
Momentum tu boleh kata dah sedikit by sedikit tapi makin kembali lah kan. Okay. And I'm pretty sure ramai orang pun happy dengan kemenangan hari ini. Betul? Alright, so stadium juara. Siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Zord! Wow. Beberapa kekalahan yang berlaku datang kembali dengan, fresh aura, dapat MVP. How are you feeling today? Selain jadi pada, rasa lega.
Kalau ikutkan rasa macam terkejut lah. Since rasa untuk season ni untuk seorang Roma untuk dapatkan MVP betul-betul susah. Sebab saya rasa bukan kita orang punya era. So untuk sebagai user tank MVP saya rasa macam bersyukur gila lah. Sebab rasa macam akhirnya Muntun hargai user Roma ya.
Wow. Mungkin sebab performance yang Zon tunjuk kepada semua orang hari ini. And of course, I tak nak tanya macam mana korang akan prepare for your matchup up against Aero. But more towards apa yang you rasa Vamos masih lagi kurang dan ada masa untuk obviously improve sebelum matchup dengan Aero.
For now rasanya mungkin kita orang punya confident. Rasa kalau kita orang main macam Niners lah, lawan Niners, kita orang ada confident yang kuat. Which is kita orang tak takut nak buat apa-apa movement. Saya rasa kalau benda tu kita orang teruskan untuk lawan Aero nanti, insyaAllah kita orang boleh menang juga lawan Aero.
Itu adalah kemenangan yang sangat-sangat penting kalau pasukan Vamos nak qualify ke playoffs. Maybe one last question kepada Aero 404. Now, Rose baru je mention kan, your last match is up against Aero Esports. Nak tanya you nak main ke lawan Aero? Nak.
Sebab ada Hazel.
Yes! Ada Hazel. You rasa bila you lawan Hazel, apa yang akan berlaku dalam perlawanan itu?
Saya rasa normal lah. 50-50.
50-50. You rasa nak lawan dia punya haya ke?
Boleh.
Boleh?
Boleh.
Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada Hazel?
Good luck, have fun.
Tu je? Tu je. Tak nak. Okay, you know what? Since awak ni first time I interview you, apa yang nak cakap kepada audience yang datang dan sokong mereka?
Thank you pada semua fan-fan Vamos, fan-fan JP and what's up Vamos? Thank you sebab datang and harap korang boleh datang lagi next match dengan Aero.
Korang akan datang tak next match dengan Aero? Alright, itu dia. Super amazing, Tanya, and congratulations, of course. Thank you so much kepada Aero 404 dan juga Zorn. And with that, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's throw it back to the casters to break down apa yang berlaku dalam clean sweep perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. That was Aero 404 and our MVP of the match going over to Zorn. Do you necessarily agree with this? Because I think, yes, he was providing a lot of pressure coming into game number 1. Game number 2, there were moments in that game where I was just like, yo, I don't know, you should be there, buddy.
Hey, if I have to make a pick, I think Smooth is the guy.
Smooth.
I think Smooth would be my personal MVP. I felt like he had almost the same function as Cram when they went up against HomeBois, right? Just massive stand back. I mean, he also had his moments where he got caught. But overall, I'm okay with both.
You're okay with both?
This boxer did have a lot of it. I don't know, maybe he's a good pick, right?
I think so. I think in both games, oh man, it's tough to say because Zorn had a lot of value in both of the games, no matter what, and no matter how you put it. I think everybody on the side of Vamos played a decent game. I think the more consistent ones is where I'm leaning to. I feel like Hawkhood definitely deserves a shout because again, without his damage, this composition technically doesn't work, right? Yeah. That Feather Airstrike is extremely important in game number 2. But even in game number 1, it's not like he was doing too hot as well. Because this game, 3-21. What? 20-minute game, 3-21.
The fact that it lasted 20 minutes is 10 minutes too long. This game should have ended a long time ago. But no, Vamos, they played it disciplined and they just waited for the choco, right? Able to end the game. lasted longer than a lot of people would have liked, but at least they got the win. They were able to just put JP Niners in a very, very tough spot. I still feel like there are certain things that Vamos could have ironed out. You know, I think they could play the side lanes a bit more, but JP Niners weren't exactly managing it the best either.
Yeah, I think definitely the flaws on both sides, but happy for Team Vamos to find that 2-0, right? The playoff run could potentially still happen. JP Niners, on the other hand, it is starting to look extremely rough for them. But Sapat, interesting enough, his third item, he's like, you know what? Give me a brute force breastplate, baby. Make me fast. Make me run alongside that Hanzo.
I'm shocked that he went brute force. I was like, okay, either immortality or you bait with a winter crown. But no, breastplate.
I mean, to be fair, he got the quantum charge on top of everything.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, I gotta go fast, gotta chase them down. It's not like we have a glorious pathway or anything.
I mean that's true, but he hasn't been able to chase anyone down the whole game, right? Like his whole purpose is, I see Arrow 404, I fist break him, we make sure he doesn't kill our backline, I see Zorn, I do the same thing. So I don't know, I think it's a very interesting decision at itemization. I feel even worse for Hazelnut. Didn't get to play the game at all.
Yep.
When he finally got immortality, they instantly pop it.
Such a feels bad moment.
He died mid-animation trying to cast his ult.
Yeah, no matter what, it's not like... The problem here is that JP Niners, the way that this comp needs to work, the conditions need to be right. Again, Baxia, pretty good for the side of Team Vamos overall as a means to punish Hazelnut, but this was really a game of whether or not your support can find little cracks in the earlier stages of the game to create these advantages for your laners. Like even Sapa was having a pretty tough time against Smooth, having to take Quantum Charge. He can't sustain in the lane as much as he wants to in comparison to having something like Brave Smite.
It's very hard when Team Vamos' draft just removes two of your heroes at the from the get-go, right? Like this Hylos rendered obsolete, and then Kimmy at one point was obsolete because of double blade mail. I still feel like something like a Jawhead maybe would have done more for Niners, although that means they would need to switch up the way they play, and with how that early game went, a Jawhead would have been a horrible pick anyways.
Yeah, I mean, unless they wanted to lean more into like, let's get an early gank for Max, let's kind of put Max in a position where he can actually do something to maybe affect that mid lane. There's probably some more logic into that, because again, JP Niners is like, oh, how are you going to contest the lane? Lolios can try and walk up. Hazelnut shows up mid. He's going to get blasted down by Zorn as well as Claw could. That very first mistake costed them so much gold.
And then we're just walking up to fight Zorn. I think and it spilled into ZaQT's lane the most, right? Like he didn't get to play the game at all. Some heroic moments, I think, from Loliao. He really tried, but some games just can't be safe.
Yeah, some games really can't be safe. I think at that point, you might as well go into the Gatot instead. Try to at least deny the Feather Airstrike means to an end, I suppose. Not exactly the greatest peel. It doesn't really bring enough utility for the Kimmy, but it's something at least.
But you have to put him in the XP lane, not the roam. Right? That's why I feel like putting this Hylos in the roam was a death sentence for Hazelnut.
Oh, yeah.
They essentially just sent him to die. Like, he just could not do anything this entire game.
Help, sir. Yes.
It's like, Pabz picks the Hylos. Hazelnut's like, I get the Badang, right? No, you get Hylos. It's like, what? You're crazy?
What have you done to me? I am the sandbag this game. 201,000 damage received. Clawkun is going to be the carry. Rich Guy obviously going to fall into the gold laner from Vamos, but Zorn has done enough in this match.
The fact that Niners attempted to kill Zorn 4 minutes in, it's very impressive. I appreciate the effort. It clearly didn't work out.
Oh, look at him. Look at him. He's just absorbing shots like it's absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Smooth is just freestyling on all of them.
I think, to be fair, even Smooth, as much as he had like a decent overall game, just goes to show that like sometimes you got to put a lot of practice, especially landing the Dark Wave and the Flicker. You have to do it so fast. You cannot like wait for the projectile to just about come out and then Flicker. It will just stay in the same spot.
Yeah.
You have to, as soon as he's about to lift that shield, instantly Flicker.
Oh boy. I know, this is the highlight reel for Vamos. There's only 3 kills for Niners. There's only so much we can go through. Wow, we went through the whole list. Niners have no more.
Oh, they've got no more. Unfortunately here, ZaQT just too far out of position. They could have waited for Sapat to come back forward, allowed Lolios to walk a little bit forward. But they again, if any component is missing for the side of JP Niners, this game becomes so difficult.
And that's the thing I wonder, right? Like who's making these calls? I know that Max is the shot caller, or at least the team captain, but in these moments where you have staggered death timers, where you are behind and the enemy is getting objectives, who makes the call? Because it feels so weird for them to make decisions that makes no sense, right? Fighting when there's a Lord coming, fighting when the death timers are still staggered. It's, I don't know, I mean, Niners, they're definitely not going playoffs, but they still have a chance to stay in out of relegation.
Yeah, I don't know. The calls in this game, there's a point in the game where it becomes unplayable, right? And I think we saw it at that third minute where it's like there's nothing that you can do to really salvage the scenario until you see your opponent make a mistake. Then the question becomes, how do we force an error out of our opponents? We can't go to the bottom side of the map because it's basically impossible against that Phoveus. We know that Boxia rotates extremely fast. The only person they were hoping who makes a mistake was either Arrow 404, which he didn't, or Claw could. Again, Purifies was on the side of Harith this time round, so it's really difficult for Nets to technically make a mistake.
And they invested everything into Lolia and Zach. They're like, we have to get you ahead, survive for an extra 15 minutes, only to fall in the end.
Yep. A 2-0 victory regardless for Vamos. They're still in the playoff race. Final match is up against Aero Esports. It's going to be a tough competitor here, and we need to see them play a tighter game because Aero has been picking up the pace.
If this is the current version of Vamos, I don't think it's good enough against Aero. I think Aero still is going to beat them. If we go 3 games, Aero is going to win 2-1. Vamos need to step up, and they have time to do so, right? They have 1 week before the most important match of the regular season.
Hey, we might see Arrow 404 face off against Hazel. 2 young guns in the jungle, ready to battle it out. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to the mic check and going on a short break. When we come back, more MLBB action here at the MPL MY Season 15. We'll see you after this.
Jom. Itu Franco. Masuk nih. Flicker. Aku tutup battery guys. Masih back. Pick up. Lagi boleh. Boleh. Gua low guys. Sama ton. Tinggal ton. Ayo busa. Lo. Nice.
Baik sana guys.
Ya, angkop KL. Nah itu. Tutup back sana. Boleh lagi Ham. Ya kok gigi. Aku OTW guys. Hari main. Hari sore ada sana. Dah. Lagi. Okey guys. Flicker Harit. Nice one. Mantap bosku. Mantap bro. Sini. Hati. Aman. Tunggu Harit. Main dengan lot guys. Santai. Tolong mid.
Nice game.
Nice one. Boleh end.
Nice.
Orang lagi. Di kopi. Oh. Orang sini.
Di kopi.
Jangan. Udah. Nice. Alhamdulillah, nice bro. Bisa button.
Nice. Santai.
Cek lah. Okay, guys. Dia aku tabrak terus. Tabrak terus. Jam. Aku tak ada first kill. Nice kill. Hero. Suyu. You guys. Tabrak. Mati. Mid guys. Boleh mid guys Kimi tak ada flicker. Tabrak merah guys. Kita ready yang? Kita belum ready bang.
Kita ready.
Korang main 3.
Boleh.
Aku ready bang. Kalau ikut hero power kau menang. Aku buka. Depan ni Cil. Tapi kiting Mati dah suyu dia. April. Korombat. Jom. Bodoh. Mati coy ini. Jom hero guys. Jom hero, tabrak semua dengan aku. Aku dapat Moskov, suyu. Bye. Oi, apa? Aman, sabar.
Hidup, oi.
Naja. Di kopi, standby. Winter di kopi. Bi. Tengah. Sabar.
Sini, Jong.
Dah, Winter 1, 2, 3.
Oi!
Alhamdulillah, mantap. Ini tak boleh buat apa.
椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Yo, hebatkan harimu dengan 100 + 0. Coba, try, taste 100 + 0. Hey.
は俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Team Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Team Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 つやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Vamos tries to catch up to the target. Zorn not able to find the toss, but Move will with the knockout. Gets terrified, crowd controls. Move will go down AOG. Uses the Winter Truncheon Winter Crown very early. Gets taunted out. That was supposed to be safe for SkyZ, but he doesn't have the option. And now Nespresso goes in.
SkyZ, dealt damage. So everyone else dealt damage, but Siska, man.
Get the punish Zorn. Winter Crown, delay it. Menace Rage blows up Keeman. SkyZ gotta make it fast. Storm is gonna sacrifice his life. Rossi back in the base. Storm will buy time with the Winter Crown. Lord over the DXO. Storm will eventually go down. Iron Storm into Immortality just to delay his death. The Eternal God blocks the shot as Storm gets away, and they will find Zorn. Under control. EV, he's gone. Right, Winter Crown even used EV guaranteed death. Ivan, Winter Crown again, bakes out the aggro from Team Rain. But MV have successfully defended the base.
Roundel
still once more, but he has to be very careful.
Oh!
Crown fade, Zidane, spin it into a rough spot. Shadows for the Red Giants, 2-0 over Toda.
All right, everyone's gonna freeze. 1, 2, 3, freeze! Yeah. Now everyone follow the timing. I like that. I call 1, 2, 3.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur? Masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな。
Aku hembus kata rematch. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say. Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Aku hembus kata rematch. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo eo. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moontar. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 gig processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rapanuda, NESF, PSM.
Welcome back, everybody. MPL MY Season 15 continues with the very final game to close out the week. We've already seen 2 best-of-3s conclude, and a lot of the positionings are getting tougher and tougher. Some predetermined, others must be decided next week. And our final game of today going over to MV versus Team Ray. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky here at the desk.
Yeah, this one was the most important series. I think it's the most important series after Vamos JP9ers, because Team Ray, they're fighting to still try to get into playoffs. There is an opportunity for that to happen, but for MV, they're on a mission to make that deep run to take away a potential second spot that is currently held by HomeBois.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for that 2-0 against Team Ray. Team Ray's odds so far, and when looking at the statistics, they need that 2-0 on the opposite end. And if HomeBois wins 2-0 against OB, they must lose 2-0, so on and so forth. So, generally, Team Ray, their odds not looking very good, having a majority of their games played early on in the season. I feel like they've set the benchmark by week 3. Afterwards, man, it was rough.
I think by the halfway point, we already can kind of see that Team Ray might not make it to the upper echelon, but now it's the fight to stay alive. And, you know, all these actions has been broadcasted everywhere, but it's broadcasted on one of my favorite places.
Yep, of course. Don't miss a single moment of the MPL MY Season 15 now, as you can catch all the live action on your TV screens. It's Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before, right from your living room. Hello to everybody watching for Astro Arena. If you're watching from across the world, also, good morning, maybe even good afternoon to you guys, depending on your time zones. Either way, the MPL MY has given us some pretty interesting drafts thus far, if not interesting plays. From some of the bigger throws to some of the bigger plays, we're hoping that MV can keep the standard up.
Yeah, we have a lot of concepts, I think, in terms of draft, right? A lot of theories being crafted by some of these teams. A lot of them didn't really work out the way we wanted it to, but we saw the potential, right? Like even JP9ers that had some good ideas, OB as well. Didn't work out, but SRG and HomeBois, their theories have been on point so far. MV also have some party tricks up their sleeves. Esmeralda was a surprise pick that they've been able to make it work.
Yeah, no, I still don't necessarily agree with the Esme. I think there are certain scenarios where you could possibly fit it in, and the times that they did use it was against the Matilda. Other than that, we have seen that Esme unfortunately isn't as raw sustainable as some of the other tanks in the meta thus far, and especially with Phobius available, that's even like, I mean, that's not even a comparison.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for Team Ray and Monster Vicious, for MV, this team really has been a long time coming. They came so close last season, right? Just a bit of stage jitters and up against an experiencing like Todak. They dropped out of the upper bracket and the rest, they dropped out of the play-ins and the rest was history. There was a moment in time that MV could have really ended Todak's run way before the historical lower bracket finals, but here they are draped in new colors, yellow and white, looking stronger than ever and having a chance to go for upper bracket.
This is one of the few Tier 2 teams that have been refining their game over multiple seasons, if not an entire year. 2 years, in a matter of fact, with a lot of their players having been loaned out from the Tier 2 scene to fill in Tier 1 spots. So they got more and more experience as time goes by. but with the help of Haru, they've been able to kind of mold this squad. On the opposite end, Team Ray, it gets a little tougher, right? Because this team has always been in the middle of the pack. They've been trying to claw their way out, and I think this particular iteration is looking closer to molding themselves, or at least having the right setup to eventually become a Tier 1 team.
I agree. I think you compare them to last season, I would definitely say that this season is a better season for Team Ray, but it's still not good enough to push them into the top 6, right? To put them on the same pedestal as all the other teams that have already qualified into playoffs. The least they can do right now is to give MV a fight. I think Team Ray have shown really good potential. They've went the full distance with team like Vamos, like Todak, but closing the series out has been the toughest challenge for them.
It's always been a struggle, mainly because they're playing around 1 or 2 win cons, right? They have Lazier and as well as Trap being the 2 main pushers of those win cons, and Eevee has to sacrifice a lot to make that happen. Even their post 4 is struggling to make ends meet, right? And I think that's the difficult decision that they have to go with. Either they go for an all-for-one strategy, or they start splitting their win cons. So far, I feel like Lazier is a little bit more reliable on that win con compared to Trap. But at the same time, we've seen teams really adjust better around the jungle picks and bans.
Yeah, some teams, I think in the earlier stages of the league, they do target ban Trap a lot more, right? Force him into picks, but he still has that pocket 1-1, which MV also plays.
Yeah, I mean, MV, a stellar lineup here. They've grown so much since the first time they debuted it individually or as a squad. Monster Vicious with a main lineup of Ruff, Nova X Kobar, Roundel, Uni, and as well as Xeno. This team has some real chemistry and a real chance if they can put some varnish. Because we've seen them overheat, but we've also seen them play from behind.
And they have admitted that, right? Sometimes Star Syndrome is a cause for losing games, but they also demonstrated that they are very well versed when it comes to big team fights, right? They are very good in these team fights. They've slightly broken away for the full local lineup, the local lineup identity, bringing in Roundel. But Roundel has fit in very well, right? Even gaining that moment in time where he was the biggest enemy for DXS's jungler.
Oh yeah, notoriety confirmed. But on the opposite end, their competitors today is going to be Team Ray with Trap, Virgie, Dinesh, Lazier, and as well as Eevee. This team definitely plays better on the utility, but they always need their win cons to be there. And right now, they are blunting on the edges. I'm trying to see whether or not they can start to adjust their strategy to have not only multiple win cons, but also able to bleed their leads over from maybe even Eevee. He used to be that EXP laner who could do that.
Yeah, I want to see if they would bring back that flavor from last season, which was the only way they know how to play the game, but it works extremely well when they hit the right marks, right? Picks like Jawhead that allows them to go fast. Jawhead, Suyo, Jawhead Hayabusa. Now they have Lazier playing the Lucas to fit into that as well. Let's see if that flavor is going to show against MV.
I really hope that it does. I mean, we got to see something new from Team Ray if they want to still hold their position. If not, a spot in the league. Let's see the lineups. A full 3 points today will lock in their playoff slots. With 2 matches left, they still have a shot at the upper bracket. Please welcome, it's Monster Vicious!
They managed to steal a point against DxSoul yesterday. Today, they carry a bigger mission to rise above last season's finish and secure a playoff spot. Please welcome Team Ray!
Introducing the coaching staff of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. But side of Monster Vicious, it's Haru and Sora. From Team Ray, it's Ars and Sinhai. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both our competitors.
All right, there's some parallel to be drawn here. I think we can look at Team Ray and look at DxO, which was a team that did defeat them, right, in a 2-1 fashion. And then you look at the track record, Team Ray actually played quite some full series as well in the league, but compared to DXS, they've lost more, and that's why DXS is almost prime for playoff spot, and Team Ray are still struggling.
Here, I mean, the thing is, Team Ray had a more refined way of playing team fights, and I think that's something that a lot of teams were trying to get more used to as they got on stage. But as time goes forward, let's first jump into a quote from Trap. Here is our MPL Insider. In the last fight against DX, we rushed to the end of the game. The Masha also hard to deal with. We got distracted even though we had agreed to ignore her. Against MV and SRG, realistically, they're tough opponents on paper, but we'll give it our best. This is a quote from Trap.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, especially when you look at the last line, right? They are playing MV now. The final match is against SRG OG. And you know, with how SRG OG dominated HomeBois yesterday, it's fair to say that the odds are really not in Team Ray's favor. Even if they win this, it still doesn't guarantee them any spot, but they have to start somewhere.
I mean, they're susceptible to mistakes. That's the thing. And I think that, unfortunately for Team Ray, as much as they are well connected with each other during those team fights, I mean, if one person makes that mistake, everybody technically kind of looks in tunnel visions on the same thing. I mean, you heard it here first from Trap, right? The Masha was a bit of a problem. Coming into this game, I'm curious to know whether or not they're going to get rid of the Masha, especially when you're up against a team like MV, and also what is the preparation, because it really boils down to how many win cons can we take away from Team Ray and have a dominating early game.
It's been 5 weeks and, you know, 8 series. This is an 8 series for MV, but you look at how MV have a chance to secure top 2, they have to 2-0 everything. and HomeBois have to lose to them, of course.
It's a real tough one here. They got a 2-0 every single match from this point onwards against not only Team Ray, but Aero and as well as HomeBois. And they also need HomeBois to fall against them. If HomeBois is able to get a 2-0 against OB, that'd be great. But even so, I don't think that's yeah, I mean, it's already happened at this point.
And the easiest way to call it is they have to beat HomeBois.
Yeah, it puts them at 21 points while HomeBois is stuck at a maximum of 20, right? So that means that MV will overtake them and there's no aggregate to worry about, no head-to-head to worry about. It is a clean 1-point lead.
Yeah, very straightforward for MV. You know, I think Team Ray is a good way to look at it's like a litmus test, right? Like Team Ray power level, Team Ray Aero, and then HomeBois, it's a boss rush for Monster Vicious. But for Team Ray, of all the gold laners in the league, most of them have standouts, right? Most of them either have a moniker or have memorable moments. You know, Noliel, Innocent, Akuse, recently MLQT. But Trap, we've said that he is the jack of all trades from week 1 onwards, some even from previous seasons, but even until now, I think we're still looking for more from this guy.
Yeah, no, we're still looking for more because, again, he gets so close for making the super play and just falls short, like ever so shortly. Guys, if you're coming down to the MPL arena here at Stadium Juara, you can actually get your hands on the MPL MY Season 15 exclusive merchandise, which is now on sale. More designs available at the MPL MY Arena merchandise booth, and you can also check out their TikTok shop, so scan the QR code if you're interested in that.
Yeah, I need to get my hands on one of these. I saw Cram, he also has one, acting as the referee in the SRG OG IV reel. So if Cram wears it, I think you should wear it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy association, guys. Come on. We got to get on the ball faster. Who knows? Who knows? You might be seeing new faces up on that stage. Please don't. Please don't. You're going to have a tag. You need an ID as well. There's a lot of processes to be a marshal. Either way, this matchup is about to begin. 30 seconds left on the clock. Obviously, the odds are against Team Ray because Monster Vicious has just been looking like the better team in general. The games that they have lost, you can tell it is clearly their fault. The games that they have won, they've made teams really bend the knee.
Yeah, MV's biggest enemy is themselves, right? Just as long as they don't overheat, as long as they don't start diving crystals and fountains, most of the time, they are going to close out games. But Team Ray, maybe exploiting some of those weaknesses, some of those, you know, holes in the armor is going to be the way to take down MV.
All right, let's get right into it. The drafting phase begins for both our teams in this best-of-3 series. Let's jump right into it.
I heard some bans before we hop into the draft. Yep, I heard a Hilda early on. So Haru banning it out, Hanzo first phase ban, and a Phobos to follow. Definitely a lot different from what we've seen in the previous 2 series where we're looking a lot at like Kalea, Joy, I think with the Zhuxin ban also.
I mean, if Ars is willing to ban out the Hanzo, it does kind of indicate that they want to play a traditional front-to-back comp. Haru, however, also making sure they're getting rid of the global presence of Chip. No surprises there. The question is whether or not they're going to let Fanny through. I don't think Haru is going to let Fanny through, especially with so much on the line here. They need to have a clean draft.
Yeah, I think it's a risk that isn't worth taking. And like, what's the trade that you want? Well, Team Ray solved that problem.
Okay. It doesn't mean that they want to set up for first pick Kimmy. It just shows the priority list right now.
It's Kimmy and Kalea up for grabs. We saw that exact exchange between HomeBois and SRG OG yesterday. SRG OG did opt for the Kalea first pick. They had a solution for the Kimmy. Backline divers like Ling, we see the Bakta, the Glue as well, were decent options. See if MV are willing to go for that trade, right? Or they just want to go straight for the Harif. But if that's the case, they do have to remember that there's no more Phobius +1.
Yep, I think Haru, if I was in Haru's position, I think the easiest way to deal with it is just ban out the Kimmy, right? Let them have Kalea. We've seen them multiple times deal with the line where they have to deal with Kalea in general. Oh, they're going to take out Zushin. All right, they're going for the Gambit. So now we're 50-50. Is it going to be Kimmy? Is it going to be Kalea?
Let's see what... I feel like, looking at Virgil's portfolio, I think Kalea is a great hero that fits him, right? He loves catches.
Catch style heroes.
Catch style heroes. Yeah, pick off zero. There we go. Thank you.
That's what they want to do.
I
totally agree with you. I think that the Jawhead is just unfortunately a step above when it comes down to like power leashing your jungler, especially when you're going for that power farm route. Speed up that level 4 for the initial clear first rotation. But Kalea gonna be the lock-in for the side of TR. MV on the other hand, let's see how they respond. They can technically still go for Kimmy, take a Purify, and call it a day.
At least our region has really strayed away from the Jawhead, right? I think just doesn't fit what we like to play. I think Kalea is a very big reason. It's either or. So MV, they go for the Kimmy. It's a very obvious trade. Kimmy into a Gatot solves the problem immediately.
Yep, very honest answers. Very honest line of drafting for the side of Harun as well as Sora. They see a problem, immediately answer it. Now they pose the question to Ars, how exactly are you going to deal with the Kimmy? I'm going to be surprised if Lazir is thinking, hey, maybe I can get my hands on the Ling this time round. And that could affect the relationship of how MV want to play out the EXP to force priority.
There's another line that we haven't seen in quite a while. Lucas into Valentina for a 2-3. Usually you see it on the red side. Well, actually you see him on the blue side since you get 2-3 immediately. Not sure if they want to go for it. I know Lazir has been a big fan of the Lucas pick and they just does play the Valentina. They go for the Kakashi. They go for the Hayabusa, which is a lot more direct, a lot more safe.
Very honest.
Wow.
They go for the Wan as well. They want to make sure that it's difficult for Kimmy to land any initial engages, whether it be the Tractor or whether the Starlium. Lucas gets locked in for the side of MV, and now Haru looking to protect the pick. Let's see if he bans out that Valentina this time around, or maybe they're okay with actually dealing with the Valentina, right? We've seen time and time again, as much as you have Valentina on your side, unless you have access to the backline, or, I mean, whoever presses the buttons first usually wins it out. You can stagger the opposing Lucas.
And if it's not a direct lane matchup, in the XP lane, which in of itself is very rare, Lucas usually does decent. Unless they're willing to flex rough on that Kimmy. I mean, we have seen him on that Kimmy. That wasn't really the best game. They did lose to DXS because of some minor errors on their end. But I still won't rule it out. I think against Team Ray, Dinesh has been kind of going towards the Eve a lot as well, right? That is a possible pick that Team Ray can look at.
Now, Baxia ban coming up for the side of MV as a potential way to deal with the Gatot, if not another flex tank that wants to kind of sustain in the front lines. I thought that maybe they can pick it up for themselves, especially when you're facing the Kalea. I think this is fine, right? At the end of it, how are they going to deal with the Wan, right? The only person who can technically do it is Lucas, but even then there's a possibility of an outplay from Trap if he just maintains just enough distance to stay away from the flash step.
Yeah, need enough health food to tank up to eat the crossbow tank, but eventually they are going to start transitioning into Winter Crown. They already have the Gatot, which is a big flex. I feel like if you are MV right now, you're in a position where, do I reveal where the Kimmy goes or do I reveal where Gatot goes? Right? So far he's been very honest, but now they're running a double flex.
Yeah, I think at this point they might even have to triple flex it. They could triple flex it. They could go with the relationship of like Gatot and then maybe even a Badang on their side. It could be awkward at the same time because you're really only looking for the Badang in these cases. If you want to hide what your mid lane is going to be, in case you're worried about a glue on the opposite side. Oh, they get rid of Novaria instead. Huh.
Makes the job easier for Kalea, but also for 1-1. I can see the angle. Without the Novaria, I think there's still Valentina if Dinesh wants to go for it. There is a bit of issue in terms of damage from Team Ray. Majority of it front-loaded from on Hayabusa, 1-1 needs time, and even then you need to unlock the weakness points. So I think if you are on Team Ray, you're looking to give Dinesh some very heavy hitters.
Yeah, I'm thinking Yve, I'm thinking about Lo Yi as well, both of which are decently good. Valentina, also an argument. Lo Yi is the ban here, so now MV has to decide. They could technically still go for the Valentina in terms of viable mages that they can go for, even if they're, let's say the mage is like suddenly a marksman for all intents and purposes. There's still the Tsunami Slam that they could steal.
They do go for the Badang like you suggested. And fun fact, Roundel, Virgie, and Lazir were once the trio made for Alter Ego X in MDL Indonesia. So could this be the key for MV to defeat Team Ray? We'll see if Roundel gives enough info, right?
I mean, it has been a long time. That was season 9, dude. That's like 2.5 years ago.
Because MDL, right, the MDL starts the same time as MPL, right?
Yeah.
So it's season 15 now, yeah.
It is quite some time, but now we see the final lock-in. Valentina as a potential counterpick against the Lucas. They can also steal the AOG, but a high loss as well to kind of speed up potential fights. Either way, it's going to be a sandbag of an EXP lane. No surprises here from the side of Team Array. A very honest draft, as both have posed the questions, is debated throughout the drafting phase. MV now looking for a mid laner of choice. If they go for the Yve, Valentina can steal it away, and that might hurt the odds of Kimmy, but at least they have the Gatot as a potential way to counter it.
Yeah, and if you're feeling fancy as a Valentina, you can always still fist crack to get that minus stagger effect. We've seen players do that just to add a layer of peel, and in this case, you are peeling primarily for trap. Right? The Team Ray, very honest draft, falling back to having Lazir carry the early to mid and put all the ace in the trap basket when the game goes late.
All right, it looks like it's going to be Roundel on this Kimmy. It's going to be Granger on Ruff. This matchup into the 1-1 is a little awkward, right? As much as the laning phase is kind of like a no-brainer, unless Trap makes enough mistakes and walks in only straight lines, that's when you see Granger getting a lot of value in the lane. Other than that, once he's got 3 items, it gets a little tough to predict which direction she's gonna go.
Yeah, once she moves fast enough, right? At level 4, I think there is still openings for Ruff to deal with Trap. You can hit him with the Death Sonata, which is harder to avoid in general. But we'll see. I think this one, for Team Ray, I do like what they're doing with the draft. I want to see them execute it.
Yeah, but the early game strength of MV is pretty high. I think that right now, Virgie's got to be really careful not to give any advantage over to MV, but at the same time, sustain the team when the time calls for the fight. They have to be decisive. They have to be concentrated. Most importantly, they need a win in this very first game of this best-of-3 series. Team Ray up on the blue side, facing off against Monster Vicious on the red.
And if Team Ray is able to take even just one game out of MV, that number 2 spot will just slip away. So they have a bigger mission than just win, right? They have the power to alter, to affect other team standings overall. But the mid-lane priority for MV, very much expected. Virgie will just top Dinesh up with the passive.
Yep, this is why Dinesh doesn't mind building up enough energy. Roundel has taken a couple of shots here. But when we're looking at the battle spells, Little Wanderer does fall into the hands of Lazir. In terms of battle spells, to pull yourself together from both Kalean as well as 1-1. Nothing else out of the ordinary. Maybe a mystery shop coming in from Roundel, but he just wants his items faster.
And pull yourself together is very, very valuable for Virgie, right? You are getting fleeting time at 1 point. Every half a minute, you get to Tsunami Slam someone. But even for 1-1, reduces the item of active items, the cooldown of active items. So Winds of Nature suddenly becomes even more valuable in the long run.
Especially against this lineup. If Uni gets on top of her, oh boy. Better hope that you got that wand ready. Oh, hold on.
Punish on the Nova Escobar, lifted now, Kaido Strike. Just have Revitalized. Around there looks to go for the chase. Here comes the Starlim Beam. Virgie will be safe.
Yep, no commitment of the Ogi Shadow Kill at the very least. They got a battle spell out of Monster Vicious, which is still a win in Team Ray's books in terms of the overall trade. Now it's about hitting level 5 and making their way over to the turtle.
Yeah, Eevee is going to try to share that mid-wave with Dinesh to hit that level 4. Wonder what the first ability with Dinesh do. Do you steal Unleash a Beast or do you steal the AOG?
Right now, priority over to Monster Vicious. They want to actually fight this out. They can try and rush. Wazir realizing that he's going for it.
He comes Eevee with the Glorious Pathway, blocked by Zeno with the Fist Crack. But Dinesh, he's going to steal the Sacred Beast, jumps on the round. Down, Turtle secured by Uni. But First Blood goes over to Dinesh. Both teams trade 1-for-1 and another turnaround with the flash combo. But Dinesh has his own. And Uni, a trap in the round spot, but finds a double kill and a triple kill. Nova Escobar with the AOG save.
Huge play here. Uni able to hold out and turn things around with the help of the AOG. Virgie, he's got to get out of there. Roundel, unfortunately, having to take the punishment. Worth it for the side Monster Vicious.
And they will also lose Nova Escobar. Considering 4 in the first 3 minutes of the game, Monster Vicious giving this Lucas the best possible start.
Oh yeah, this is just max value for Monster Vicious. And again, really good decision from Monster Vicious, right? They have first position, they knew that they could start rushing this. Laziers would have to take a little bit of time to finish off his purple to hit level 5 if you wanted to have a retry advantage, and Monster Vicious just ripped it out of his hands.
And with that, Uni hits his 300 kill milestone achievement in this game. And we do see a bit of the struggle. Team Ray just do not have enough damage for these long-winded fights. Once Ogi Shadow Kill is out, when there's no more Tsunami Slam, once Dinesh drops his full combo as a Sacred Beast, they really run out of numbers. Lazier goes to Roundel, Shadow Kill. He's not going to get anything done. And for Virgie, he's going to go down. Lazier has his Shadow sat on by Uni. AOG as an insurance policy. Mega kill for Lucas.
Huge. Uni is so big right now. 4-0 and a 1. And he hasn't even invaded the enemy jungle just yet. Uni, at this stage, needs to start bleeding his lead somewhere. The first invasion does come through for our Lucas on the map. The AOG from Nova Escobar is a great insurance policy because it just tells Team Ray, it's like, if you want to go for more, we're going to take an arm and a leg. We just want a finger.
Unfortunately for Team Ray, their window has closed a lot earlier than they would have liked. Zeno being a huge deterrent as the Padang. Vector Pulse pulls Eevee back. They have a counterintuitive combo there, but it's fine. Eevee will be forced away.
Yeah, so far, Uni able to get his ult back up in time. You have to work too hard for it. Here we go, the next fight might begin. Oh!
Flicker into a Tsunami Slam. They bring Trap into this, so they better get something out of it. Nova Escobar holds on to the AOG and Revitalize, who escape with the ult.
Okay. 2-for-1 trade in terms of ult resources. Oh, Xeno's getting low.
Incredibly low. Nova Escobar priming out the taunt, only going with Dinesh. He now turns into Sacred Beast, only to the backline, finds the turtle, but Dinesh also goes for the dive, gets Xeno out of the way. Nova Escobar also goes down. Crossbow tank now goes up as Trap tries to chase down Roundel, cannot get in range. Roundel survives, and the rest of them being run down. Team Ray again, 3 kills for them.
Oh, I mean, Ruffy tries, he flickers forward to get on top of Trap. Gets it, triple kill for Monster Vicious. They are just winning out this war of attrition. Every single time we see them team fight, it really does come down to a wire. Team Ray gets super close. Dinesh, not too bad. He's actually getting on top of the right targets. Unfortunately, he is not finding the big kills. He doesn't have that extra 4 assists, that extra 4 kills on top of himself.
First item glowing 1, but I think Team Ray, they have forced their hands one too many times. Right now, they can't afford to do what they've been doing in the first 5 minutes. It's all about slowing things down, getting this 1-1 online, making sure that Eevee and Virgie can survive in the fight longer, because we've seen 2-3 times, sure, they found the backline, but in a long fight, Monster Vicious always wins.
Yeah, I think that Team Ray need to understand that their composition is very pick-off, right? You go in, you try and bait out resources. I mean, using the Glorious Pathway to do that was pretty good, I'm not going to lie. But afterwards, once you had that Tsunami Slam, you were looking for prime real estate, prime targets. And unfortunately, these tanks from the side of Monster Vicious are a little too beefy to deal with.
Yeah, Nova only going down once, but he has 8 assists out of 10 kills, so 80% kill participation. It's a very bloody game so far, but I think Team Ray recognizes that they cannot be doing that anymore. Both side lanes tier 1s have gone down. So Team Ray, they're going to shift their focus, right? It's getting trapped online.
As we've seen 3 big interactions between Team Raid as well as Monster Vicious, those 3 interactions was enough to gain MV a 5.6k lead. These neutral objectives need to be sacrificed, and Team Raid, they're all for it. They're like, okay, we've already lost T1s on top and bottom side. There's no real need to try and steal this away. They need to look for interceptions on the rotations. Nova X Kobar, unfortunately, already sniffing it out to open up this map. And even so, instant run to the top side to cover that wave.
Uni giving Lazir a jump scare and taking away his orange buff on top of it. Feather of Heaven for round down. Ruff getting Malefic Raw. Dinesh don't really want to be there.
Oh, he didn't know. He couldn't see anything that was happening. Probably saw the animation at the very end, but still unable to steal the ult. Not close enough. Ruff going to be the main source of damage other than your boy Uni. But at this point, they're trying to make sure that his Sky Piercer stacks remain at an all-time high.
Monster Vicious wants purple buff. They have priority over it. Not really sure if Virgie can do anything to help that. Just call for full retreat. Whatever MV want, you just give it to them. To use Lazir to play the side lanes. He needs to recover by creating this macro pressure, you know, farming the waves that are pushing in, and the rest of Team Ray just gotta hunker together. And Eevee and Virgie will have to just sacrifice their gold.
Yeah, can't do much about that. Monster Vicious now develop a 6.6k gold lead, and I mean, they've been covering these waves extremely well. I think that, Zeno, he's a little worried that he can't fight Lazir. Worst yet, having to deal with Virgie. Oh!
They commit the flicker for the catch on the Zeno. He just flickers away.
Luckily, the wave was coming at the same time, and a pick on the opposite end as Roundel finds Eevee. With that being said, they're not going to press the advantage. TR, they're going to quickly hide in bushes and start the recall because they're losing their mid-tier 1, which is an important side of the map.
And their escape route was cut out by Uni too. So if they show up on the radar, Monster Vicious is going to jump them. Traction pulse. Not going to do too much. Also, the tier 2 mid stays. 10 seconds until the first floor on the bottom side. Lazir getting War Axe. Eevee finally complete the blessing, gets a encouraged blessing. 8.3k goldie for MV.
I mean, it's a steady, slow roll from the side of Monster Vicious, right? They're playing extremely standard right now. They have advantages. They're just pressing their advantages against Team Ray to see how much resistance they get back. And so far, they haven't made too many mistakes. Team Ray, unfortunately, just going to be the weaker team in this type of war of attrition. Their composition just does not allow them to get these picks efficiently. Fortunately for Dinesh, in his base form of Valentina, won't be able to one-shot targets until he starts getting some big boy items. And even when he transforms, there's just too much of a lead on Uni to compare.
Yeah, he's got the talisman, the enchanted talisman. We saw how Storm build the Valentina, right? When they went up against MV, just full damage. Talisman, glowing one, lightning function, divine glaive, anything to one-shot the backline, stay in the fight. And I can see that happening for Dinesh, but this game is progressing way too fast for Team Ray to keep up.
Yeah, this game is getting quicker and quicker. We're at the 10-minute mark and it's at 9.2k. Monster Vicious has been getting at least 800 to 900 gold every single minute now. About to turn that into 1,000 gold per minute.
And see how many structures can MV take. They can take even one inhibitor. It will spell disaster for Team Ray. The Lord gonna be... Actually, they're just gonna shove the wave in. I thought they would just wait for the wave to still push.
I mean, they want the waves to kind of be staggered, but there's just holy defenses on every single side, right? There's nothing much they can really do about it. It's not like they can manipulate the waves or use a jawhead to kind of eject their one. But now, with the second wave here, they start the siege.
They quick execute. Eevee no longer in the fight. They even forced out the Sacred Beast from Dinesh. That is not good.
It's a pretty big win for Monster Vicious. They got what they wanted. They were looking for a pick. Now they're waiting for the waves once again. It's not like they can siege continuously against Team Ray. If not, it's actually worse for Monster Vicious than it is for Team Ray. So they're looking for angles to poke. They know that Virgie can top them up, but until we see a mistake, they are looking for the break.
Traction pulse. Virgie actually not able to get away. And because of that, he just gets shot down.
They are just fishing. They're just fishing. They're like, technically they could have broken that inhibitor. They're like, no, let's just leave it up.
That was so unlucky. Virgie was in his own puddle, so instead of dashing with a tidal strike, he went up into the air and got sucked back.
honestly, it's there are very few times. Oh my god, please finish live. Yes, he lives, and finally they break the inhibitor. They are just punishing Team Ray for walking up.
EV, next on the Death Note. Godlike for Ruff. Finish. Not the time to do magic, but I don't think there's ever going to be a time. Virgie finds nothing again. Monster Vicious in one fell swoop. 2 inhibitors down.
They take their time, 25 seconds until the first Lord actually spawns. I mean, sorry, the second Lord spawns in this game. Even so, Team Ray, we haven't seen any angle of entry. I don't see it happening. No BOD, no oh, finally, a Maleficor coming in from Lazier. Okay, some saving grace, especially if you do end up picking up a tank. Ideally, Zeno, because Gatot right now has just way too much health.
Yeah, front lines are just way too strong. So much crowd control, so much stagger potential. 1k go the net worth lead per minute. It is the most net worth lead we've seen in quite a while. 12.4k.
This is a brutal angle. It's a very unlosable position, but there's many times I've said that, and teams happen to throw it. Right now, Monster Vicious, they want this 2-0, and they want to do it as cleanly as possible. Now they're looking for the end angle. 13k gold as Team Ray unable to find anything on the map.
Yeah, this is the amount of net worth that if your whole team gets shut down, you probably still have 6,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, that's actually true. There's too much to go through. Monster Vicious, they're winning as a stat block, right? That's how they're just dealing with Team Ray, body blocking them in every area. And if it's like, oh, you have a mana advantage, don't worry, I have too many numbers to work with.
Yeah, it's they're putting out the what color to Bugatti thing.
Yep. Now they're going to look for the end game here. They're going to start walking up first. Let's see how they play this out, because TR can technically pull the Lord.
And they will try to do so. EV in a very dangerous spot. One more shot is going to take him out. EV able to walk back to safety, but all inhibitors from Team Ray will be demolished. Monster Vicious will now force the issue. Flicker into a fist crack. Zeno starts to engage. They try to go for a catch on the backline, but not able to do so. Wisdom Nature protects them from the Hayabusa. EV is going to be next on the docket. Monster Vicious runs them down and takes game 1.
And they were thinking about situational items. I mean, MV wanted a clean game. They got the clean game that they were looking for. For them, it's just another one in the books, but the second one is the most important. They can't afford to drop anything against TR. With honest drafts and a very easy outlook on the game, I think that Team Ray, they got to bring out something spicy.
Yeah, this is Monster Vicious really putting out a statement. They know how important the 2-0s from this point onwards are, and I can see they might have broken Team Ray in this game 1, right? Every single movement did not work out. Team Ray had a good idea, they had the right concept, but they just did not have the stats.
Yep. The early game did not go well for Team Ray. They got edged out every single time. If you get a pick, it's a 2-for-1. And every time you find 3 guys, oh, it's a 4-for-3. It's just, they always one-up you. They just one-up you.
I feel like after the first solo fight, when that Zeno, well, not that Nova AOG,
oh,
gave,
yeah.
You need a triple kill. I think that's where Team Ray calls it and be like, we can't do this. They tried it a few more times, and by the time the third one ends, it was too late.
I mean, to be fair, Dinesh tried his best. He goes onto the back line, they peel away, you got battle spells out, you turn around to deal with this like 3-in-1, 9-tail beast looking down at you, and you're like, I hope I have enough.
He's like, guys, I got the job done. Oh wait, my house burned down.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. It's like both sides were not trying to divert attention. They weren't trying to be a little sneaky with their drafts at all. It is question, answer, another question, comes back, answer, another question, and finally, there was just too many questions on the side of MV for their opponent's Team Ray to answer. Let's look backstage for our MVP of this game. We're giving it this time to Ruff, our MVP of game number 1.
I don't even remember how many kills he got this game. I know for a fact he didn't go down. He had a flawless game, completely untouched. No one could reach him. 11, 0, and 4, 79% kill participation. What can I say? It's a perfect game for Ruff.
Oh yeah, he was farming. He was absolutely farming. 951 GPM. Not only did they unlock him from his lane, immediately after, he's walking on the opposite side with his squad of 4 to start taking away jungle camps one by one, as his boy Uni is farming the entire bottom side. They have an efficient sweeping system.
Yeah, very nice, right? You have a Roundel to set things up, the traction pulse, you pull someone back, you root them down, Zeno engages, and then he just executes them.
Yep, you just gotta poke them out. Poke them out. Everybody who's out of position, we can jump on. No problem whatsoever. We still have the insurance policy of Nova X Kobar, and that's why Monster Vicious were playing so aggressively. Even Zeno, to a certain degree, he's like, okay, as long as I don't die in the side lane, we'll be fine. Just wait for the minion wave to slowly come to me. If they engage, at least I can walk out.
If they engage, we're gonna counter engage. If I see them, I'm gonna jump on them. Dinesh is killing you around now, but it's fine. It's fine. We're wiping them out.
We're wiping them out.
Take one for the team.
Take one for the team. I mean, both Virgie and Lazier are probably looking at Roundel on the other side. It's like, okay, you get away this time. You get away this time. We might be able to find another punishment later down the road. But with that score to 3-19, 13 minutes, about to go into that 14th minute, this was an overwhelming game for Monster Vicious.
This is how you really snowball a lead, right? In comparison to what we saw, the 21-3 from Vamos JP, which took way longer, this is how Monster Vicious kind of figured things out to snowball a lead. You know, you take advantage of your cores, you make sure that that lead gets spilled over to your core players, and you use them as a wrench to stop Team Ray.
And they're just a stepping stone, right? Monster Vicious kept a nice and tight game. They took every opportunity to make contact against Team Ray, and they didn't waste a single moment. Overall, I think the Team Ray, a couple of adjustments they could have been looking for is to maybe look for not only potential picks, but give up that second turtle. I think most people feel like, hey, every single turtle matters. You're not entirely wrong, but that second turtle in particular, if you've already lost the first one, is basically an econ turtle, right?
Yeah.
If you're putting yourself in a position where if we lose again, we're guaranteed to lose that third turtle, let's just scale up, get ready for that third turtle fight where you can actually roll the dice with better odds.
I also feel that this 1-1 pick came a bit too early.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they want to go for comfort, but you are essentially just telling your goal laner, this is the game plan. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to supplement you. You have to hold your own. Not really the best position they want to put trap in. I hope game 2, if regardless they go blue or red side, I think this marksman pick, if you want to review it, don't do it with someone like 1-1.
Do you think he would be better on the Beatrix this time round?
I think Beatrix actually would have been a way better approach.
Maybe it could have been at least dragged out the game for Team Rain.
Yeah.
Again, wave clear is always a big issue for a lot of these teams that want to try and snowball with a pick-off comp, right?
Yeah.
When that doesn't happen, the second problem is when you're dealing with siege compositions. You saw that Monster Vicious, every single time they're walking up for an inhibitor, they're basically getting a free kill. They're just fishing 2 for 1s.
And you just have a Gatot that ults whenever he likes, right? He ults on your turret, you have to give it up. But with Beatrix, you can clear waves, you can threaten these kind of dives, and you have a great combo with Kalea, which also is one of the main problems that they run in. They just do not have enough damage.
Ralph coming up big time as the carrion as well as the rich guy. Sandbag goes to Eevee as Nova X Kobar, once again, the best wingman, starting his jungler off with a 3-kill lead. It is huge, especially since nobody could walk away from that AOG. They exhausted everything.
Yeah, I had a feeling that, if I remember, Dinesh even terrified him. He was one hit away from dying, and then in comes Nova, just like the savior he has always been.
I mean, he terrified both of them, actually. The AOG had to be recasted because of that Terrify. It's just unlucky, you know? It's one of those moments where it's like, darn you, extra stats.
Nova, why? One more time.
It was a coin flip. The coin flip that, unfortunately, Team Ray got unlucky on. Regardless, coming into game number 2, do you think going over to the red side is probably the way to go? Because, like,
Team Ray?
I mean, we saw them ban out Fanny, right? They were trying to prioritize something else, and in this case, it was the Kalea even over the Kimmy.
Yeah, I think red side might be better for Team Ray. There's a lot more flexibility, right? If you want to do someone like a 1-1, I think red side might be the best place to do it. Oh, this one is just so sad. Look at that. Like, it only was crowd control, and then that AOG came through.
So close. So very, very close. But every single one of these fights, I mean, to a certain degree, a little bit of a roll, or low roll even, especially for Lazier. He probably could have gotten a little bit more, but I think that MV just played overall a little cleaner, a little better. Very, very punished. Very, very polished. And even rough, he's just making a statement like, jack of all trades, not even close.
Yeah, just solo kills him underneath tier 1. I think he even blew the flicker for that. And this one also, unlucky moment. Virgie caught by his own passive.
Very, very unlucky. Still fishing though. But this is one of the few games where Badang is just so happy to be like, oh, I jump on anybody, it doesn't matter who. Okay, I'm down for it.
Yeah, you jump on us, sure. I stagger you, and then my tank goes to your back line, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
Oh, great game coming out from the side of Monster Vicious. They're walking away in that game with a 15k gold lead, and even a Maniac as well. No Savage, might I add. Not yet. But game number 2, I think the Team Ray, they've got to be careful. If they're going to play an early game composition again, then, well, I mean, best of luck, especially when you're up against MV. It's, again, their macro is very, very tight. Their micro is also extremely tight. Not a lot of holes in their game other than the draft.
Yeah, if you want to play an early game comp, you got to fix the damage department, right? You got to have enough damage to actually carry forward whatever lead that you might get. And MV also got a pretty good read, right? They banned out the Hilda first phase, really stopping the potential of Team Ray trying to go fast. I think Haru and Sora did great homework. Team Ray still tried to play their usual playstyle, but I think they were missing on some of those beats.
Yeah, I think that right now, especially since, hey, we had to ban out the fanning. We could have used it to ban something else out. It could have just been like a Kimmy in that stage of the game if you were already looking for the Kalia in the first place as your final ban. Then you could start thinking about like, okay, coming into that second phase, what do we do? Because again, we've seen this time and time again where Kimmy gets locked in for the red side, and now they've got a double flex mix. So sometimes even on the blue side even, right? And then glue suddenly becomes a problem. Do you have an assassin that can get on top? Now we've seen Ling. We've also seen Boxy as potential answers to the Kimmy. But I think right now it's the relationship of, hey, glue is available, beats majority of tanks in the EXP. Must we wait until the very end to lock in our mage?
And yeah, I agree. I think it's safer if you see the enemy mage, then sure, right? You can go for glue. We've seen that as SRG OG did that yesterday. But I think for Team Ray, it does worry me. What else does EV have left in the pool, right? In that XP lane pool, I think XP laners are such an integral part of a team comp in this meta. You have so many responsibilities. You have to keep your backline alive. You have to harass the enemy backline.
Gotta manage the waves.
Yeah. You have to make sure that you rotate early. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the wave. You have to babysit your cores. Oh man, you might as well be a support at this point.
Exactly, right? And they call us the second roamers. It's the EXP in a nutshell, right? Never get the actual title. Still has to play the role plus extra.
Hey, you work OT for the same pay.
That's actually the best way of putting it, really. EXP is rough right now. It is very, very difficult. As we see, our members of Monster Vicious as well as Team Ray set themselves up for game number 2. I hope that Team Ray switch sides. I would like to see what the priority for Monster Vicious is going to be. I, again, wouldn't imagine them not letting Kimmy through. They definitely want to first pick it. We've seen them time and time again deal with this Kalia, that it's second nature. And I think right now, MV has at least evolved from the first phase of the meta.
Yeah, they definitely have. Okay, I think if MV goes blue side, it's gonna favor them so much, right? Like, blue side draft for MV overall has been very, very honest, but it's that honesty that is scary, that they're so confident with their execution. I think very, very few teams so far have been able to figure that out. But if you want a surprise factor for Team Ray, I think you go red side, but do not reveal a 1-1 pick if you have that in your mind. I think that really has been a trap. I think they for the sake, for just no pun intended, they've been trapping themselves.
They really have. I think the second thing that we need to think about is whether or not the Lucas is a necessary argument. Is this a necessary evil that needs to be in the game for either one of these teams? Lazir can play. It is clear that he can play because we saw in the first 3 weeks. But at the same time, Uni has shown that he has a higher level of mastery of this hero. We've seen it with so many leads on this Lucas in the earlier stages of the game. That is disgusting. Is there a consideration to first phase ban him, especially when Loyi is available, especially when Kimmy, Kalia, Chip even is available?
If you're on red side, probably not, right? You most likely would be looking at blue side to ban it. There's very less first pick Lucas. I don't remember seeing any, at least in the recent 2-3 weeks. Unless MV is that bold. I know Uni has really been loving the Lucas.
He really has.
But if they first pick the Lucas, that is a statement.
I doubt it. They might consider banning it. That's something for blue side.
I think it's a blue side ban.
Let's see the drafting phase here. Let's see how both of these teams are going to adapt. We see, oh, Matilda ban here for the side of Haru. On top of the Hilda, he's not letting go of that Hilda at all.
Wow, really switching it up. The Fanny ban, this one makes a lot more sense for the red side. The Kimmy ban.
I think that's fair. Get rid of the Kimmy here. So far, Rundell has shown that he has some prowess on it. Obviously, there is a bit of a flex going in from Rough at the same time, but better get rid of the problem, you know? Get rid of the problem entirely. Let's have a better laning phase for the mid duo.
Haru here, you could ban the Harif also. I think Tusin usually you leave it for the red side. You can ban Harif or you can ban Chip. Yep. You ban Chip just like last game. And now Team Ray, it's time to make a trade. Who are you willing to give up?
Oh.
It's Phobius, Harif, Tusin.
I think
Kalea.
I think you leave Phobius? No.
Or you ban Tusin, and you hope they take Kalea and you take Harif Phobius.
Take Harif Phobius, ban Tusin. Then you give Hayabusa over to the other side, but then you don't mind Suyong.
Do you need to ban Tusin?
I feel like Zusin is kind of like okay. It's kind of like whatever to a certain degree, especially since TR are the ones who can play the Wanwan, right? So they banned out the Zusin, all right. Seems like they might switch off the Wanwan this time round. Usually we were expecting it early on, but here we go. MV, do you pick up the Kalia for yourself or say, whatever, we don't care about it, there are other things to play?
Now, we don't care, Rough. Here we go, Harif. The Hanzo was also banned in game 1, right, by Team Ray. See, yeah, so Kalea is going to be the choice. I feel like at this point of time, it's sort of a no-brainer, right? Kalea open, you go for it, and then you build a draft that can really utilize it. Not just for single target pickups, but also some decent AoE control.
Now, we look. Did you know that this game marks Eevee's 200th appearance since his debut in MPL MY Season 7? Wow!
Congratulations!
200th appearance! My goodness! Man, I remember the times. I remember the times. Oh, Harith Gathot. Harith Gathot. Instant answer. Great scaling on that, Harith. Curious though, what is Lazier going to play? Because they will need diversity and damage.
You go Phobius. I mean, there's still Phobius here for MB. If not, they could.
Phobius pretty decent. They could
Ranger, or they could take Rondel's hero.
Let's fight to our heart.
Oh, I forgot. There's still the Lucas.
Yeah.
Okay, Lucas Valentina. Yep, blue side picks.
Okay, this is starting to be a blue side pattern for the side of MV, right? Lucas Uni, very happy to play it. Still technically a flex depending on what we see from the other side. We see that the Phobius gets locked in for TR. Then, I mean, we know exactly where this Gathot's going to go.
So last game, if I remember correctly, MV, they pick a Thought and then they ban Baxia. Does Team Ray want to do the same here? Right?
Probably, right? I mean, you've already got the Gathot on your side. Kalia could technically... Actually, it depends what they're planning for that fourth pick. If they go for the Phobius, there's a possibility that Kalia goes into EXP to kind of manage that lane while having a more proactive roamer. But we'll see. Joy gets locked in for the side of TR. Now, Joy, we haven't seen this in a hot second. There has been a bit of a nerf to it. A hot fix, some may say. Not 100% scaling on a magic damage now. Dropped down to 80. Some teams, I mean, people can definitely feel it, right? You're not one-shotting people, even with a Holy Crystal.
Oh, yes. Banning out the carry to protect this Gathot. See, so ban a carry here. So it makes you want to... Also, it gives Trap a better matchup. Do you leave the Granger open? Do you pivot to a... What, Roma? Well, not Roma. XP laner ban or jungler ban? Wait, no, jungle is technically already picked up.
Yeah.
So it's Roma... Either Roma / XP laner and a gold laner.
I think you double flex it, you hold off on what your mid laner is going to be unless you see a glue ban directly. Haru, he immediately starts to work on the Phobius. Ideally, he would have liked to pick it up, but I mean, red side's got first choice on the second phase. What else is there to ban? Ours can technically also get rid of the Farmist, but then Valentina's already taken out. The mid lane is shown and it's clear what they want to do. Do they care about glue?
Or do you ban the Badang here?
Because they want to have double tanks, right? Especially if you're in TR's position. I feel like they want to set up for a glue. But Valentine is already locked in. Are there any potential counters that I'm missing out on?
Experience.
No, I think glue makes a lot of sense. At this point, MV doesn't have enough damage to cut through the glue. And they already have Valentina, right? So there's no risk of a Fire Mist being picked up. Glue actually works pretty well.
Okay.
And they have a lot more damage with in the early game.
Yeah, more so just like area denial, right? You're able to kind of slow down any kind of follow-up coming in from the other side. I think that I'm surprised that TR gets rid of the Granger rather than, well, never mind. I think considering that Ruff has been playing a majority of his games in MPL MY Season 15 on that Granger, it's like fair enough. It's targeted ban. Oh, they get rid of the CC this time. Okay, sure. So this should be pretty free, right? Should be a free glue.
Yeah, they get rid of CC to protect the Lucas, but I think if you are TR, you get the glue here. There really isn't much ways to stop the glue for now. No slot for Faramis and MV. There's no. I suppose Moskov is a decent way, right? Like Ranger is the next because you beat Sky Piercer and he easily goes through your Globules. But that's not the case anymore here.
Yeah, not to mention that like glue does okay into Lucas in general, even if Lucas does get flexed over to the EXP. We'll see. I mean, TR, they could go a completely different direction if they wanted to, right? They can still go for the traditional high loss. They've got double Leonins on their side. Instead, they lock in the Zask. Oh, all right.
Okay, it's a pick that Monster Vicious themselves showed before. Let's have the best win rate, right? That's 33% out of 6 games. The Badang goes over the MV again, and now the Beatrix.
Yep, that's the composition that we want to see. It looks like MV has taken what TR was trying to make, but instead, they've also taken the Valentina on top of the Beatrix to ensure that they have the damage to capitalize on the Kalia picks. Now that we see the full lineup here, how is TR going to respond?
The Badang, mid lane, the Farsa, Yi.
I mean, they already have Zask at this point.
Oh
right?
wait, yeah.
So now it's like, what do we do? What do we do? We either fight off against Lucas, sorry, the Kalia or the Badang. I think that
I think glue is not bad.
I think glue is pretty straightforward here, right?
Yeah, the only person that can blow you up is the Beatrix.
Okay, they go for the high loss instead. Easier to execute, less likelihood, because again, this composition is going to take some time to scale now that Joy has been nerfed. Even Harith, to a certain degree, nerfed as well, but he still does good with the whole. Once you get hit the 3 items plus the Holy Crystal.
Yeah, just keep it simple, right? Keep it simple, keep it straightforward, focus on the execution. They definitely have a lot more damage than they did in Game 1 when it comes to those early turtle fights. Obviously, when you exclude the Zaz from the conversation, but he can be a very, very valuable tool in more drawn-out team fights, which was the weakness of Team Ray in Game 1.
That being said, let's have a look at the final compositions, because we're seeing a couple of similarities. TR, they've got some great scaling. However, it's all magic damage. With the nerfs on Joy and as well as Harith, let's see how this is going to affect the game as a whole. MV on the other side, want to peel, want to play for that early, want to be able to pick off their opponents. And now we head on over to game number 2. MV cannot afford to drop the ball. They need a 2-0 to try and secure their spots in the playoffs from this game and every game after.
Yeah, MV also joked about their win condition, which is going all 3 games, but definitely not this one. Lazir getting a head start in the leash thanks to the Nightmaric spawn from Dinesh. So that's already good enough compared to Lucas, which again traditionally doesn't have the fastest clear. But this matchup for Team Trap and Ruff is going to be very crucial, right? I assume that Ruff is going to just hang around the turret a lot more. Once he Trap will hang around there a lot more. And then once Ruff gets level 4 and some items, some damage items, it's going to be very tough for Trap to run up.
Yeah, so far, Bullcrab falls into the hands of Trap. Not bad, not bad. Weapon Master, the atypical plus Assassin Emblems coming in from Ruff. The opposite end, it's going to be Mystery Shop this time for Trap. He wants to get his items as soon as possible. Everything else seems to be standard. As we see the game continue to go by, both Xeno and Eevee, very dead sandbag lane, but for the earlier stages, Eevee will force priority.
There's this stand in front of your face as a Padang. Nothing much that Zeno can do. EV will start cutting the wave. And Monster Vicious, they did have a 3-man squad. We saw an attempted tidal strike from Nova Escobar. It doesn't find anything. Little Wanderer did go over to Team Ray. EV taking a lot more damage, and he wants to. Now Zeno will keep it under control into a fist break. Roundel shows up. Full combo. EV will get away.
Oh, okay. Only had one Shadow Strike to go. By the time he got the second, has to force the flicker. Wasn't able to get the max damage of both dashes. So now we go straight to the turtle. No flicker coming in from Roundel. He has not hit level 4. Luckily, he doesn't lose a minion. Zeno, at the same time, thinking about it. They're not going to go for that early rotation where they eventually get level 4s roughly about the same time. Instead, they're going to drag this out. They know that Uni didn't get much of a leash in the earlier stages, and it's not going to be as quick as Dinesh dropping the Nightmaric Spawn. So they want to drag this out as long as possible so that Uni is going to be level 5, the same as Lazier.
And the Nightmaric Spawn being a bit of a nuisance, giving Team Ray giving Team Vision to work with, and also damaging members of FB that walks up too close. Zeno can do this forever. As long as Passive is there, he's going to keep healing his teammates. It is Team Ray that needs to make the executive decision. EV walks up, tanks the damage again, terrified into a fist break from Zeno. Here comes Lazier, charges up the ultimate electrifying beast, but Turtle still goes over the Master Vicious. And now Team Ray looks to continue the chase. Lazier finds nothing. Oh! First blood goes over the Master Vicious. The 1-for-1 trade. Uni does go down, but they get the Tsunami Slam onto Dinesh. Capture and back. Double kill for Roundel.
Okay, 2-for-1 trade, but still Monster Vicious obtain the turtle and even getting some mid-lane gold plating. That's a little nice bonus there. Trap, obviously, not leaving the lane at all. But even so, for Team Ray, losing that fight, okay, not the biggest of deals. We ended up having to use both our Revitalize, a Purify coming in from Dinesh as well. But Monster Vicious, as long as the fights drag out, it's actually in their favor. And Team Ray, I think right now, Zas just doesn't have the items that is going to cost them enough of attacks on their health pool.
Oh, yeah. Once more, if Nova Escobar is in the fight, he can keep healing his teammates up. Skills have pretty low cooldowns too. Now he has an inkling that Virgie and Trap are going to be at the top side. Team Ray looking to slow down the game, at least to their pace. But again, a lot of that responsibility lies onto there to get us ahead in the early game.
Speaking of getting ahead in the early game, a 1.5k lead, sorry, 1.4k lead for the side of Monster Vicious. Lanes are being held extremely well. Dinesh can't walk out of his base just yet. 2-level lead for now, we'll see. Probably only just a 1-level lead after that wave collapses, and oh no, it's a clean 2-level lead? Okay, yeah. It's a one level lead once that wave is done. As we see, Nova Escobar, he's fishing right now. He is just sitting in that river, looking for opportunities if ever Team Ray make a mistake.
Even Team Ray is starting to show good respect to Monster Vicious. They're not forcing any fights. Play with their timings. Roundel stealing the Demonic Ascension tool. Second turtle spawning on top side, 5 seconds.
As we see, both teams continue to take their time with this. Old Crab will fall into the hands of Uni. Starlium's side first purchase on the side of Trap. This is a dangerous position to be in.
We even see the healing reduction now out for Monster Vicious, so EV not as tanky as he wants to be. Drop the Glorious Pathway, instantly counter engage from Zeno with the Fist Crack and Fist Break. They want to look for Zeno, who will flicker away. Lazier couldn't find the kill. The Demonic Extension, unfortunately, from Dinesh, doing not enough damage. Tsunami Slam from Nova Escobar brings EV back, and now Uni shows up to the backline. Just claws them into bit. Team Ray finds Nova, but they lost 4. Triple kill for Roundel.
Wow, Monster Vicious playing that really, really well. Keep in mind that, wait, hold on. Might get one back.
Tempted 1v1. Well, Lazier gets the turtle. Roundel tries to terrify. Lazier should be able to get away with the Cyclone 9. Roundel didn't find a kill.
Unlucky, but at the same time, this is a win for Team Ray. They're not dropping off too hard. It's still a 3k lead for the side of Monster Vicious, and they've been able to bring Team Ray apart, right? 1 by 1, forcefully by Uni, but a majority of the time it just comes down to who's the target you can catch with the Tsunami Slam. Ruff may not necessarily be there for every single one of these fights, but at least Zeno can say, if you try to engage, don't worry, there's still counter engagement from our side, so you have to think about that.
He is so powerful with the Badang too. Someone like DXS, the few teams that you give them the Badang, they are going to really make your life an inconvenience.
Just miserable. Oh, Glorious Pathway even getting deployed out. Missing T1s on both top and as well as middle, as well as mid for the side of Team Ray. Hopefully Monster Vicious, I think they're trying to put their efforts into Trap. They don't want him to skill as hard, knowing that they've been able to invade successfully against Monster Vicious, slowing down Lazir.
This game definitely not as bloody as the first one. 8 kills across the board, 7 minutes in, but MV mass a 4K gold lead. And Team Ray, I think as much as they want to make a move onto MV, there's just no way into it, right? They have to be a very honest engage with Glorious Pathway. You don't want to take a gamble with AOG, and every single time they do something like that, either Monster Vicious has battle spells, or you get a counter engage with the Fist Crack from Zeno. Uni is going to jump in straight into a Tsunami Slam from Nova Escobar. Eevee is gone.
Instant pop. Tsunami Slam, drop the ults, disengage straight away. Virgie did not have enough time to react to that because of how quick it was. Regardless, whoa!
Oh, wow, the stolen the Demonic Ascension brings Roundel to safety, and now the fight will break out. Ruff shows up, the British Passion gonna use Ruff. He's just gunning down Trap, who dashes away with the Chrono Dash, but Roundel picks up the kill in the end anyways. Nova Escobar and Uni chasing Dinesh couldn't find it, but MV has found 3 kills.
Do they get at least? No, don't even get the purple buff. Ruff leashing away that turtle, and now Monster Vicious looking to win the game the same way they did in game number 1, just a slow-moving tide to eventually become a tsunami. A pause has been called. We're not sure from which side just yet, but this game, it feels like it's not over, but at the same time, considering how tight Monster Vicious is playing, they're really backing Team Ray into a corner at an alarming rate.
It's a slow burn too. It's a slow burn that really wears you out. Especially when you're on the losing side, right? No moves are working out for you. You are looking to find an opportune moment. At the same time, you're asking your course to farm up. It does start taxing you once you realize that I spent past 2-3 minutes getting my item spikes and I still cannot win team fights. It's a type 1 issue from the side of Monster Vicious, so should be remedied pretty quickly.
I sure hope so. Because again, they have not been finding any success or even a successful engagement against
such a slow burn for them.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like they need to make contact against Monster Vicious. Don't get me wrong here. But at the same time, what are the target priorities? Because no matter what they do, the follow-up counter engage, even after the AOG, is just not enough. You're up against Zeno back on this Badang, right? And he, again, has been doing a really good job of kind of keeping you in place. On top of the fact that there's still Unleash the Beast that you have to worry about. There's no guarantee unless Monster Vicious makes a mistake, which is why the only time they want to make contact is when Uni has his ult, or at the very least, they need a couple of picks, if not just a bit of a scuffle between the jungle and somebody else to build up that charge faster.
Yeah, and usually, in this case, that's the pain point for Joy. She doesn't want to just show up and fight Lucas, right? Like, you lose either way. 1v1, you're going to lose. But if anyone else from MV is there, you lose faster. Not only that, they picked the Gatot as an answer to the Kalea, but we haven't been able to see Virgie really utilize that, right? They've been doing a lot of Glorious Pathway first. Let's see what happens from the side of MV. They're going to turn around with a Fist Break into Fist Crack. But then Team Ray, they realize, I cannot re-engage. Such a tough position to be in.
Until we see item power spikes come through, we need to see Trap get into that position. Looks like our Type 1 issue is done as we head back right into the game. And you can just see Monster Vicious, they know it as well. They're like, if we can deny Trap gold, then technically we're still winning because we're already invading these jungle camps. And Lazir, even with a Holy Crystal, might not be enough. Might be a 3-item jungler nowadays. But that is going to make sure that Monster Vicious continuously stays ahead.
Even just to get to the backline itself is very tough. There's so less space for Team Ray to play around just because Uni's in their face.
Yeah.
Ooh, Queen's Wings.
Now he definitely won't be going down anytime soon. This is, he's got the clutch items, not to mention the anti-heal was purchased by Ruff rather than sticking it onto the tanks.
Go Tsunami Slam and kidnap Virgie. 3-man taunt to the backline. Maybe there's a chance for Team Ray. Nova Escobar getting jumped on. And AOG on the Ruff. who's gonna get control, but Trap couldn't find his way in. Diamond Force will expire, they turn around, and a triple kill for Ruff.
Continues the chase. T2. Oh, even the Nightmare spawn being thrown into the face of Xeno. Interesting, interesting. Trying to make sure that the structure doesn't land on anything important as they try to siege. They're not going to get anything as their minions fall. And another T2 on the mid side this time going to collapse. Eevee, I think that holding these waves, and especially with the Holy Defense, it's an interesting change because we've seen teams just start fishing against their opponents even after the Holy Defense has broken. Which begs the question, is the Holy Defense actually necessary, or is it something that Munster should consider reverting?
I think it's not bad, right? Like we've seen teams win even though there's a Holy Defense. And average games that are not this one-sided, usually we blow past the 12-minute mark where the Holy Defense is going to expire. And most games end by the second or third Lord, so if you lose by the first Lord, you really messed up that game. I do enjoy this Holy Defense. I think it does a lot more than the previous one we had.
Oh yeah.
The pushback adds a lot more value, especially when teams are starting to started snowballing with Lords. First Lord was doing a lot more damage than they intended with the previous Holy Shield.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty nasty how quick some of these games could potentially end. But at the same time, I think that at least with the Holy Defense, it buys you time. It buys you time, especially in a meta that's so snowball heavy.
Yeah, it's a good bailout card, right? Like at least for one push, you get to hold back. The system helps you hold the wave back, the rest is up to you. In this case, this is just the first Lord of the game, and even without the Lord charging, bottom inhibitor is down.
Not bad. I mean, doesn't look like they're done chunking through those HP bars, but notice that Uni nowhere close to where his team is. Team Ray not even capitalizing on that position because of his hard stat block. So they've been taking their time for a while, and Ruff getting so much value. Oh, okay.
And you know that Nova is fishing for someone, and he finds an AOG counter engage. It's just too late. The front line has already collapsed. Reggie, now around there is godlike, and Uni this time with some style points with the Winter Crown triple kill. The Monster Vicious looking for the end, just like game number 1. They clean up. Pabz Uni goes down, but this time the Star Syndrome is warranted. 2-0 for Monster Vicious.
Yep. You see no smiles on their faces. Nobody is extra excited. Everybody's looking at each other with serious eyes. Just another day in the office for Monster Vicious. A 2-0 victory in an extremely fast fashion. They starve out Team Ray. They lock them out.
Yeah. This is it's like getting waterboarded. You know that it's not going to end well, but you just have to wait for the inevitable end. The Monster Vicious, they've done step 1, 2 more series to go before they can lock in the second place. Of course, one of them including taking down HomeBois, but we talk about this boss rush, right? Start with Team Ray, next up, Aero.
Oh, man, this is a Monster Vicious that everybody has been excited for. But they needed to be clean for some of the other games prior to this. With that being said, though, let's throw it over the Rose on stage and have a chit-chat with our winners, Monster Vicious.
Selepas kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong, mendapatkan 3 mata penuh, Monster Vicious adalah pasukan ketiga untuk layak ke playoffs musim ini. Guys, congratulations. How are you guys feeling? Ada 2 lagi match untuk korang pada minggu depan dan dah layak ke playoffs. Ada pasukan masih lagi tengah fight untuk slot mereka. Guna mic Rose dulu.
So kita orang happy sebab kita orang dah break our case untuk kalah dekat untuk beberapa tim yang tak perform sangat dekat regular season. So kita orang just fokus dekat this month lah, sebab minggu ni memang sangat-sangat tough untuk kita orang sebab kita lawan 2 tim yang sangat perform regular season and then terus ke playoff, dan playoff ada 2 phase, dan it's a very tough month for us upcoming months lah.
I see. Now, Sora baru je cakap dorang dah break the curse. Now, I'm going to ask you back. Adakah itu curse Ataupun was it like kurang daripada korang musim lepas? Is it discipline issue or you know anything like that? Ke memang pilot error lah orang kata?
Because memang bila I first season masuk MV memang letakkan untuk diorang confident dan barbar je lah. So bila dah terlampau barbar sangat susah nak ke display balik. So apa yang fans minta dan customer minta dan fans MV terutamanya untuk kita orang konsisten balik dan kita orang buat, kita orang fokus dan kita orang berjaya lah, alhamdulillah.
Alright, now you mentioned masa you masuk Monster Vicious lah kan, team terlalu barbar. Macam mana as coach kan, as coaching staff, macam mana korang ask the players to be humble, santai, macam mana? Especially kalau rookie-rookie kan, diorang memang menang sekali dah macam menang tournament dah.
So tu kita tak boleh stop kan sebab memang tu diorang punya game style kan. Itu yang buatkan diorang menang dan tu yang buatkan diorang kuat. So apa yang coach boleh buat just untuk maintainkan, stablekan, jangan memaksa sangat. Fokus apa yang buatkan diorang pede dan tu je lah. Tak payah just control je lah. Jangan rendahkan sangat, just betul-betul kena tengahkan.
Just right.
Yeah, just right.
Just right. Now, Sora, your last 2 matches adalah Aero dan juga HomeBois. Ini adalah dua-dua pasukan yang tengah duduk agak selesa di carta liga, especially HomeBois dan Lion masih lagi tengah kejar upper bracket untuk playoffs yang akan datang. Tapi, kedua-dua pasukan ni sudah kalah dengan Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Adakah ini satu macam advantage untuk korang? Sebab bila I interview you dengan Haru, biasanya korang cakap bila kalah it's more of a kesilapan korang masa drafting and you guys masih lagi tengah adapt dengan meta kan. So now that you guys know how to beat them, is it an advantage?
Kita orang tengok lah macam mana SRG diorang perbagaikan draft, buat momen-momen yang mengejut, gameplay dan juga drafting. So maybe we will try in our scrim how the SRG team co-op lah dengan macam mana elemen surprise tu dekat HomeBois. So yeah, kita akan ikut jejak langkah SRG lah, kalahkan HomeBois.
Okay, that is something I wanna see sebab Monster Vicious masih lagi ada peluang untuk mendapatkan upper bracket untuk musim ini. So with that, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada stylenya. Wow. Raf! Alright, Raf. Jom, teman kita di atas pentas. Jom. Dia banyak gaya tapi tak nak naik pentas. Wow, okay, congratulations. I rasa Raf is in a rush. So, tu yang Dina dapat tahu MVP siapa. Okay, just kidding.
Raf Ami.
Oh, okay, now Rush. Rose nak tanya, sebenarnya this season kan kita boleh nampak that banyak perubahan daripada segi gameplay, how your discipline in game is and your decision making. Mungkin Raf boleh ceritakan sikit lah. What was the reason behind your improvement?
Saya banyak dengar cakap coach saya. Kalau tak dengar mungkin gameplay saya barai lah.
Selalu kena marah ke?
Tak kena marah tapi kena tegur.
Kena tegur. Lepas tu you take it with a grain of salt lah, tak terasa.
Ya, saya terima dengan hati.
Wow! He matured a lot. Okay, mungkin Uni. I belum borak dengan Uni lagi. Hai Uni.
Hai.
Congratulations, ya layak ke playoff? Okay, Uni. Your next 2 matches ialah HomeBois dan juga Aero Esports. Uni as we can say one of the most looked up to junglers untuk musim ini. You akan lawan juga kedua-dua jungler yang hebat. Sangat-sangat hebat dan sangat-sangat cemerlang. Which is Hazel and of course, Emal. You confident ke? Going up into the matchup?
Yeah, just confident.
Tu je?
Yeah,
confident. Just that. Excited ke dengan matchup?
Excited lah. Lagi-lagi Hazel lah.
Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada Hazel ataupun ke Emal?
Hazel. Rock cakap watch out.
Alright, anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans yang datang untuk sokong mereka di minggu kelima?
I think Sora want to.
So untuk fans, minggu ni kita dah bagi persembahan yang terbaik dari player, dari coaching staff and management. So it's going to be tough week minggu ni. kalah menang, harap korang tetap support kita orang sampai ke playoff. Okay guys, thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Ini adalah pasukan ketiga untuk layak ke playoffs di musim ini. And with that, let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini.
There you have it. Thank you, Rose. Our MVP of the game goes to Ruff, and they also qualify for the playoffs with 2 perfect back-to-back games, 0 deaths, 900 GPM and above.
Yep, have qualified for top 6. Now is the chase for the upper bracket seeding. What a start, right? Taking on Team Ray, and honestly, both games went down the same trajectory. It was dominance, pure dominance from the early until late game, and that's why Ruff has 0 deaths.
Did not make it easy at all. The laning phase, he knew what he was doing. Once he started having that lead, he knew how to press it. And unfortunately, for Team Ray, they just couldn't handle this man. Overall, great execution. We've seen them play two styles of play, and both styles of which we've seen Team Ray make an attempt at.
Yeah, I think it is also answers the question of whether Lucas is a commodity that needs to be eliminated, right? I think against MV, it is necessary to consider a Lucas ban because they have been really loving this pick and they've found so much success with it.
I mean, they struggled. I'm not going to lie, they struggled. But we also saw the definitive de facto nerf on Joy seems to be kind of good. 2-item Joy usually blows you up no matter what you do, right? Even if you have it, sometimes, even with the Athena Shield, you're like, hey, oh, thank goodness you don't have a Divine Glaive. Sometimes if you don't have enough health, you still blow up anyways, right? We don't even see a fully completed MR item. Just the cloak was enough, and sometimes, even when they did, well, to be fair, they didn't get very close to Ruff, he didn't blow up.
Yeah, I think Nazir barely had any chance to go to the backline, and the times he did, no one went down. It's a tough game for the Joy, even tougher for EV because he's the only one that is suitable to be picked up by Nova and then use himself to call in Virgie for the AOG. But when the game goes late, EV couldn't even survive the initial impact.
Yeah, no, everybody was just getting blown up. By the time EV, honestly, by the time it was like the 3rd or 4th Tsunami Slam onto EV, basically died in the arms of Kalia.
It broke him in half.
Yeah, literally snapped his back into 2. Virgie's like, what do you want me to do? If I jump, I die as well.
Virgie shows up AOG and he's like, well,
party's over.
I guess that's it for me.
Overall, you can see the amount of punishment both Virgin as well as Eevee was taking, especially on the opposite end. Rundell actually doing a pretty decent amount of damage, 51,000 overall. Not to mention that, I mean, Uni, every single time he goes into combat, somebody's head is going to be on a spike.
Most damage this entire game too, 51,000 on the Valentina. And you look at the damage dealt. EV tank doubled the damage of Zeno.
Yeah.
That was a rough game.
Really painful game. Really painful.
Zeno really used him as a punching bag.
He's probably the sandbag of the game, right? Wait, hold on. 50,000?
Yeah,
he definitely is. Man, Monster Vicious, they play such a strong game, and as you heard from Sora Biome, right, they found their center. They found where it's like not too overhyped, not too under energy. They found a good place where there's enough energy to be consistent while still having a high ceiling.
Yeah, maintaining that focus, right, have to always be locked in. As they did have a very rough few series prior to this where games go 3 games, you know, they've been knocked down before, they've been bested by some of the teams that they felt like they could have put up a better fight. But this is a good reset for them. And of course, Hall of Famers, we talked about the sandbag already, it's Eevee. Nova is the wingman, and Rundell carrying this game.
Okay, I mean, Rich Cat goes over to Uni. I thought our MVP got it for sure, but no, it's actually Uni. Strangely enough, you don't usually see a high GPM, especially when you're playing on that Lucas. His jungle clear is not that fast. Again, 2 items, that's when you expect it. But 911 total GPM throughout that match compared to a 901, if I remember correctly, from Beatrix.
Yeah, he is farming heroes. He's taking out Team Ray as if they were nothing. I think this highlight is going to be almost the same as Game 1, a full highlight reel of Team Ray's dominance.
Yeah, just Monster Vicious just going at it, man. Look at them. Every interaction they make it count. It's just too difficult to handle. And even the one time that we saw Unidai, Dominator's Descent, again, I like the idea from Team Ray, right? If we drag this fight long enough, we need to kind of play the zone control. However, the biggest problem is that once you take that Purify, you suddenly become a non-threat, a non-target for Nova X Kobar. Now it's all about, can I blow up your tanks? Can I get somebody involved to help blow up your tanks? Is Ruff having a good game? Should Team Ray rotate it towards the goal lane more often rather than contest these neutrals?
Even in the previous sequence we saw, like Team Ray was really fighting Monster Vicious, like being in the face. Uni, he's taking purple buff.
Yep.
Then once resources run out, he's like, all right, it's my turn, baby.
Hey.
Sacred Beast form.
Walks in, I don't want to do that much. I just want to come in like a wrecking ball. Again, Team Ray needs to be very aware about their resources. I think that's the one thing that we've noticed throughout the season. They've just been lacking, right? They kind of overcommit to these fights, and even when it comes down to pick off compositions, it's not very pick and then walk away, right? And again, neutral objectives. You don't have to contest for every single one of them.
I think they also need to start understanding the limits, right? Do we have enough damage? Do we have enough tools? Evidently against MV, they didn't.
Yeah, man, it's unfortunate to say, but that just means at least Monster Vicious make it to the playoffs in third place as they overtake Aero Esports. They will have to face off against Aero later to compete for a spot. And if they're able to 2-0 them, they might be able to contest HomeBois and that second seed.
This is actually incredibly scary, right? You look at the total standings, most teams have exhausted 90% of the games, right? Like, well, Monster Vicious and Aero have 2 more, but you look at Vamos, DXO, and Todak, they all have 1 more. Who do they have in common? Well, at least for Vamos and Todak, at least for Vamos, they gotta play Aero. Todak needs to play JP. DXO also 1 more game. We talk about the potential that the 3-way tie, they're all separated by 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to get into the head-to-head because they still have some teams still have a game left in them, and that could really shake things up. For all intents and purposes, we'll see whether or not the middle of the pack is going to start breaking up. Vamos, they moved up to 5th place. Now, with 12 points, they're feeling a lot more comfortable, that's for sure. But they haven't secured their spot just yet.
Yeah, it's either they beat Aero, then they will. But I think when we look at next week's schedule, it gives us a good idea of what we have. This is the tough one.
Oh my goodness. Aero up against MV on Friday. SRG OG against OB. And then on Saturday, DXS face off against the JP Niners. JP just trying to make sure they get enough points to overtake Team Ray. Vamos against Aero as well. Aero have to play both their matches in that last week. And then finally, the one we've been waiting for, HomeBois versus MV. On Sunday, though, Todak will face off against the JP Niners. SRG OG Esports will deal with Team Ray. And then, just in case, we got a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and it will be a BO1 format, right? Very rare that this has happened. Probably a 3-way tie between DX, Vamos, and Todak. But even then, you look at aggregate points, ain't looking good for Todak.
It's not looking good. That's why 2 O's are the way to go.
Yeah, in the deep negatives. Of course, JP Niners still technically the final boss. They could stop Todak from playoffs. They could stop DX from playoffs. Aero could stop Vamos. Possibilities are up in the air.
Oh, it's stressful. It is stressful
boy.
As we are coming into the final weeks here. But I mean, so far the MPL MY, I mean, we shortened from 8 weeks to 6 weeks, and I think that at the very least it comes with its pros and cons. One, the action is snappy, the storylines are compressed, but at the same time, it doesn't give a lot of these teams time to adjust. However, coming into the playoffs, I think that might change entirely with such a long break between it.
Yeah, at least the second phase, right? Like, teams are looking, get into top 3. You get into top 3, 2 weeks break. If you don't make it to top 3, you are going to get eliminated by the end of phase 1. So I think phase 1 is the toughest one. If you're not seeded in top 2, you play play-ins. The next day, you play upper and lower bracket. And phase 1 is rough.
Phase 1 is pretty brutal overall. And that's not even including the fact that we still have a potential MAL team thinking about like, oh yeah, we can actually qualify for the MPL at this point. It's going to be a...
Qualifications best of 5.
Oh,
hey, JP, get ready. JP, get ready.
Oh, it's just never ending. That being said, it's a mic check here coming real soon. But first, go over to gaming/esports in Malaysia. Tell us what you think of. Take the survey about everything that is happening here. We're still working with KBS again. Big shout outs to them. This is Husky. My name is Gideon. We are thanking everybody for watching the MPL MY Season 15, Week 5, Day number 3. It has been one hell of a day, my guy.
It has been. Oh, I can't wait for the last week, dude.
Me too. With that being said, thank you for watching. We'll see you next week with more MLBB action.
Tengok highlight.
Aku dapat dua guys.
Sisi ayah.
Ayah guys. Ayah guys.
Paling nak ke gua. Mati ayah.
Nice. Aku ada Elos,
Paling enggak ada ulti ya. Aku 2 orang ni.
Ya.
Main bot.
Aku ulti 2.
Kena 3. Nice.
Mati guys.
Nice.
Sekali guys. Boleh tengok highlight. Tengok highlight.
Nih, Hylos goal 3 guys. Let go. Nah, lihat nih, Hylos.
Nice.
Ya, Hylos. Nah. Tawar.
Aku nak. Okay, chill.
Dia konsil.
Aman.
Mati cok. Mana aja.
Nice bro. Maniac bro. Pop.
Winter. 1. Nice try. Wah.
Keras.
Nice try.
Dia ibu ya?
Tak aku.
Dapat 3. Kejap skill lebih. Aku sabar.
Aku man.
Nanti Joy, balikin guys.
Jom.
Zaz hati.
Highlight.
Mati.
Dapuri hari guys.
Hari. Nice.
Mampus.
Tengok guys, gatat.
Dia highway guys.
Jaga Joy.
Aku aman.
Aku main dengan kau, Rok. Tengok, Rok.
Aku aman.
Aku ada, jaga hari.
Cari guys.
Nice one. Lagi, Rok.
Sakitnya ulat dia ni.
Aman, Rok. Aku main dengan kau, Rok.
Udah, jangan ngejar guys. Aku si Halbert Asklau.
Bagi letak, Rok. Ni. Aku psycho kat atas. Highlight.
Gold.
Gata.
Belakangnya gua zoning.
Boleh lagi, guys.
Kasih tahu. Nice. Tower mid.
Ya, boleh. Yuk, Aina. Tak gerak kau, oi. Nice one, guys.